There we go. Good morning. This is the New York City Board of Standards and Appeals public hearing for April 25th, 2022. This is for the proposed rulemaking. The proposed rulemaking under the City Administrative Procedure Act, capital rules.
Right. Slow down.
Okay. Sorry.
I'd like to make an announcement before we begin the hearing. Good morning, everyone. As some of the applicant community may have observed, Kurt Steinhaus, our previous general counsel, has moved on to the private sector. And even if he isn't present to hear this today, I just want to offer him my deepest thanks for his excellent counsel and devotion. And I'm muting you, Tony, because there's noise. And though he is already sorely missed at the BSA, he will most certainly achieve great heights in his new endeavors, and I thank him so much. So today we are delighted to be able to officially announce and to welcome our new general counsel, Chase Fine, and our new deputy general counsel, Ya Sarpong. And I want congratulations and excited to have you. Both Chase and Ya have already contributed so much to the BSA over the last few years as deputy general and assistant general counsel. And so we're really lucky to have them. And I do want to add in general that that the BSA has been beyond fortunate to have consistently attracted the brightest, most professional, and truly excellent lawyers to guide its staff, commissioners, and the applicant community. And it's been really a delight to work with all of those counsel, and a delight, of course, to work with Chase and Ya, and congratulations on your promotion. So well deserved, and thank you. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Marjorie.
Yay. Okay. All right, go ahead, Tony.
Okay, so this is for the proposed rulemaking under the City Administrative Procedure Act.
Right. So I can say something, or Chase, did you want to?
This was closed. We've considered all of the comments and we've researched them, and we are bringing the rule to a vote on the original language as proposed.
Right. Okay. So I would like to make a motion to grant them.
Motion.
A motion to adopt.
To adopt, sorry, to adopt.
Chair Promoter,
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta.
Just to note, the calendar says draft. My understanding is this is the final one.
Yes.
This is the final rule. Yes.
Okay, so just wanted to put that on record. Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Shabeta.
Aye.
Okay. Rule is passed. Adopted. Now back to our review session. You want to change the screen, Steve? No break. Thank you. This is the Board of Standards and Appeals public review session for April 25th, 2022. The following items are adjourned. Please note there is no public testimony during the review session, so please don't pull in. The following items are adjourned. Item number 2, 2020-36BZ, 8401 Flatlands Avenue, Brooklyn. Item number 3, 12992BZ, 15055 Cross Island Parkway, Queens. Item number 4, 16949BZ, 5270 Amboy Road, Staten Island. Sorry, it's thick. The following items are postponed. Item number 5, 28686BZ, 107th Avenue, also known as 808 Union Street, Brooklyn. And item for tomorrow, 43361BZ, 1702-1712 East 16th Street, Brooklyn. That item is also postponed on tomorrow's calendar. The following item is deferred. Item number 6, 2019-255A, 621 Alonzo Road, Queens. The following are decisions. Item number 7, 52871BZ, 13340 150th Street, Queens.
Okay, just a second. Sorry. Oops. Scrolling, sorry, longer than I realized. Okay. As a reminder to the board, since the last time we saw this application was actually June of 21, it was adjourned 2 times. We were waiting for installation of fencing and landscaping and reduction in the signage that exceeded the C1 regulations. And we had said at that last hearing that the lumen levels and air vac next to the non-residential use is acceptable. But if the uses change to residential, because it seems like those were non-conforming uses, not legal non-conforming uses. If the use changes to residential, then the lumen levels have to be brought down to 0 at the property line, and the air vac has to be relocated. So that would be a condition. Okay. We had discussed also at length that the vacant area at the rear that was not the subject of the use variance must be heavily landscaped to prevent a return to the parking lot that was there when we began review of the application. Photos that were provided for this hearing show fencing installed, and the signage calculations show compliance with the C1 regulations. The air vac that was adjacent to the sidewalk, sorry, just 1 second. That was adjacent to the sidewalk and was kind of causing cars to park on the sidewalk, has been relocated closer to the building. And there is now complete fencing all the way around the vacant portion of the site, with arbor vitae following the line of fencing and planting beds. The center of the vacant area has grass growing on it, with 4 very young European mountain ash trees planted far apart from each other. So it's not a dense planting, but I wanted to go on a little bit about that. According to the landscape drawing and my own online research about this kind of tree, the tree can grow to 20 to 40 feet high. So in order for it to grow that big, it needs to have adequate spacing. But until it does that, you don't have, which is going to take a long time, of course, you don't have the dense planting that was discussed at the prior hearing. So I would like the commissioners to comment on that kind of landscaping based on what was discussed at the hearing, whether they're okay with these 4 widely spaced large trees. And the drawing shows some little bitty plant, little tiny plants, but I actually didn't see them planted in the photos. When I compare the photos from a year ago to today, it's actually like shocking, the improvement. The site looks so much better than we first began, which was a disheveled site with broken concrete and it was parking lot. And so I really want to thank the owner for their cooperation and for this dramatic improvement to the neighborhood. So sorry, this is a decision item, right? What we don't have on the drawings is a dimension of that vacant area, which on the original drawings, it was dimensioned at 68.11 feet wide along 150th Street, where at 97.42 feet wide of the subject variance site. We could just indicate it on the resolution because we closed this so as not to have to reopen. But so I'd like commissioners, though, comments on the planting before we decide what we're going to do. So Vice Chair Shanda.
I have no comments on the landscaping. I'm satisfied with that.
Okay. Commissioner Otley Brown.
I think the site looks very much improved, and I'm absolutely fine with allowing those trees to mature.
Okay. Okay, Commissioner Sheta.
Thank you, Chair. The only comment I had was regarding the adjacent residential in case it gets developed. Other than that, I have no further comments. Thank you.
Okay, and Commissioner Shabeta.
Thank you, Chair. I'm satisfied with the landscaping as is.
Okay, good. All right. So what I'd like to do then is make a motion.
I'm
Oh,
sorry, Madam Chair, Vice
Sorry,
Chair.
I forgot to add one thing, and that is maybe we can just put a condition that the signage will comply with C1 district zoning regulation. That way, if there is any change, I don't think they need to notify. I don't think they should have to come back to the board to notify. They should just get the DOB approval and make sure all the signage is in compliance with C1.
I don't understand it. That's what the drawings show. Why do we need, that's what we always do, C1.
Right. All I'm saying is that I just think we shouldn't have to review signage if it is in compliance with C1. That's all I'm saying. That
We
they should-
didn't, no. I think maybe you forgot. This has been going on for a really long time. So maybe you forgot. This site was not in compliance with the C1. So we told them that you had to reduce the signage. So they corrected it. But whenever we have a submission of where they come back for a renewal or whatever, they'd have to show that they're in compliance with the C1. And the resolution always shows comply with the C1. And the drawings always show the calculations of compliance with the C1. So I'm not really understanding. Nobody ever comes back unless for signage.
Okay.
DOB doesn't send them back for signage.
No, I just don't want them to have to go through any follow-up if there's any minor changes and doesn't quite abide by the underlying plan. As long as it is complying with C1, and it shouldn't matter if the sign locates from sign location A to sign location B, as long as the total signage complies with C1. That's really, I
Vice
just want to
Chair,
make sure.
can I just break in, because I have not seen one SOC case come before us because they've switched around signage as long as it complies with C1. You just wait for the 10 years to be up.
Yeah.
And then when you come in for your extension
Okay.
of term, you just show us the signage. So I don't see that would be a problem.
I know, but there are a couple of cases where we had the applicant revise the plans, even though it was in compliance with the C1 regulations. I'll give you an example. So in a C1, if you're allowed up to 150 square foot upper frontage, and the prior plan that was approved, the person had, let's say 139 square feet, right? It's well below the 150 requirement. The requirement is it has to comply with C1. Now, the applicant submits a plan, but then during the review process this happened very recently, where the applicant was still in compliance with the C1 150 square foot requirement, but the number increased in one of the plans to a different number, but it was still complying with 150 square feet. And we had asked the applicant to revise the plans to submit it. And I think this is where we should just kind of say, if it complies with 150 square feet, it complies with 150 square feet, regardless of whether it is 139 previous approval to 145 current approval.
Right, but I think what you're saying is that the plans no longer need to reflect what is on site. Is that what you're trying to say? Because that's an interesting novel approach, that one could submit plans that aren't reflective of what's going on the site. Nobody ever rejected a case because the C1 signage limit was not met yet changed from previous. All people have asked is that the signage on the plans reflect what's actually in place. And I believe that you, Vice Chair, have often brought up to applicants that they need to reflect the signage on the plan. So going forward, what would you like to happen?
Provided they are in compliance with 150 square foot. I've always brought it to their attention that it has to be in compliance with the requirement. So that's kind of how I have evaluated. I have not, if they're showing it in the plan and the total number of signage adds up to more than 150, as I see, that's when I bring it up to their attention, especially banners and others. They are, those add up. And my statement is it has to be in compliance with 150 square foot.
Okay, I need to cut this off because we have a lot to talk about, and this can be something that a discussion offline. I'm very confused by it because the drawing should look like the place. That's how we know what's going on. We asked for the signage calculations to prove that you're meeting the C1 regulations because sometimes they show that you don't. And sometimes they don't include signs that you're seeing right there in front of your face and they're not included on the calculations. So, but this should be a discussion offline. We're not going to handle this case differently than we've been handling all the other
Fair
cases.
enough. Fair
Too
enough.
confusing. So Chase's hand went up first and then Commissioner Sheta, but I wanted to make some proposals on this. So go ahead.
Just very briefly, so long as any resolution which relating to signage, they by and large do include a condition that all signage shall comply with underlying C1 district regulations.
Yes.
And so long as an applicant's not seeking an amendment to the site conditions impacting the waiver of the board or seeking a new term or an extension, these by and large can be handled by letters of no objection, changes to signage copy. But to that extent, we really don't see them because I believe that DOB allows those minor changes to copy in compliance with the resolution and that condition.
And if anything, DOB actually never sends us anything about signage, which is one reason sometimes we'll find signage that exceeds the C1 because DOB isn't looking at the BSA's approvals in terms of signage. So we have a case where there's signage in a residential district and they're not even noticing that, and they're allowing for business signage in a residential district, and they don't send it back to us. So, so yeah, Commissioner Sheta, go on.
Thank you, Chair. Regarding the lot to the north, I recall at the beginning of this case, it was an issue of parking on that lot, and I believe that's why we did ask them to landscape it somehow. I want to avoid like scenarios similar to other cases, and I'm thinking of imposing a condition saying that using the adjacent lot to the north, like put some narrative that it was used as parking, and indicating that the use of the adjacent lot to the north as parking for the subject facility would result in something. Just to make sure that I'm looking at this variance, and I'm not sure if it's a term variance, meaning if it has a term, but I believe that would like help like the coming boards to like control cases like that. Put some sort of language that if the lot to the north, I'm focusing on the one of the north because it has adjacent residentials like immediately next to it. If it's used for parking, that would result in, I don't know, maybe voiding the variance. Some scary language to make sure that they are reluctant from using that lot as parking or non-conforming use.
Right. So I think just having a condition that area cannot be, that it would be out of compliance with the terms of the grant. And that way community members could contact us and let us know. Because by the way, the houses right now that are seeing this grassed in planted area will really notice if it starts turning back into parking lot, right? So it seems like then they'll try to find out how come it went from grass to a parking lot again. And maybe we could even let the community board know to be on the watch, because our own compliance officer can't investigate, right?
I'm not suggesting that the board monitor the site by himself, but what I'm talking about is if we put a language that says it's going to be in non-compliance, so what? That's default. If somebody doesn't comply with the like conditions of that or with the grant, with the drawings, with whatever, he's in non-compliance. But I'm talking about some civil language like that. We don't want cases like these, like be back and forth before us. You want to make sure that we do our best to grant variances and cases like that within a reasonable time and fairly and squarely. You don't want cases like these to come back before us in a year from now. That's why I'm like, let's put some sort of decisive language like that. And it's up to you at the end of the day.
Okay, well, we'll have to talk about it. The idea of voiding a variance next door because they're illegally using the site on the other side, I'm having, that makes me a little uncomfortable because you've got a going business on this side that's really doing the right thing, and they spent a ton of money. If you, I can't share my screen, but if you look at the drawings from April, photographs from April of last year, where it was this terrible paved over parking area with nasty fencing and looked terrible, right? And now it's a little park. That was a lot of money. So so they were super cooperative with us. I don't want to penalize them. So and by the way, they didn't put up chain link fence. They put up a metal picket fence. That's also an expensive purchase and an expensive installation because it has to be done right, as opposed to the way you put up chain link, which could be kind of anyone figures it out, right? So, and they planted all the way around with good size arbor vitae. They're all like 4 feet high to start. So I just don't feel right about being so aggressive with them. We've been aggressive with uncooperative owners where they just say, we don't care what you think, who are you guys? But that's not at all how they've been behaving. And the reason for the delay was because they couldn't get the fencing, they couldn't get the materials, and it was winter, and they couldn't do the installations during the freeze cycle, right? So for me, it's more like I want to congratulate the owner. I don't want to penalize the owner. They did such a good job. So
okay, I'm not talking about penalizing anybody. I'm just talking about okay. I'm fine with it.
I want to back off a little bit on this one because there are other ones where playing really, really hardball is appropriate because they're so uncooperative and they're so dismissive of our instructions. This owner has been the opposite. We told them what to do and they said, we'll do it. And they even started to do it at the very beginning. And we said, no, not like that. Right. So yeah. Okay, so what I want to do is though make a motion, a conditional motion. So the first part of it is that I had talked about it at the last hearing, but I wanted counsel who's drafting the resolution, in case they didn't pick this up, that there's an application number 1063-27BZ, which was superseded by calendar number 528-71BZ that allowed the demolition of an existing building and the addition of floor area that would not have been permitted under section 1141 for a pre-61 variance. So I want to make sure that the record is clear about these two cases and that there's a recitation about kind of the history of the cases. So it needs to be cleared up in the record since the application numbers have been mixed up in the past. So I'm reading along and wait a minute, isn't that the other application number? So council should be careful to clarify what the history is. So we should make it very clear in the resolution that calendar number 1063-27BZ is superseded by the subject application number, and all of the approvals under the old number are transferred to this new application. Otherwise, it was so difficult to figure out what was going on. And also that the heading of the address should add 149-13 North Conduit Avenue, since when I tried to research this on public databases, it didn't recognize the address that was given to us of 150th Avenue. So just add as an AKA 149-13 North Conduit Avenue. And so the condition is, so the motion with condition is that the air vac Sorry, Tony, I'm muting you again. There's a lot of background noise in your place. Yeah, sorry, nothing personal. The air vac on the western lot line must be relocated if development on the adjacent lots becomes conforming to the R district to be residential, and also that the lumen spread along that same shared lot line needs to be brought to 0 if the development on the adjacent lot becomes residential, that the signage must comply with C1 regulations, and that, of course, the vacant lot, I'd like the vacant portion of the lot, which is not a separate tax lot number. That's what makes it a little more complicated. The dimensions of the area along 150th Street is 68.11 feet measured from the property line, whatever direction that is, I'm not sure. Measured from the property line, it might be the eastern property line, to the beginning of the variance line is 68.11 feet. And the depth of that site is 107.08 feet. That's the area that cannot be used for commercial purposes and must remain, it can be used for conforming purposes, or it must remain as a landscaped area as shown on the plans, okay? Because we don't have drawings that show those dimensions, but I just want to point out that you might be able to include in the approved set the old site plan, but that might make it confusing. So anyway, I'm going to refer you to the site plan of the previous approval that does show those dimensions, okay? I just don't want to hold up voting on this to receive drawings, so that's why. Okay, is that clear, councils?
Yes, it's clear.
Thank you.
Okay. Uh-oh. Oh, no.
Can I unmute?
Yeah, sorry. Sorry, yeah. So I'd like to make a motion to grant on those conditions.
Chair Perlmutter,
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta.
All right.
Application has been granted. Item number 8, excuse me, 11099 BC 5658 Kosciuszko Street, Brooklyn.
Okay, sorry. Scrolling. Okay, we were just waiting for the photo of no parking on sidewalk sign showing it was installed, which we received. And then just, this is also for benefit of our council for the resolution. At the last hearing, we said that the management plan that was submitted for the last hearing, which describes how cars are stored inside the subject building and the building adjacent, are used to keep cars off the sidewalk, and that management plan should be incorporated into the resolution. So I'd like to make a motion to grant on condition, no parking on the sidewalk, keep the dumpster inside the building at all times except before trash pickup. So motion to grant on condition.
Chair Perlmutter, Chair Perlmutter,
Can't hear you.
can't hear me?
Oh, now I can.
Oh. Chair Perlmutter,
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta.
All right.
Application has been granted. Item number 9, 26314 BZ, 1601 Oriental Boulevard. This is an extension of time to complete construction.
Okay. When we looked at the application in March, We only had photos from September of 2021 that showed the site work. I'm muting you again, Tony, sorry. That showed the site work hidden behind an 8-foot construction fence. At our request, the applicant provided new photos that seem to have been taken last week or something that show the house completely enclosed and ready for windows. So we went from seeing not even a stick above the construction fence to basically a closed-in house ready for siding and windows and then siding. So I call that progress. We also received the requested timeline. I noted last time and want to remind again our council that there is a typo in the prior resolution on the second page, the first whereas that needs to be corrected in the resolution. It says the last line of that whereas clause says at the subject site would only be 10 feet wide and too narrow to be uninhabitable. It should be habitable if you copy paste that, please. Okay, so there are no conditions, so motion to grant.
Chair Perlmutter.
Aye.
Vice Chair Chandler.
Aye.
Commissioner Brown.
Ooh.
Aye.
Commissioner Shepherd.
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta.
Aye.
Tony, Tony, something's really strange with your mic. It sounds like you're talking in a tunnel.
Oh, God, not again. All right. I don't know what else.
Can you have headphones? Do you have headphones?
Oh,
Oh,
I'd have to go get them. Is it
now it's
okay now?
better. Yeah, it's better now. I don't know what you're doing, but whatever it is, it's better.
Yeah, I've been having trouble with the computer. Steve looked at it the other day. Something went wrong with the mics when we were in the other meeting. Remember, we mic'd?
Yes. Okay.
It never went back right. Okay, can you hear
Okay,
me?
now it's fine. Yeah, now it's fine.
Okay. Okay, sorry. Next item, item number 10, 2016 900A, 2016 981A, 2016 992A, 2016 1058A. This is 18 Center Place, 54 Seafoam Street, 16 Topping Street, 25 West Wavecrest Street, Staten Island. These are part of the New York City New York City HPD project rebuild. GCL 36.
Right. So we received documents to help clarify the disposition history of the sites that were transferred by deed on December 2nd, 2021 from Project Rebuild Inc. to New York City / DCAS. Apparently it's always DCAS that receives this automatically, property ownership. These were done, approved through a ULURP process that was approved by City Planning Commission on September 29th, 2019, and was then ownership was formally assigned to HPD by letter from DCAS, letter dated January 19th, 2022. So that was part of what I was concerned about. I didn't understand how we knew who owned it, and now, and the application didn't reflect who actually owned the property. So that's, now we have clarity on that. We also mentioned at the last hearing for the, oops. Sorry. I didn't mean to read that. Sorry, ignore that. That was supposed to be deleted. Okay, so I'd like to make a motion to grant on the conditions that the terms of our original grant must be included in the HPD regulatory agreement that travels with the sale to the for-profit developer, because these properties are going to be sold to for-profit developers, or let's say not nonprofit developers. But we will be removing, and that's the reason they came to us, we're going to be removing the condition in the last resolution that the approval is limited to the Build It Back program, because it's no longer under that program. Okay. So motion to grant on that condition. Oh, and just the conditions of our last resolution had mostly to do with fire department rules about sprinklers, interconnected smoke and carbon monoxide alarms. The underside of the building has a 2-hour fire resistance rating, and that the maximum height habitable space is 32 feet above grade, right? Yeah. Correct. Okay. So that was the gist of our conditions in the last resolution. So motion to grant.
Chair Perlmutter,
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta.
Aye.
Okay, application is granted. Item number 11, 2016-2712A, 2016-2459A, 2424A, 2426A, 2468A, 2425A, 2431A, 2715A, 2741A, 2745A, 3827A, 3826A, 3093A, 3117A. This is 770 Patterson Avenue, 176 Kiswick Avenue, 181 Moreland Street, 187 Moreland Street, 457 Lincoln Avenue, 183 Moreland Avenue, 185 Moreland Avenue, 529 Greeley Avenue, 1142 Olympia Boulevard, 1144 Olympia Boulevard, 477 Mill Road, 479 Mill Road, 208 Windman Avenue, 214 Windman Avenue, Staten Island. These are also the HPD project rebuild applications for GCL 35.
Okay, take a breath. Thank you. All right, we received documents again to help clarify the disposition history of the sites that were transferred by deed on December 2nd, 21 from Project Rebuild Inc. to New York City /DCAS through a ULURP process that was approved by the City Planning Commission on September 29, 2019, and which property was formally assigned to HPD by letter from DCAS, letter dated January 19, 22. We also mentioned at the last hearing that given that these are GCL 35 waivers, where DOB may raise objections about yard and setback compliances, there should be a notation in the resolution that design changes should be permitted by letter of substantial compliance rather than amendments, since we don't know anything really about how these projects will be cited. So just to make it easier to proceed. So that should be there. But so I'd like to make a motion to grant on condition, similar to the prior one, that the terms of our original grant must be included in the HPD regulatory agreement that travels with the sale to the for-profit developer. But we are removing the condition in the last resolution that the approval is limited to the Build It Back program. And there are similar types of conditions, fire department conditions, but there's also a lot of DEP issues and that were part of the Build It Back agreement. So there were a lot of kind of these MOUs between the agencies and Build It Back that we could approve these things as long as the buildings are situated in certain locations, not to interfere with the sewer systems, water lines, and all that kind of thing. So, so all of those conditions must remain in our resolution, except for restriction to Build It Back program. Okay, so on that, a motion to grant.
Chair Perlmutter.
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta.
Aye.
Application is granted. Item number 12, 2020-39A, 235 Oder Avenue, Staten Island. This is still a review session, people.
Sorry. Okay. We were only waiting for drawings that showed street trees, which those drawings were submitted. And for our council's information, because there are a few submissions made since the last hearing, the most recent set is stamp submitted on April 19th, 2022. For whatever reason, the architect has not dated the drawings themselves. Please, project managers, make sure that all the drawings are dated by the architect on the drawings themselves. That's what that whole revision list is. They should be showing the dates of when the drawings were produced, so we can tell the difference one from the other. We were also waiting for fire department sign off. But I see a note on and I believe it had to do with the applicant not sprinklering the building. And what I think the confusion was, when the last time we heard this, we got a submission where the applicant, instead of bubbling the changes, they used a yellow PDF marker, and the PDF marker is not transparent or translucent. Instead, it blots out the information. So we didn't see the little note that had been added that says that the entire building will be sprinklered. So now it's very clear that there was a note that was bubbled on the March 22nd submission, and not bubbled again on the April 19th submission, but it says that the entire building will be fully sprinklered. So I think that addressed fire department's concern. So maybe we could just get a thumbs up or something from Chief Daly, because it's not a public hearing. So I think,
Shaking his head, yes.
I don't know if that's a yes. That's 2 thumbs up from Chief Daly, even though it's not a public hearing. We're technically not supposed to do that, but in this case, it's maybe making it possible for this little project to move forward. Okay, so thank you. So a motion to grant the condition that I'd add, so that the little note doesn't go away, is this is being approved on condition that the building is fully sprinklered. Okay.
Chair Promoter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
Aye.
Application has been granted. Item number 13, 2021-44BZ, 3204 Bedford Avenue, Brooklyn.
Hold on a second. Okay. Sorry, 1 second. I just want to, we had asked for some corrections to the drawings that had to do with retention of existing walls. Then modification of the floor area calculations to reflect the attic condition. And we also asked them to pull the second floor rear wall back a bit more to improve the condition for the adjacent properties, adjacent neighbors, and all of that was done. And so I want to thank the applicant, both the owner and the applicant team, for addressing those things. And that's it. So I'd like to make a motion to grant, and the condition is always that removal of more of the existing exterior walls and joists than are shown on the plans will void the special permit. Okay.
More than 50%.
Well, I just, you know what, I realized that made it so confusing, 50% of
Oh,
what?
okay.
So
Sorry.
let's just say more than what's shown on the drawings. And that way, because by the way, these drawings are either 50% exactly or tiny bit over. So that would confuse the thing. Okay.
Okay, fine.
Thanks.
So motion to grant, Chair Promoter?
Uh-oh, your speaker's doing that again.
Motion to grant, Chair Promoter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
Aye.
Application has been granted. Item number 14, 2021-86 BZY, 88 Walker Street, Manhattan.
Yep. Okay, as requested, satellite photos were added to the record to establish the level of completed construction as of the end of 2021 and early 2022, which we just wanted that to complete the record, so that was submitted. So a motion to grant.
Chair Promoter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta, and I confirm payments were done.
Aye.
5. Thank you.
Oh, wait, yeah, with those guys, okay.
Okay, item number 15, 2021 68A, 348A Daisy Street, Staten Island.
Uh-huh. So at the photo finish, last night, I think, or maybe on Friday, I'm not sure when. Anyway, we received fire department conditional sign off. And just to clarify for council, the condition is that it comply with the fire code. And which is what everything has to do. But sometimes they apply for waivers from the code. Since no waivers have been applied for, the condition is that it complies with fire code, but they could always go and apply for waivers. That's fire department's call, but it has to comply with the code, okay? Unless waivers granted. And then I'm not really sure if this is still the case, but I have a note from Jella Pranga that says that the Parks Department had some issues with street trees being removed to build the sidewalk. And so what I want to say that can be also a condition, that simply that SCA has to work with the Department of Parks to come to some agreement about how the sidewalk and the street trees will be addressed, but we don't need to hold this up for that back and forth. Is that right, Jella?
Yes, that's right. And maybe also Department of Transportation, School Safety, the three agencies should work together.
So, okay, so in other words, that they need to continue. I thought we have a sign off from School Safety.
We do. It was their request for a sidewalk requires the removal of some street trees. So that's what Parks Department is objecting to. So they're working this out.
Okay, so it's a coordinated review with Department of Parks, School Safety, the applicant, to make sure that whatever's happens with the trees is acceptable.
Mhm.
Okay, all right, so the words to that effect, council, for the resolution, okay? So, so then a motion to grant on condition.
Chair Perlmutter,
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Shetta,
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta.
Aye.
Application has been granted. Item number 16, 2021 73 BZY, 113 West 24th Street, Manhattan.
Okay, there was no submission required here, so motion to grant.
Chair Perlmutter,
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Shetta,
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta.
Aye.
Application has been granted. Zoning calendar, continued hearing items. Item number 17, 2019 179 BZ, 118 West 28th Street, Manhattan. There's a submission.
Yeah, we're still at review session, so please don't call in now. I think at the previous hearing in October, there was a general agreement among the commissioners that the site is unique, and the issue was in determining the minimum variance. As discussed, there is an alternative proposed project that has the bulk equivalent of the azafrite, which therefore complies with height and setback regulations. The 14-story residential use has a 20-foot rear yard, which is permitted for commercial buildings in the M16, but not permitted, of course, for residential buildings. So even though this is an M16, so it's not that there are bulk regulations that apply here, but normally a residential building has 30 feet, both according to multiple dwelling law and zoning. Yeah, Tony, did you want to? You're muted. You're muted. I
Sorry.
muted you, Tony.
Sorry to interrupt you, Madam Chair. I just want to make sure that everyone has seen the revised statement of facts that was submitted on Sunday.
No.
Okay, so apparently,
Yes.
well, this was Daryl's and he forwarded it. Unfortunately, Daryl's in it. So it's an updated statement of facts, which provides a chart on page 14 showing the adjacent lots which were owned separate and apart since December 15th, 61. I think
Okay.
that's an issue.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so that was submitted on Sunday, I think.
Yeah, last evening. Yeah, I
Last
saw it.
evening, yeah.
Okay.
Sorry to interrupt you, Madam Chair.
Okay, no, it's good because I think one of my comments is something to do with still not having a deed search. Okay, so which I'll get to when I get to it. Okay, thank you, Tony. So where was I note on the as discussed, sorry, the 14th, sorry. So I want to say the units in this version lay out very well, utilizing duplexes. And I think further bulk waivers are therefore not appropriate, especially if the 20-foot rear yard is maintained, because this alternative proposed is not their actual proposed. Their actual proposed goes for no setbacks at all on the street. And we said, no, the character of this street is a setback street. So you need to provide setbacks above whatever that height is, which I think it's above the 7th floor is the setback height. So I think though that the project, the units in the alternative proposed project are really laying out nicely because of the use of the duplex, and that they don't need any further waivers, especially if we're okay with the 20-foot rear yard, which is abnormal for a residential building in general. I note on the zoning calculation chart that there's a building code waiver for a stairway width that they need. This is really a Department of Buildings call. I don't see how loss of 55 gross square feet per floor to accommodate a complying stair is a reason for not complying with the district's bulk regulations, where it's a very small amount. At the last hearing, I also had asked why scissor stairs are not being provided instead of 2 sets of stairs, as are shown. If I understand the code sections that were cited by the architect correctly, and also in reviewing the code myself, it appears that scissor stairs are permitted in this project. So please then explain why the preference here is for 2 sets of stairs, especially where the upper floors serve only 1 tenant per floor. So, you know, maybe there is a code aspect, but I'm not sure what it is, but we're not the ones to allow for a DOB code waiver. That's a fire department concern and a DOB specialty, and they have the authority to waive their own code. As requested, the as of right was revised to provide all or nearly all of the floor area, and the stairs were turned parallel to the depth of the site to match the proposed layout of stairs, although the stair width is shown there at 44 inches in the as of right, which is probably what's required for that use. Although I don't know whether it affects the financials, and I won't go into the financials, the layout of the as of right has a large grayed out core area devoted to toilets, coffee room, etc., that if it isn't, it should be included in the rentable area of the office space. I didn't look at how they calculate rentable area. So, and I always throw this in, when I used to rent commercial space, the landlord would always joke that we measured to the middle of the sidewalk. And I'm not sure that that was actually a joke. The revised side streetscape shows that as to bulk, the proposal obviously is consistent with neighborhood character, and that the 6th floor setback, not 7th floor, is respectful of the setback and height conditions on the block front. The bulkhead is shown penetrating the sky exposure plane and is labeled, quote, permitted obstruction. They need to show the calculations to establish this. I don't know how it's a permitted obstruction, given the case we looked at the last hearing, where they did very careful calculations on a similarly sized building, and they were showing that a bulkhead similar to this one exceeded the calculations for a permitted obstruction. Also, my question is, there's a stairwell at the 14th floor that is penetrating the sky exposure plane. I don't see how that's permitted. It's not considered a bulkhead at that level. So I think the architect is misunderstanding how permitted obstructions work. And so either that's something that we might consider waiving, or because the staircase has to go straight up and you can't offset the staircase there, I don't think, unless it's possible to do it, in which case you wouldn't need that waiver. So, and those are my comments. We do have open seeker. Yes, open issues. They're no longer pursuing an E designation. And there were comments on the wrap. They requested a wrap and a chasp. And sorry if I left anything out, Jello. I'm not reading it word for word. If you want to add anything, Jello or Tracy.
No, that's okay. It's just that if the project is modified, then the consultant will need a memo explaining that the air quality and noise sign-off still stand. But I believe the project appears similar in scope to before. It's 19,300 zoning square feet, 12-story residential, ground floor commercial. It appeared similar to the previous plans. So think it will still stand. I don't think a memo is needed unless Tracy wants to look at it and decide.
Okay, all right, that's to be continued. Okay, thank you. All right, so let's get commissioner comments. Vice Chair Shanda.
So at the last hearing, my only question was regarding the setback, and that a setback should be considered and where. The applicant provided a social block study analysis, and I looked through that. And so just bear with me. Based on the social block, there are 35 lots that are fronting on West 28th Street. 16 lots have a setback above a base. The base heights, they do vary from anywhere from 3 stories to 18 stories, regardless of the building heights. And 20 lots have buildings without any setback above a base. And the heights range from 2 stories to 33 stories. The board had asked the applicant to consider an alternative with a setback above the 6th floor. So to understand what the predominant built context is, I removed 11 lots as they had less than 7-story buildings without any setback from this list. So that left about 9 lots that are without any setbacks above the base. So saying all of this is to say that the way I see the data and the build context is that there is an element of base, typically 6 to 7 stories, including the building without, including the buildings with base and buildings without base that are built to 7 stories and less. So there is a kind of a uniformity in that. So I think even a 7th, and I think this is where I would kind of want to hear from Commissioner Otley-Brown in terms of the financing, if the alternative that proposed is viable or not. And if not, then I am open to maybe a setback that doesn't have to be 15 feet, maybe it can be 10 foot above the street line, and that would still allow for a solid 2-bedroom per floor. It may be a little bit shallower, but not still very generous. So I think, I haven't arrived at a conclusion, so I would like to hear from Commissioner Otley-Brown on that. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Otley-Brown?
So the financials actually analyzed the proposed 12-story. So I can't really speak to the alternate proposed, except to let you know that I feel that there is some fat there that would enable a setback and less area to be sold. But anyway, going further into the financials. Originally, I had like 2 major questions. I wanted to know about the cap rates and why they were the same for the as of right. And I wanted them to review their construction costs because they were high. That's all I asked for. Now, for some strange reason, and I know we have often spoken about this with financial analysts, when I review cases and identify certain issues that I want to see changed, corrected, reduced, or explained, I don't expect to see the financials completely redone again, because to me, that's almost like a shell game. And this is exactly what happened here. I had some basic questions. They came in 2 headings, and I received a report where they reanalyzed the retail and came up with lower price per square footage, because now they inserted a new adjustment factor called visibility, which they use to decrease the rent per square foot suggested by the comps, by saying that this space is in the rear and it isn't very visible. And so therefore, they should adjust the comparables down even further. And so the price for retail, the retail square footage lease, is now $90 a square foot. They did a similar type of thing for office. They reduced the comparables by saying there is a new adjustment factor that they call single elevator, and that actually reduced the income per square foot for office space. And so to me, it's like, if you're going to do these things when I don't request them, then that's going to make me wonder what you're trying to hide, number one. And number two, if you're going to do these things like add new comparables, then you need to do new adjustment factors. You need to give me a complete review of that type of property to see whether or not all of your comparables have more than one commercial elevator. So they never really say anything about the comparables in terms of their floor plate, their layout, the amount of elevators they have, yet they're just going over this, adding in a new adjustment factor, reducing the office space price per square foot, and they don't even go through the narrative as to comp number 1 has 3 commercial elevators and a service elevator. So therefore, we're doing a downward adjustment. Comp number 2 has 2 elevators and a service elevator. We're doing a downward adjustment. Comp number 3 only has 1 elevator, so we're not adjusting. None of that's done. But strangely enough, if you go to the pro forma page, they use the original $60 a square foot for the office. So now I feel like I'm on a wild goose chase going around and around in circles for no reason, because they didn't change the lease price per square foot that they originally used. So I'm scratching my head here. I don't know what's going on. For the residential, they don't change the comparables for the 1 bedroom, but they adjust the sales price per square foot for the 1 bedrooms down by $400 a square foot in one apartment and almost $400 a square foot in the other apartment. And they don't explain it. Why now and why only for 1 bedroom apartments? And then the 2 bedroom apartments stay the same. Sorry, that's my dog, because my super is about to come in the apartment. But as a result of these new adjustments, what ends up happening is the income for the proposed is depressed a little. It's decreased overall from the previous application. I'm not sure why. As for the construction costs, they are now using Marshall and Swift, and I'm going to let Commissioner Shetta talk more about it, because he did more of a deep dive into what they were using. And using Marshall and Swift actually, hold on, let me try and just close the door here. There, okay. So they're actually using Marshall and Swift, which reduced the soft costs, which is very good. But I'm wondering if they're picking and choosing at categories in order to beef up the construction costs. I can't really get a feel for what's going on. And the reason why I'm asking this question is because the as of right construction costs go down a little bit per square foot. And they used a category Class A office building average. and they don't really say why they do. And then they use something called an inflation multiplier of 1.05%, which further increases the Marshall and Swift cost factor, and they don't say why they do. And then when you look at the proposed, the base construction costs actually go up from the first report. And for that, they're using luxury high-rise Class B good. And they really should be using Class B average at the most. And one of the reasons why is if you look at the characteristics of Class B good, that's more than one bathroom per bedroom. And this building does not have that. This building has one bathroom per bedroom. And so therefore, it also probably does not have custom carpet and built-ins. And those are the characteristics of using luxury high-rise Class B good. So I feel like the applicant financial analyst is just picking and choosing categories without really knowing why they're doing that, but just seeing that the end result is that it's supporting the original high construction costs. Another thing that this applicant puts into the proposed is an inflation multiplier of 1.19%. So number one, this inflation multiplier is higher than the one for office. And as in the one for office, which is 1.05%, there's no explanation whatsoever as to what this means and why they're applying it. So I don't even think it needs to be in there at all. So I will then turn it over to Commissioner Shetta to talk about that. But I just want to say overall, from what I can see, there is definitely room in the proposed scenario for them to actually put in the setback and the increased rear yard, if that is what the board decides. It can be done and it would still be a feasible project from my analysis.
Okay, and based on just your square footage costs, is that how you're deciding that you could handle a setback? If you
Because I'm looking right now at the financials and the development costs that have gone up, and I think they need to be going down. And if you hear from Commissioner Shetta, he's also going to probably agree that they can be reduced, which is going to increase the delta between the development costs and the project value higher than it is now. And so therefore, I feel that you will have some maneuverability space in the proposed in order to put in your setbacks, which may then result in maybe a slight increase in construction costs, because then you're setting back instead of going straight up, and a slight decrease in your overall value. But I think already they've taken too much liberty in terms of the retail square footage by lowering that. And I feel like they can definitely afford that extra.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Commissioner Shetta?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. During the last hearing, when we asked the applicant to run the construction cost based on Marshall and Swift, I personally was under the impression that they're gonna use the online tool. However, I wasn't sure whether they used the evaluation book services. I had the project manager reach out to the applicant, had discussion with him, and apparently that's what they used. By saying that, I mean that they used the evaluation book service. So this is number one. Number two, I'm not sure whether they have done these kind of estimates before using these valuation books. The reason I'm saying that, when I looked at the cost at the last hearing, the cost was significantly high. I did mention in the last hearing that the cost for the proposed was like $750 per square foot, which is extremely high. For the as of right was an order of $620 per square foot. These numbers are, at least for me, never heard of. That's why we instructed them to run Marshall and Swift and give us updated number. The thing that was alerting in my review was that these figures stayed significantly high, and the numbers they got from Marshall and Swift, and I'm gonna put them in the screen. So this is the as of right, like Commissioner Brown mentioned, Class A commercial building. And if you look at the highlighted fields here, the way you use the valuation book, it's not like the online tool. In the online tool, you put the area, you put the class, you put the perimeter, you put the building parameter, and the program itself automatically calculates the unit cost. And the way you put the building in different sections, meaning that the basement is one section. If let's say you have a certain use in the first 3 stories, you put that in the next section, and then you go to next section and so on. And for each section, you put, sorry about that, you put the parameters, like I said, the area, the use, the finishes, whatever, you give them to the online tool, and it comes up with a unit cost per square foot for each section. And if you are printing a detailed report, it gives you like an average unit price per square foot for the entire building. For the valuation book services, you have to do it that way, but using hand calculations, meaning that you have to go to the book for the above grade, pick a unit price based on the building class, and then factor that in. And then for the basement, you do the same thing. And if you have another section, you repeat that same exact step for different building sections. What is done in this submission is something really strange. And they went to the above grade and they picked the unit price for the above grade, which is 209. If I want to show this, the 209 is here. And this is office building, Class A, and this is average. So if you go to the average, the price per square foot is 209. And this is what is shown here on the first line. And then exactly after this 209, what they should have done is add, if they have an elevator, add it. If they have a sprinkler, add it. And then add just these 3 numbers up and get the unit cost per square foot for the above grade. Then move to the next section, which is the basement. And then for the basement, they should have calculated the 71, or actually got from the table the 71. And again, the 71 is coming from here. This is again Class A or B, unfinished basement, and the unit cost is $71.50. And then again, if you have any add-ons to the basement, you could do the same exact thing as the above grade. But what is done in here is just adding the above grade and the basement unit costs together. And this is the explanation for why the unit price, the unit cost for the aggregate building is almost $500. And for the as of right, it's even much more. I cannot opine on the inflation factor. However, this is the first time for me that I see this plugged in the financials. But I would say for the only multiplier that I have seen, I have ran this cost estimate using the online tool that the board is subscribed to. And I have to say that the only multiplier I saw in this tool is the geographic multiplier. It's about 1.4. And this is the only legit factor I have seen in that application. But other than that, I didn't see any inflation multiplier. I didn't see any facade. Maybe it's done in the background, but I haven't seen them. But long story short, for the as of right, is you should take the 209, add the 48 cent, add the 4.34, add these numbers up, and then apply these multipliers. And then for the basement, if you want to get the unit price for the basement, you just take the 71.5, add the adds on, and apply the same multipliers. Doing so would result in, if you want to adjust the above grade unit price per square foot, what's going to happen if you correct these calculations, and I'm saying correct them because the board had communications actually with Marshall and Swift, and they indicated that what I'm talking about now is the thing that should have been done. So if you take the 71.5 out and it's factored in here by like about 1.7, that would result in reducing that cost, the total cost, by almost $100, taking the cost down to around $370 per square foot. In Manhattan, now this makes sense for me. Then I'll move to the proposed thing, and it's pretty much the same. One second. This is the proposed development scenario. And again, if you see here, 267, yes, this is taken for, the 267 is taken for Class B, good. And this is for luxury apartments. And then they added up the basement, which is $52. And it's again coming from Class A or B unfinished, but they are doing the same mistake by adding these two numbers up. And then applying the add-ons, and then applying the multipliers. And again, you can see here that the inflation multiplier is almost 1.2. I'm not sure where from this is coming. And they are getting almost $600 per square foot for the aggregate. Again, this is extremely high. And the interpretation for obtaining such high number is, again, they added up the 267 and the 52. If we separate the 52, take them aside and consider the basement as a standalone section, again, that would result in reducing that 605 number significantly. So this is my explanation for the really high cost figures that they obtained in these financials. Other than that, I will defer to Commissioner Brown to opine on the the income part. But I do believe that if we were to reduce the scope of the variance that they are proposing now, we have plenty of room to do so. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. Commissioner Shabeta?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Commissioner Sheta, for the master class in Marshall and Swift. I'm going to review that again after the hearings in case I have any questions on how Marshall and Swift works. With regard to this application, I think a note to the applicant, I think all the commissioners agree that there is room for a minimal variance. And I think it'd be easier to not have this pushback and just give us something with a setback so this case can move forward. I have no other comments other than that.
Right, thank you. So I would like to recommend to the applicant, that's what seems to be the consensus. But not from my perspective, I don't see any reason to reduce the depth of the front setback. There's already a really nice layout that shows that it works. And I don't have a problem with the rear yard being 20 feet because the adjacent properties have the same really shallow rear yards, which is typical of that area. So you wouldn't be imposing anything unusual on the neighborhood in the rear. And if the applicant wants to be kind of done with this, seems to me that the building with the alternate project is the right project. And the only thing that needs clarity is about the so-called permitted obstructions, because I don't think that they're permitted obstructions. Yeah, Commissioner Sheta, go ahead.
Yeah, I forgot to add, just I want to put this on the record that even if you fix the unit prices, because I believe this is very important to the B finding, even if you fix the unit prices that were submitted, and I did do that, and you plug in the modified numbers into the financials for the as of right, the as of right seems to stay not feasible. And that's why I believe a grant is needed here, but I'm not sure how big is the grant. In other words, what should be the scope of the variance? And I defer to the board on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Just 1 second. Okay. Just a second, Tony. Thank you.
Commissioner Shelley, you want to put your head down?
Yeah. Okay, sorry, Tony. Okay, thank you.
Go.
Yeah.
Item number 18, 2019-304BZ, 2019-305A, 180 East 132nd Street, the Bronx.
Still scrolling. Okay. The as of right was revised to show a single 11-story building on a single loaded corridor so that the as of right residential units rely only on the west-facing water views. This is something we directed them to do to see what an as of right project could really look like. They only, for whatever reason, there's only one vertical circulation core that was shown on the project, which is really probably not realistic. There should be two, but I know that that affects the costs, but maybe that's appropriate to affect the costs. I'll leave that to Commissioner Otley Brown. The proposed project has two vertical cores. You really would need such a thing because you have to go so far into the site in order to get on the elevator. The zoning chart shows the as of right is underbuilt by almost 20,000 square feet. And there's no explanation for that, except that it must be the height limits for quality housing so that they can't use all of it. But at the same time, the project isn't built on a base the way the proposed is, and whether or not a base, some kind of base construction would be permitted with required setbacks and so on, if that's not residential. So, you know, you could have the base on top of a commercial use that doesn't have a required rear yard, or less of a required rear yard or something like that. So it's not, it seems like they went the simplest way with the as of right and leaves the 20,000 square feet on the table. So I'm not sure that that's accurate. And there's also in the proposed, there are amenity spaces and generous mechanical rooms, which also don't show on the as of right. So you're not really getting an apples to apples comparison. But I do note, of course, that the as of right as shown where we directed it is this really, really long wall that rises 11 stories, and either it's a completely glass wall that, frankly, I have this whole thing about birds dying on glass walls, or it's a completely solid punctured with windows masonry wall. So it's truly a wall. So it's not a great neighborhood character element, but that's an as of right, and we don't look at the neighborhood character of the as of right. However, the as of right plans don't explain it. The single loaded arrangement provides a 30-foot clear area from the legally required windows to that side lot line, as is required by section 23-861, and it leaves a floor plate of approximately 42 inches wide. The portion of the property in the M3 district is functioning as the required 30-foot rear yard. There's a comment on the as of right floor plans that the rear portion of the apartments are in what they call a no light and air zone, presumably because that part of the unit is too far away from the front unit windows. There's a law that has to do with distance of habitable spaces from the window. I think it's 30 feet. No materials are provided to establish that distance, but I note that the one-bedroom units are actually laid out similar to those of most modern apartment buildings, with the bathroom and closet hugging the corridor wall. Usually the kitchen does that as well. So that's actually not a disadvantage in terms of the layouts of the units. So, you know, kind of can't go there on the as of right. However, I do have to say, in light of the fire department's needs for a wraparound lane, fire lane, and concern that they expressed at the last hearing about their apparatus traveling through a 400-foot long tunnel under an occupied and potentially burning building. I'm not actually sure that this as of right proposal is actually as of right, because if fire department can't fight a fire there, and their trucks have to drive through a really long tunnel, where there's, and, flame engagement above, this can't be good. And I want to express my condolences on yesterday's tragedy to the fire department. So we're also conscious of the risk that firefighters are put in with buildings overhead. So I'm not really convinced that this as of right is an as of right, that there's any as of right on the site, actually. So I do believe the unique site is posing hardships that can't be addressed by an as of right. The statement of facts has not been updated to reflect the revised as of right, even though we got a new statement of facts. It describes a segmented building without daylight in the corridors, so they didn't go through the statement of facts and do a proper revision. The proposed has been slightly reconfigured to provide 20 feet wide fire department fire access routes all the way around the site and light and air to all of the units. That reconfiguration creates the need for more crenellations in the site plan, in the floor plates, more crenellations in each of the two towers, resulting in more costly slabs and curtain walls. But since this is supposed to be analyzed by Marshall and Swift, maybe there's no way to calculate that, or it's not relevant enough. I'd like to know why the commercial is set back so far on the site. It's all the way at the end, so I'm not really understanding what the concept behind a commercial that nobody will know about except for building residents. We do have a fire department conditional letter of no objection, but I'd actually like fire department to comment on the concern that they expressed at the last hearing about going underneath the building, because the two towers require, for at least those distances, the fire apparatus to go underneath the buildings. So I'd like to know if that was assuaged somehow. Their conditional letter speaks of a 16-foot height minimum clearance through those short tunnels. I didn't see any dimensions on the drawings. I'd like to understand what the 16 feet is based on also, because it seems to me that the trucks with the ladders and lots of other things might be taller than that. So I was curious, and whether firefighters are actually on the trucks when they're working or anything like that. One of the conditions is also that the fire lane entry curb cut and fire lane has to be kept clear at all times, and access to those lanes prevented by gates. But when you look at the location of the two elevator lobbies in the plan that are so far into the site, I don't see how that gate restriction can actually be enforced, because it's awfully attractive as a drop-off zone to those lobbies that are further down. I mean, how can you tell somebody with lots of bags of groceries or a person who is disabled to get out of their car towards the front, if in case they don't drive into the parking garage? Let's just say it's a taxi, right? So the taxi is not going to drive into the parking garage to let somebody off in at an elevator underground. They're going to drop right there on the street. And now you're talking about somebody with tons of packages and everything having to walk almost 300 feet down. So it seems to me that early on in the story, the gates would be not used. So what I'm thinking is, but you can obviously fix this with a redesign of the lobby condition. So you move the lobby to the second floor with access to it from the first floor, very close to the street line. So you go to an elevator lobby that's right at the street line, you ride that elevator up to the lobby level, and then you make your transverse connections to the elevator that's going to be servicing the apartments. So that's actually a really big concern of mine, because this is such an unusual site. The proposed assumes the entire 29,400 square foot lot is in the MXR8A. So there it results in a 4.02 FAR bonus or increase for the 2,319 square feet that's in the M31 portion. So that's adding almost 10,000 square feet to the project. The proposed version leaves almost nothing on the table because there's this height waiver, right? On the floor plans, I think the question we had before are still open. So with the setbacks, aren't you creating a side yard or a court? And in which event 8 feet is required along the entire side yard line, side lot line, or the court has to meet minimum exterior court dimensions. So I think it's still not a complying condition because that's the rule about a side yard. If there is any open space along the side lot line, then the entire area along the side lot line has to provide 8 feet. So I still think it's not a compliant condition. And then independent of that question, do the areas of the legal windows that are facing adequate distance, so they're facing that 30-foot distance, do they allow for, are they large enough, the areas of the windows within the bedrooms and living rooms? There's a minimum 10% area requirement. Are they meeting that? I can't tell because you're really relying on just those little corner conditions and they may not be big enough or allowed under the multiple dwelling law. This proposed R8A building doesn't comply with quality housing, street wall location, minimum base height or total height requirements. The minimum base height is 60 feet, the maximum is 85 feet, and the maximum height is 120 feet. So because it complies with nothing in quality housing, I don't understand how we can allow a quality housing deduction. The idea, which is almost 10,000 square feet, the whole idea of the quality housing deduction is to encourage developers to build buildings that are contextual, and this is not. So I just don't see how you can allow that mechanical deduction also. So that gives them another 10,000 square feet to play with in addition to what they're asking for in terms of a variance of a waiver on floor area. The building is 5 stories and 50 feet higher than permitted in the R8A, which at 43% greater than permitted is not a modest increase as is stated in the statement of facts. The building would benefit from almost 10,000 square feet of additional floor area because of that height waiver. There is also a use waiver for the cellar in the M31. And an increase in floor area equal to treating the M31 as an R8A. So the reason I keep going through this is I'm really struggling here with the minimum variance. I think the ask is too great. Since it is the height increase that allows the use of the floor area that they're sort of grabbing from the M31, I think a lesser variance would be eliminate the floor area increase, which will reduce the needed height increase. And that way you get down to a place that sounds more like the minimum variance. Just to point out, the lot coverage calculations are incorrect based on the floor plate of the 3rd floor, which is shown as a 15,704 square foot floor plate, which you divide into the lot area and it's 53%. And there were questions that still weren't answered from the last hearing. So the building elevations are still shown in this mysterious thing called GEO. The standard used in America now, I think, is NAVD 88, certainly is what's used in New York, so it must be changed to that. We said that at the last hearing. And then I'm repeating my notes from last time, which I didn't see. There may be now a common ownership chart. That's what my comment was. So that may have been submitted last night or something and I didn't see it, but we needed to know that there were no common ownership of adjacent properties. And it needed to be in a chart form. There was submitted previously a gigantic stack of deeds, which we can't go through. We can't decipher them on behalf of the applicant. The site appears to have frontage. This is my question about clarification on kind of what's going on with respect to those street lines. They did provide a better clarity on the contours of this easement area, but it didn't answer the following questions. The address is 132nd Street. If the GCL waiver is approved, would the address be Lincoln Avenue? There is no direct frontage or access from the site to 132nd Street. So that's why I wonder, like, what is the actual access? Isn't it to Lincoln Avenue, which is the subject of this GCL 36 waiver? Please clarify on the site plan the boundaries of the proposed access road, which is maybe different than the easement that's shown in the red notations now on the site plan. The builder's pavement plan is also unclear as to the extent of the improvement and at what point it will connect with an open improved map street. So that's still open. They need to show the dimensions, street trees, curb details, etc., as required by DOT for the builder's pavement plan. And doesn't the roadbed have to extend all the way to the southern frontage of the property? So right now it's sort of cut short. It doesn't go all the way down to align with the southern property line. So doesn't it have to do that to allow for the emergency vehicle access to that passage route? Because I think it's really crop tight. And then previously submitted on November 10th, 21 was a civil BSA plan C100. That looks like it might be clarifying a lot. That should be incorporated onto the site plan. But I'm not sure if it clarifies all the issues, but it's much more detailed than what we've been given so far in our usual set. So the applicant's architect and engineer needs to look at that to see if that clarifies those questions and access. There are many environmental open issues, air quality, DOT comments, WRP coastal review, community facility analysis, and e-designation notes. We do have closed hazmat, noise, parks, archaeology for landmarks. And we still have open DEP comments on the GCL 36, on open DOT. And we have a fire department conditional no objection letter, which I discussed recent about them allowing for the turnaround underneath, but it's a very detailed conditional approval. Okay, so those are my comments. Vice Chair Shonda.
Thank you. So I want to just start off with one thing with regards to FDNY's very detailed conditional approval as to will it be DOB that will confirm the driveway is built to the DOT load bearing standard? And I actually was not able to find the builder's pavement plan. I looked for it. So if somebody can direct me to it, that would be helpful. And the FDNY letter of approval that has been included in the plan sheet was not very legible. So I think the notes from the FDNY condition should be transferred into the plan, like typically you see in a box which says FDNY condition. That might be more legible just than the letter itself. I was the as of right plan, as you mentioned, Madam Chair, the applicant did respond to the comments, and I agree with you. I think whichever way you laid out, I don't think at the end of the day, the as of right quite works. With regards to the proposed, my greatest concern with the proposed was the unit layout, and the applicant has responded to it. And I do agree with your comment as to they need to verify the court requirement and the legal light and air, and if those windows will meet those requirements or not. And if not, there should be a note there that it is for DOB to verify that it would comply those requirements. So just to reiterate in terms of the uniqueness, as I had reiterated last time, I think this as of right analysis further reaffirms the elements of difficulty in building this site as of right, factoring in the fire department's requirements and accessibility. At the last hearing, I had also stated the reason why I felt the proposed project met the neighborhood character findings, and I think the revised building plan is much more satisfactory than even the previous one. And I felt that the hardship resulting from the uniqueness and factoring the FDNY access requirements makes the development on the site challenging, and the cost, and with the cost adjustment, the proposed development seems reasonable. And I wanted to know if DOT has reviewed the builder's pavement plan. Well, typically this would be like a private driveway, so DOT does not, but given that DOT will have to review for the GCL 36 portion, would it make sense for them to kind of also review it? And that was my comment on it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Ollie Brown?
Okay, so we received our second financial report, and they did streamline the residential, and that resulted in a lowering of the construction costs, but more on construction costs later. I had asked them to review the site value because they had only comparables that considered residential, and they used those to value the M3-1 land, which does not allow residential. That was not done. I'm still telling them that if you're not going to use a different set of comparables to value the M3-1 land, then you at least have to use those comparables and adjust them differently, because M3-1 does not allow for residential, and residential land is more valuable than industrial land. So they have to reflect that one way, shape, or another. As a result, though, of what they didn't do, the site value remained the same. I had comments about the residential comparables, the apartments that they used, I felt were not truly comparable, and I told them to draw from the many new residential developments that were in the South Bronx in the surrounding area. As a result, they did find two new comparables, 2401 3rd Avenue and 276 Grand Concourse, and they told of the average lease rate for studios, 1 bedrooms, 2 bedrooms, and 3 bedrooms. And it was clear that those averages were much higher than the previous analysis suggested. So I expected to see an increase in all of the apartments in both the as of right as well as the proposed that would reflect those new average lease rates. However, when you look at the as of right and the proposed stacking plan, it's clear that almost all of the apartments are actually lower than the new comps suggest that they should be, and I don't know why. So even though the apartment prices are higher in the new report, and the apartments sizes have also gotten larger in the new report because there are less apartments. So I'm really not sure what's actually driving the increase here. But still in all, it's much lower than those two new comparables suggest. And I think they're far more relevant to this application than the previous comparables that are noted. So they really need to just go with that. So for instance, I'll just give examples. For studios, 2401 3rd Avenue is suggesting $2,400 a month average for studios, and 276 Grand Concourse is suggesting $3,100 a square foot for their studio, a month for their studios. However, in the as of right stacking plan, studios with no bridge view are $2,255 a month. And studios in proposed Tower 1 with no bridge view are $2,500 a month, and in proposed Tower 2 are $2,500 a month. So you could see that they're actually lower than the average you would have if you averaged out 3rd Avenue and Grand Concourse studios. So I'm not quite sure why. And it does the same thing for the 1 bedrooms, the 2 bedrooms, and the 3 bedroom apartments. So I looked at the stacking plan and I was like, I was trying to get at whether or not maybe if you averaged all of the apartments in the stacking plan, maybe you would get an amount that approaches the averages by that were suggested by the new comparables, and you actually don't. If you add all of the income per month and divide it by the number of apartments in each scenario, regardless of size, so you're just trying to get a general idea of what the average income per month would be per apartment. For the as of right, you get $2,800, $2,837 a month per apartment, and the proposed, you get $3,381 a month per apartment. But if you look at the average for all types of apartments for that first comp, 2401 3rd Avenue, you get $3,404 a month. And if you average all the comps in the apartment types for the second comp that they gave us, you have $4,033 a month. So it seems to me that perhaps the stacking plans are a little too complicated, and this is resulting in actually decreasing the amount of potential income in both scenarios. So what I'm basically saying is, because they're laid out in such a way, they're separated by tower, they're separated by apartment type, they're separated by floor, they're separated by view, I think that the financial analysts might be getting lost in the analysis. And what ends up happening is they're not then checking their work after the fact to see if when they average everything out, it at least is equaling the average of their comparables. They're not doing that. And so the result is they're actually seem to be lower. We had a conversation about the base construction costs in the last scenario. I'm not talking about any special costs, just the base. And we asked them to use the Marshall and Swift. And it seems as if the base construction costs have actually gone up between the first report and the second report for both the as of right and for the proposed, but it went up even more drastically for proposed than in the first report. And the soft costs were actually reduced, and that's primarily because now we know that with Marshall and Swift, there are certain soft costs that should not be actually included in the line items because they're taken care of in the actual cost factor of the hard costs. And so that we expected to happen. However, the total overall construction costs go down from the first report in the as of right, but up in the proposed. And I'm going to leave the rest of the construction cost analysis to Commissioner Shetta, because he also has an analysis of why those costs seem to have been increased. And we're just talking regular construction costs. And it has to do with the way in which the applicant has formulated their cost factor, and that's problematic. And so I will now leave it to them. At this point, though, given my analysis of both the site value being a little on the high side still and the residential apartments, their income, the potential income being depressed, while there is an as of right, definitely finding being met here, I feel that the finding the minimal variance is still in play, because I'm not quite sure where we're at in terms of the project cost / income ratio to decide whether or not this is the minimum variance or whether they can reduce the project.
Mhm. Okay, and I just want to clarify, when you say the M31, it's only that section, the 29 square, 100 square feet or whatever the number is, that's in the M31, the rest is in R8A, right?
Correct.
Right, okay. All right, I'm gonna keep going.
I just want to follow up on the same question that you asked. I mean, when the M31, they are allowed as of right to take up to 25 feet into the residential portion, right?
Only the strip, no. It only works if you have, so the problem, let's see, I'm not sure whether that strip can be taken as of right, the one that's along the the.
No, I'm not talking
west
about that.
side.
I'm talking about,
Yeah.
I'm,
The other side cannot be taken because it has to be the subject of a special permit because it's more than 25
yeah,
feet,
yeah.
right?
No, yeah, so but up to 25 feet can be counted,
No,
but the rest cannot be.
no. The only way that 7711 works is if you have a pre-existing zoning, a pre-61 zoning lot or a pre-zoning change zoning
Right.
where less than 25 feet is in the other side. Then you
Right.
can do it as of right. If 35 feet is in the other side, which is more like what that is,
Right.
then you're not entitled to use 7711 district boundary move. You have to come to the BSA for a special permit. So that portion at the
So
very
that's-
end that's functioning, that's the rear yard, that is an M31 and cannot
I
be
see.
treated as an R8A.
So even in an as of right because of that. Okay.
No, it's not. Yeah, it's not as of right. Okay.
Right. Okay.
Commissioner Sheta.
Thank you, Chair. I'm gonna start with.
Oh, your speaker is, wait, your speaker's terrible. Try this
Oh,
again.
really?
Yeah, now it's good. Now it's good.
Okay,
Yeah.
sorry about that. I'm gonna start with the findings. Do I find this site unique? The applicant is talking about two elements of uniqueness here. The shape of the site. Last time they said irregularity. I said it's not irregularity. The site is almost rectangular, but it's the aspect ratio, or what I call it, rectangularity ratio of the site. The site is very elongated. I find that unique. Do I find the site unique on the environmental considerations? I don't think so. I'm not sure if we have an approved remedial action plan yet. But even if we do, based on the cost estimate, the remedial cost estimate that is submitted to us, I don't think that site suffer from environmental conditions. It might be very close to a typical site within the city where you get some contaminants here and there. And this is the life in New York. The site has a high groundwater because it's an adjacent site to a waterfront. It's going to be dewatering either way, regardless. They might need to do some groundwater remediation. Yes, it happens all the time within the city, especially with sites close to water bodies. But I want to go first over the cost estimate for the remediation. And honestly, big picture, this is not the big deal here. That when it comes to uniqueness, that the total remedial cost claim is almost 1 million. I'm going to show how this could be taken down significantly, probably by 50%. But if you look at the financials and you look at the pro forma and look at the shortage or the negative return that they are getting, it's way more than the 1 million. So I just want to say that this is that taking the figures for the remediation by even, let's say, 50%, that doesn't mean that their hardship is down by 50%, but it's an element, and I have to tackle that. I do see that the groundwater amount that need to be treated is almost 1 million gallon. I had no feedback when it comes to this. Another major item is the vapor barrier. This is almost 200,000. You see the remediation cost on my screen, right?
Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, this is almost 200,000. This is going to be needed no matter what, whether you have contaminants or not, whether the extent of the contaminants is X or Y. This is a site adjacent to a river, and it's going to need water barrier. So this shouldn't be here, this item. And if you look at the testing, if you look at the excavation, I got no feedback for the 5,000 cubic yard excavation, no calculations for that, or at least I haven't seen them. So this is another significant item. The oversight cost all these items, if you wanna like, if I wanna be fair and just tweak these numbers, I would say that the remediation cost, instead of what they are proposing, the 1 million, I would say a fair cost to a site like that would go down by half. But again, if it goes down by half, that doesn't mean that their hardship is going down by 50%. Reason why? Because the site has another aspect of hardship, which is the shape. That, like I said, the site is very elongated, and the next screen I wanna share is the construction cost. Bear with me. Yeah, the construction cost that was calculated in this submission, and actually, like Commissioner Brown mentioned, that we didn't like the cost last time. It went up this time. That should have like alerted the financial analyst that there is something really incorrect. And the thing that is incorrect, and it did take me like a while to figure out this, is again, the base construction cost is obtained here using the valuation book service, not the online tool that we subscribe to. And the way it works in the valuation book, you drive. If you do it right, you do it right. If you don't do it right, it's screwed. And what they did is they added the cost for the above grade to the cost for the basement. Again, the building should have been divided into two sections. One of them is above grade. The cost for it would be 165. And then the add-ons for the elevators, for the sprinklers, for this, for that. And then I add up all these numbers and multiply them by the local multiplier, by whatever multiplier we have. And that would result in the above grade cost. And then take the basement cost, which is almost $60 per square foot. Of course, because the basement is unfinished, it's just a concrete roof, a concrete floor, ceiling, and the side walls. And $60 add to them whatever ventilation or this or that, and then again apply the multipliers. And I would say that cost for the basement should have been on the order of $125 probably to $150 per square foot. For the as of right, it should have been on the order of $250 to $300, not $410 for the aggregate. And that's why this is the interpretation for why the cost per square foot went up from the last time. So these figures need to be fixed. I'm done on the comments that I want to put on the numbers. But other than the numbers, I want to say something on this case, and I'm gonna share this screen. This is a pictorial comparison between what they call it as of right, and I'm not sure if it's an as of right. I'm not probably the expert on that, but this is what they call it as of right versus the proposed. And if you look at both, if I want to see a building like the one to the left in my neighborhood, my decisive answer would be no. That the one to the right looks nice, and yes, it's desirable, but it's very tall. And what takes us from moving from the layout to the left to the layout to the right has nothing to do with the height. Probably it has something to do with the setbacks, with the bulk parameters in the horizontal directions. It has nothing to do with the height or the bulk parameters when it comes to the vertical directions. That's why I'm thinking of a variance on this case that does two things. Number one, give them the flexibility to build something nice like the one to the right, and in the meantime does not like provide for something beyond the minimum value. And I believe it should be like a mix. Take the height from the guy to the left and take the layout from the guy to the right. If it's done this way, it's gonna be probably a done deal. If they present something like that to me, I'm gonna be for it. The minimum variance issue, I joined this board back in 2017, and since then, I see that we are like struggling, and the applicant as well, on how we can reach a minimum variance. Is it science or is it art? Should it be done with trial and error, or should it be a procedure to shoot for a minimum variance, a methodology, a procedure? And I'm engineer. The best thing I like to play with is numbers. Yes, I understand when it comes to architecture and planning, there are things beyond numbers, but nothing better and fair than more fair than numbers. Numbers talk, like they say. And on a case like this, and on any other case, I would say if applicants provide us with breakdown for different floors, and especially when it comes to looking into a variance that involves waiving the height. If we get a breakdown for the income for different floors, and we have the unit cost per square foot, we can track the profit, the income versus the number of floors, meaning that, let's say the as of right on this case allows for 11 stories, like the indicated. So the first shot I would go with is an 11-story building with some horizontal parameters, bulk parameters waivers, and shoot for, look for what is the income for an 11-story building. And then does it work? And if it doesn't, let's go one more floor. And then let's go one more floor until we hit a point where the income at this point is positive. And the next step is to factor how much profit or positive return. Is it 0.1%? Would it be enough? Or should it be 3%? I believe this is the way a minimum variance should be looked at. And this is the way the applicants should help us, because what I'm seeing for the past 5 years is a negotiation games. I believe everybody on this board is getting tired of that. Thank you.
Thank you. But I do want to say that if we didn't allow for either the 10,000 square feet that gets added from the M31, that would automatically eliminate all those most of those extra floors, if not all of them, because that's what's in that the 12th through 16th floor or something like that is that 10,000 square feet, give or take the quality housing also deduction, which they're taking advantage of. So that's another thing, right?
That's possible. I would say even something beyond that. Who knows? Probably when you give them the chance to play with the bulk parameters in horizontal direction and come up with a nice layout like that, and then go with 11-story building, who knows? It might work, and we're done in one shot that quickly. But typically on variance cases, on every single variance case since 2017 October, I see this. If the variance that makes the return right there, right, reasonable, is this big, the first chart is that big for the applicants. And then it takes us probably up to, I've seen cases when up to 6-7 hearings, negotiating back and forth.
Yes.
And it costs the applicants money, and I hate that. And it costs us money as well, because we like I said, we got paid from public money, and the less hearings we go is a better chance to handle more cases. I hope I made myself clear. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Shabeta?
Thank you, Chair. So I did find the material responsive. I agree that there's an A finding. I believe there's a hardship. I don't believe that this would be an affront to the character, and it was clear that this wasn't something that was self-created. I guess I'm with the other members of the board, and I await a response with regard to the E finding. I don't know. I wait to hear the responses to the comments made by Commissioner Otley Brown and Commissioner Shetto.
Can I just go back? You said you don't believe it was self-created based on what information?
They wrote in their statement of facts that I'll just pull it out. Hold on a moment. I'm sorry. Are you suggesting that this was self-created?
No, I'm not suggesting anything. You made a
So I'm
statement.
confused by the question. I didn't find this to have be self-created. I'm not sure why that's a comment of note, as if no one
Okay.
has.
All right, so the reason that it's not self-created is when we look at a deed search, we're trying to see whether it was owned in common with an adjacent property. And I haven't had a chance, but maybe Jill is going to talk about it to look at that. But anyway, never mind. Let's go to Jella, you had your hand up.
Thank you. In terms of the deed search, I think you made a reference in the beginning that we received something new. I don't think we received anything new
Okay,
to
so
my
maybe-
knowledge.
No, maybe I mixed it up with another one. Apparently. there
The
was
case
something else.
prior, Marjorie, Madam Chair.
Okay. Sorry. Okay, so my comment was, all we have is this gigantic stack of impossible to read deeds. So, and we're not going to do that work for the applicant. So at the moment, we don't know, and that's why I was asking Commissioner Shabeta. We don't know what the deed search history is, because that's the applicant's job to show us that adjacent properties were not held in common with this property. And at the moment, we don't know that. Or unless someone spent a lot of time reviewing those deeds.
I thought it was created from the lot surrounding it.
Right, so that's the thing, is I'm not sure that we established through the analysis that it may have been created from the lot surrounding, but when we have those intervening governmental actions, then we're good. And I'm not sure we got it clear. I don't find it in my notes. If you do, please let me know. I don't know that we saw that intervening governmental action that might have sort of cured that question, because it looks, and it also is, maybe it's been around since forever, since before 61 like that. We only go back to 61. So I just don't know, but I don't see it clarified.
I saw that it was created post 1961, between 1981 and 1985. That's what I saw.
Okay. So that means there's potentially an issue that needs to be overcome that they didn't address, and they need to address that, right?
The threshold issue, Madam Chair?
I think didn't we discuss this
The
at the last
threshold issue,
hearing?
Madam Chair?
It's a threshold. We discussed it and we didn't get an answer.
Okay.
That's the point.
I have it in my, all right.
Yeah, so Jella, did you want to add something still? Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Yes. Three things. Commissioner Sheta mentioned, he asked a question about if remediation was approved or something to that effect. Sorry, I don't have the exact comment, but I do want to let you know that we have a remedial work plan decision document dated July 13th, 2021. That's the date of the letter and the decision. And it says that the DEC and the Department of Health reviewed the remedial work plan for the site and it is approved. And then it has a discussion of the decision, the contaminants of concern, things like that attached to it. That we received that November 8th, 2021. So we have that. And then you had mentioned community facilities. We did send it, but DCP has no comments. They concur with the conclusion that there's no impact. So that's that. And then for DOT, it's a little bit more complicated. So this project scope changed in this submission, and previously it was 224 residential units, which exceeds thresholds in seeker technical manual, table 16.1, in zone 2. If you're over 200 residential units and located in like what they call transportation zone 2, then you need an analysis. So it was at that time. Now it is 180 units, so it's under the threshold. However, DOT did review this project and issue some comments. I can share, I just want you to see what the comments kind of look like. And you see, this was an applicant's response, and you had mentioned this C100 in the civil plan set, and that was to respond to this one comment from DOT. So they do have some outstanding comments, and I believed that they had been coordinating, the seeker team was coordinating with the land use division, which is a separate team, and they're the ones that review the GCLs. But I am actually not sure if that actually occurred, but they have not responded. Land use has not responded, but the seeker team said they're going to reach out. But there is this situation where now the project is under the threshold for seeker review for transportation. So I just want you to be aware of that.
Okay, but my comments about C100 or whichever one I referred to was that that's a nice site plan that seems to be explaining or responding to the open questions we had, but it's not included in the BSA set. It's included in that set. And the BSA site plan doesn't really give you any information about what happens when you exit the site, what you're exiting onto. That's why I sort of stumbled upon that stack of drawings and I said, oh, wait a minute, this one shows a lot. And it's kind of like a builder's pavement plan. I have notes that show last time we looked at a builder's pavement plan, but I don't remember when that was submitted, probably early on in the initial application materials. So it's a lot of things that need to be pulled together into the BSA set to answer, because we're being asked to look at the GCL 36 and how this site will attach to the city's roadways or GCL 36 type of roadways, right? And at the moment, the drawings just show you kind of flying in by helicopter. There isn't any way to.
And I think that's what also DOT was asking in this letter dated. They asked.
Unless that was me, but you're breaking up, impossible to understand. Try that one.
Oh, okay. Can you hear me a little better, closer?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think they were also asking the same thing, DOT, something similar. Please have the consultant verify the design provisions proposed to provide clear and distinct connections between the site and Willis Avenue. So I think it's a similar type of question.
So no matter what, because of the GCL 36, the fire department access and so on, we need DOT to continue to look at the configuration of that street and its connection to this, whether or not it's considered a seeker review or a normal DOT review, because at the moment, it's not an improved street. So we need to know how it's going to be improved. And of course, fire department needs to know that it's properly weight bearing, and also that we have adequate, we have some sort of specifications for what it is that the site itself has to have in terms of adequate weight bearing. Because at the moment, I don't know any of that. Therefore, what's our direction, kind of? Okay, thank you, Jella. Okay, Commissioner Sheta and then Vice Chair Shanda.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Jella. I was aware of that decision document. Was what I was.
Can you,
talking about.
I'm sorry, Commissioner
Right.
Sheta, could you move in more?
Your mic sound is terrible. Everyone's having such terrible
I
problems.
don't know what it is today. God.
Yeah, can you get closer or?
I'm like all the way.
Yeah, that's better. No, go
Okay,
all the
thank you.
way. We don't understand you otherwise.
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Jella, for the clarification. I was aware of that decision document. What I was talking about, that the scope, I don't have like a scope description from DEC, and usually this is not something that DEC or DEP opine on. They care about that, getting the contaminants concentrations or figures to tolerated limits. However, it's probably the environmental consultant who should have like provided us with the extent of excavation, how deep do you want to excavate, like how far in the horizontal direction do you want to go, how much water they gonna extract, with explanations, but this is not been provided. This is one thing. The other thing is I want to give everybody heads up that because of that like methodology that was used in obtaining the construction cost per square foot and the addition of the basement to the above grade, I believe if the figures were adjusted, that would result in reducing the construction cost from currently about 410 probably to like 320 or something around 320, and this would result in almost $75 to $100 reduction for the entire building. I'm talking about the as of right here, of course, although I'm against the kind of building that's described as of right. But if 75, let's say $75 per square foot, and you factor in just this reduction without any adjustments to the income side, I believe that still would make the as of right not feasible, but it's not that far. That gives me heads up in looking at the minimum variance. It shouldn't be so far floor area wise from the as of right. Does it need to be, like I said, in the horizontal direction, the horizontal bulk parameters? Do we need waivers for that? I strongly believe actually that the answer is yes, to give him a chance to play with the configuration of the building to make it a nice looking building. I would ask them next submission if they can give us this. This is what they call it, the stacking plan, the residential stacking plan. And I need this page, the stacking, the entire stacking plan pages actually for the as of right and the proposed. If they can give them to us in a spreadsheets, Excel format, just this part of the financials, because that's gonna help me in looking into the minimum variance evaluation. Thank you.
Okay. But just a reminder, a lot of that's Commissioner Otley Brown's domain, so I want to make sure we don't have two commissioners studying the same thing, whatever. Just to clarify, that's, some of this is her domain, some of it's your domain, and I just want to always try to keep the domains.
Sure.
Right, okay. And feel free, Commissioner, to step in if there was something that I misunderstood about what he was asking for. Commissioner Shanda, Go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to go back to the self-created. The applicant did provide a lot of deed documents, and I remember going through them, found it fascinating. And Commissioner Otley Brown is right that in 1963, Lot 180 was separated from Lot 62, and per 1968, Lot 180 was separately owned from Lot 62 based on a mortgage document between Penn Central Bank. And then Penn Central conveyed it, city foreclosed on the subject side, then subject lot. So there's been change of ownership, city got involved in it. So it has resulted in an intervention of a city entity. And in 1990, as I have it in my notes, city foreclosed subject site, and it's not clear from the document when the city sold it. So I think at that time during the discussions, we had recognized that this kind of city's intervention is something that we do factor in, even though the lot may have been owned in conjunction post 1961. And this is something that the applicant needed to just clarify in its statement. And so I think, Madam Chair, you're referring to that. And I think it, just for the record, it would be helpful if the applicant states that. But that's what I have in my notes, that that the board has considered such a title change as a reason to justify it for finding D.
Yes, well, that's what we already said, and
Yeah.
we needed the applicant to do their work, and they didn't do the work. They handed us a gigantic stack of leases, right?
I think they were trying to get the drawings in place since they kind of had the E. I kind of understand. They had so much going on.
This is for why they didn't submit. So I'm just saying, we still don't have an answer to that. And we needed it, and they didn't give it to us, and they overlooked it, or they didn't overlook it, or whatever. We need that because we need to establish the minimum variance. Okay, so I'm not going to excuse what they were working on. I have no idea. Okay, so all right, let's go on to the next.
Item number 19, 2021-56 BZ, 341 39th Street, Brooklyn.
Okay. Right, the revised drawings rearrange some of the functions on that first floor, which I was really concerned about, so that the children are separated from the visitors at the entrance. And they did that by moving all the administration to that entrance area, which I think is much better, makes much more sense. Obviously, admin needs to be at the front anyway. The drawings don't include, however, a school-only interior stair or a Lula short-stop elevator lift, as discussed at the last hearing, to connect the first to the second floor. There is an existing stair from the cellar to the first floor. Instead, the proposal appears to be to block off access from the upper floors to the second floor, from the upper floors to the second and first floors of 2 fire stairs with a gate located somewhere in those fire stairs, I'm not sure how, which is to be used for emergency egress only for the occupants of the floors above. I'm hoping the fire department, Chief Daly, can participate in this, and to allow the students to use the fire stairs as their daily routes between floors. This was something I was really concerned about, and I don't know whether fire department is okay with this. I didn't find a fire department review, even though I think there was a representation, maybe not in writing, but in communications with our project manager, that fire department was okay with this, but I didn't see a sign off on that. I continue to believe that there should be an interior stair and an interior Lula lift inside the school, but fire department really needs to go through what they're proposing. And I have to say that I was a little confused by what it is the applicant is planning in terms of circulation through the spaces. So I would like them to walk us through using screen share the plans and show how students arrive and how they travel between floors, both by stair and elevator, and how the proposed security system will work. In other applications that we've seen where there's a shared, where the building is being shared with others, we get really elaborate special security drawings that show where the cameras are, where the locks are, all of that. This was just a very kind of sketchy set of drawings, and it wasn't clear about what all the controls are in the staircase. So normally we get something that shows where the CCTVs are, the locks, the alarms, everything. And I didn't really get that from the drawings that we received. So I'd like them to walk through the materials. There is a very helpful letter from the environmental consultant that goes through the board's traffic, noise, and air quality questions, and air quality analysis is in process, so we don't have the results of that yet. The reference is made in that letter to a draft lease rider, which relates to the control of the loading bays, and a copy of the lease rider is attached to the letter. DOT should review that because that's a school safety issue. The rider makes reference to, quote, safety protocols, which have not yet been drafted. So I don't know what the safety protocols are. They should provide those. As to the existing commercial tenants, this is a question that always comes up when we see these riders. How can an existing tenant be required to comply with the terms of a lease rider when they have an existing lease? Sort of, it's adding kind of new terms to something they've already negotiated and signed on. So I don't understand that. Many representations are being made in the letter concerning management of students, buses, and drop-offs. I'm wondering, and I'm thinking it should be, that those should be obligations set forth in a restrictive deck that's in favor of the Department of Transportation, because that's actually who's concerned about the drop-offs and management of students on sidewalks and so on. And how can DOT enforce that or know what its parameters are unless it's committed in some way to a recorded document. DOT submitted a comment letter on April 14th that the applicant has to respond to. We also have school safety comments from February 22nd. We have DEP hazmat sign off, and we don't have yet the air quality sign off, or I didn't find it. Noise and air quality sign off I didn't find. And those are my comments. And Jill, of course, if I missed something, please jump in. And then I'm just looking air quality, noise, DOT. Okay, so Vice Chair Schoenbaum.
Thank you. So I would like the applicant to clarify what were FDNY's outstanding objections that were responded to, and if all of FDNY's objections were addressed in this revised plan. At the last hearing, some of the board members had asked for clarification regarding how the internal vertical circulation would be addressed and would separate the school, especially the children's vertical circulation from the rest of the tenant. The applicant provided a clarification, and also graphically has indicated how that would be done. I was satisfied with that explanation. With regards to the drop-off zone, I think it is really up to DOT. Once DOT approves, and should DOT approve the modification of the transportation circulation, as proposed by the applicant, then only what the applicant is proposing, having a drop-off by in front of the school is considerable. It can be considered, and I think this needs to be worked out with DOT, and I look towards them regarding that. So, all in all, I'm satisfied with the clarification that has been provided regarding the school safety and internal school circulation. And the outstanding finding, which is D, is really for DOT to approve the proposed modification to the traffic circulation and the curbside regulation. And with regards to C, regarding noise, I think we just need the DEP sign off. Otherwise, I have no additional comments.
Commissioner Brown?
I felt that they were very responsive to my questions concerning safety of the students going to and from the school, both by employing well-trained personnel, their staff, and training them to be flaggers and pedestrian safety personnel, as well as providing for us a draft lease that details the restrictions on the loading bays and when they would allow to be in service and when not. I like the idea of the convex mirrors that would inform the drivers of pedestrian activity. They might want to go one step further and install an emergency lighting system over the doors that would activate and flash when those doors do open. Even though they're only going to be used after peak periods, it still would benefit the neighbors as well as any late arriving students. And I was convinced by their alternate 4th Avenue bus arrival departure arguments against, because it would, I do agree with them that it would pose problems in terms of inclement weather and forcing the children to walk from a further distance from the vehicles would be problematic for them. And also it would require, I agree that it would require that the staff that they are employing would have to supervise a longer geographical distance, which could be problematic and lead to gaps in supervision of students walking from the buses into the school. So all in all, I found this to be a very responsive submission, and I actually support the project.
Thank you. I didn't think DOT was opposed to the in-front drop-off. It was just an alternative that they were looking at on 4th Avenue, right? It's not like the 181st Street site where they were absolutely opposed to in-front drop-off.
Right, exactly.
Thank you. Commissioner Shaitan.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I want to praise the applicant for the communications they had with the DOT. I believe when it comes to school safety here, I would defer to DOT on judging this. Stair calls. I saw that they had initial concerns that they laid out the way to for these concerns to be mitigated. And I do see that the applicant had communications with DOT to mitigate these concerns. I still do believe, however, that making 39th Street, I totally understand that DOB opposed to making 39 a one-way route, understood, but I'm not sure whether making 39th Street a one-way route for a narrow time window during drop-off and pickup was discussed with them. I'm not sure. If not, is it possible to convey it to DOT? If it was conveyed and they said no, I'm fine. I want to move this application forward. It's a school. I'm very supportive to it, and I have no further comments on it. Thank you.
I'm not aware of any such things that happen in New York City where there's a timed one way. In Washington, D.C., I don't know if they still do it, but there were commuter hours where all the traffic went one way for X number of hours, and then it went the other way for X number of hours, Y number of hours.
They have that here.
There are some time limitations on certain maneuvers on the city streets. One of them actually is next to like where I live, it's a Crescent with Astoria Boulevard. And if you're coming from Astoria and you want to make a left turn on Crescent, if it's between 7 and 10, it's illegal.
Mhm.
And I do believe that because there is a school close to that location. So it's possible, but it's not our call. It's DOT call. If they want to implement that, I believe it would mitigate it significantly. And if
Mhm.
it's 1 hour, I don't think it's gonna hurt. If I'm driving a truck going to like that area, and I know that it's not gonna be possible between like 7 and 8, I'm not gonna do it.
Right, okay. I just wasn't familiar with those in the city. Thank you. Commissioner Shavetta?
So I found the application, I found the response very well thought out. I was satisfied with the circulation, satisfied with school safety. I'm waiting on our sister agency DOT but I am looking forward to move this application along. With regard to closing off, just because I have I'm very familiar with this roadway. Not that it's at all relevant because we're not going to make that decision. It's on DOT. This is a very to close off on this block. I just don't see DOT making that type of recommendation. The time is right in rush hour, like it's during the hours of rush hour, and this is when this street is used the most. I just don't see them changing the layout of the street. But I am satisfied with this application and hope to make it move forward.
Okay, thanks, Jello. Go ahead. You're muted.
I'm just sharing this. This is the most recent comment letter issued by DOT. I'm not going to speak too much about it, but this was their recommendation. We are having a meeting on Wednesday.
So what is it? So we can't read it that fast. So what is it that
Okay.
you're saying is a recommendation?
It looks like they want a wider westbound lane, 20 feet, to function as a 2-lane, and the other eastbound
Mhm.
would be
They're
more
switching it.
narrow.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
it's flipping it between what there is today and what's proposed, right? Because it went the other way before.
Mhm.
Anyway, okay, thank you. Thank you, okay. All right, let's move on, thank you.
Okay, new cases, item number 2021-43BZ, 90-01 Beach Channel Drive, Queens. This is a variance to repurpose an existing 3-story plus cellar building for commercial use.
We
And
have,
as a right for community facility.
you're done, okay. We have proof of service to officials and a notice of hearing to officials and neighbors. Community board recommends conditional approval and clarifies in an email to the applicant that it is not limiting or doesn't want to limit the use to medical use group 6B. The recommendation makes reference to a deed restriction previously outlined. That's what they say. But I don't think that they didn't provide a copy of that. And it's also referred to in the statement of facts. I have to assume, even though we're not told by any of those materials, that it is the EDC imposed deed restriction requiring medical use at the site. And that's the thing that will eventually need to be discussed with EDC to remove that deed restriction. But it's funny that none of the materials, as they talk about an old deed restriction, but they don't actually say what it is. You have to figure it out yourself by reading the attached approvals, right? Yeah. There is one letter of objection concerned about pedestrian and vehicular traffic. There is one letter in support. This application describes a long tale of woe about a former courthouse building that has been unsuccessful in being adaptively repurposed at great cost to the city, neighborhood, and I say in quotes, the winning bidder of the EDC issued RFP, because this is kind of one of those be careful what you wish for a winner who was unable to actually rent the building out for the restricted use. The EDC approved use is an ambulatory care use group 4A, which is what is shown on the DOB approved alteration type 1 Schedule A. The proposal is for general office use group 6B. I want to be sure that EDC is in the loop with BSA and is supportive of the application, as the deed restriction is under EDC control and must be removed for the variance to be of any use. So I don't have anything, I don't see anything in the files that indicate some kind of, whatever it is, understanding from EDC that they would be willing to lift the deed restriction. So, not clear at all. On the A finding, the applicant has certainly demonstrated that in spite of all efforts, the existing building is obsolete for the allowable uses as either a courthouse for which it was originally built, or for the use group 4A ambulatory care facilities exclusively. So to be exclusively for that use, which is what was approved. The same site was the subject, my computer just shut down. Sorry, maybe we move on. So the same site was the subject of a variance previously to allow use group 6 use. And that's all I know by heart. My computer just shut down without telling me. Sorry, everyone. Maybe let's move on to the vice chair, and we'll come back when I can read something.
It's Monday.
Sure, let me pick up from where you left off. Yes, you're right. The 1986 variance that was granted was to permit a use group 6B office. And after the variance was granted, EDC had issued an RFP in 2012, and that's when the proposal for the hospital, like an ambulatory medical facility, was proposed, and that won the bid. And as part of that bid was a mayoral override was granted to allow for the winning bid to get built, and that was granted 2014, and that was to allow ambulatory care facility in excess of 1,500 square feet. Just to go back, when in 1986 the variance was granted, the community facility issue was not an issue, because you could build community facility over 1,500 square feet. The zoning text that came later on limited the community facility use to 1,500 square feet, and that was waived through a mayoral override, including side yards and other things. So in 86, it just assumed a community facility building of any size would be permitted as of right, but it needed the use waiver for an office building. So do you want me to continue, or do you want to take it over?
No, I can't, because I'm now starting up and rebooting and all those things that computers do when they decide to shut down without asking you.
Okay. Okay, so then should I just go with my
Going, and then I'll jump in.
Okay, sure. So as you stated, with regards to A, yes, the applicant has due diligently tried to do its best to meet the deed restrictions, but has failed to do so despite all attempts made. And it meets A, therefore. And with regards to B, this is already a built structure. And the applicant in its narrative stated that it used a very conservative financial analysis on the site. It did not adjust the soft cost, which had omitted some of the other cost, including like environmental cleanup, upgrades, to basic structure and all other elements such as electrical, plumbing, and resetting the exterior limestone and such. But keeping this conservative estimate, which did not factor some of these things, there is still a hardship, and there is a loss on the with a community facility use in place. In terms of the neighborhood character, I totally, I mean, I've been by this building. I remember right after Hurricane Sandy, I went by, I had gone to Far Rockaway as part of, I think, some HPD inventory that we were doing. And I had gone by this building to see how this building weathered. It was kind of sad to see this historic building in that condition. So longer such an historic building in the peninsula remains unused, it is a blight to the community and a significant loss to the community. In a way, it would be an abandonment of its rich history. So providing the flexibility of use in the ready-to-move-in repurposed historic building will be a benefit to the community and will enhance the character. With regards to the block front of Beach Channel Drive, which has a C21 overlay just for a one block portion, I think this use would be a continuation of its rich history, which allowed office uses there. And so the nature of the office use and also the ambulatory medical facility or even a community facility use will be similar and will not be out of character with the context and the historic use of the site. Something I want to just mention also the parking supply. So if you recall back in 1986, when the BSA variance was granted, at that time, it was only the subject, the courthouse site that was before us. Between 1986 to 2014, the two additional side lots were added. And this was to, these two side lots basically provide parking on site. So as part of the 1986 grant, the board had determined that such parking need can be adequately met on site and by the available number of on-street parking spaces, even when these two side lots were not part of the parcel then. In this case, there are parcels. 18 parking spaces will be provided on site, in addition to whatever is available off-site and on street. So I think from that point of view, this is being very responsive to the community and understanding the need for, and will not be out of character. So from that aspect, it meets finding D. It's definitely not self-created, and I think the ask is very reasonable, and I am very satisfied with the application, and I really hope that the project site can be quickly reactivated. Thank you.
Almost there. Hold on a second. Sorry. Can you tell me what the case number is, Tony, or anybody?
2021 43 BZ.
43, thank you. Okay, let's see if it wants to listen to me now. Thank you. So I did say the A finding. Okay, in terms of, now I want to just go back to the A finding. So the applicant provided us many kind of reams of proof of their efforts to rent out this space. They did it in a way that it's really, it's a huge catalog of all the phone calls they received and the various forms of outreach they made to try to identify medical users, and still, in spite of all that, they were unable to rent it. Okay, we've already discussed the mayoral overrides. I'm curious, okay, I'm actually, one of my questions is, I'm curious about whether offices were actually constructed or whether this was brought to a vanilla box level. Ambulatory care requires a significant amount of plumbing, and I used to design medical offices, and so I'm curious whether there's all of that plumbing in there that was already installed. Photos were provided to us of unknown date, and they appear to show the interior work not yet completed, so no office partitions in place yet. I'm just trying to understand whether there's demolition costs that they're going to have to incorporate in the analysis, or whether the interior build out didn't get far enough to require demolition, and kind of, the issue of waste and so on, which goes to the financials and additional costs to make it more appealing for office use, for general office use. Also, I noted that there is as was stated, a C23 zoning district across the street from the site to the north and west. So the proposed use is in character with the area, and parking will be provided in the adjacent tax lots. The renderings provided to attract medical tenants show how attractive this building will be once it is fully completed. So it really needs to do this thing, because it has been a blight in the community. Use group 6B, in terms of the uses to be imposed in this, in an officially a residential district, even though adjacent to a commercial district. Use group 6B is our professional offices, which include medical offices. So, and then also other types of professionals, lawyers, accountants, that kind of thing, architects. So it's clearly the most minimal change when confined from ambulatory care use group 4 to doctor's offices to professional offices. So it's kind of a not noticeable change. If anything, there might be even less traffic, because we see ambulatory care is very trip heavy, whereas other types of professional offices tend not to be as trip heavy. And clearly the hardship is presented by the building itself and not the owner or predecessor in title. I note also that this building is on the national and state registers of historic places, and as with all discretionary approvals, must undergo SHPO review, State Historic Preservation Office review, for compliance with the Department of Interior's standards, and it's the U.S. Department of Interior standards. There is a 2018 conditional approval letter from the National Park Service. I'd like to know, is that office aware of the proposed changes to the project? Shouldn't there be a restrictive declaration to this effect? Because I understand this is a historic tax credit project, as noted in the 2004 negative declaration. And so SHPO stays involved, because that makes this, I'm not really sure anymore. There was a point where things started falling off the type 1 action list relative to seeker review and for historic properties. I'm not sure what the condition is now, but this was issued a 2014 negative declaration with SHPO and National Register involvement. So we need to clear up like what's going on with that. The mayoral approval included environmental review and obligations. I'd like to know whether they have been demonstrated to have been accomplished, because the work was done mostly. So can we say that there's sort of a seeker sign off on the environmental? The negative declaration describes 43 off-site parking spaces will be provided. Can they clarify the status on that? I don't know where they are or what. Could the applicant provide more information about the landscaping and parking? There's a large area between the building and the parking lot, which is labeled as lot 76, that isn't labeled as what it's for. What is that? Can it be more parking? Can it be landscaped? I see Tracy's hand up just a second. And shouldn't there be landscaping between the parking lot and the adjacent residential use? I don't see that shown at all. And those are my comments. Go ahead, Tracy. Oh, you're speaking, but you're muted, and so therefore no one can hear.
Yes, I am still learning how to reuse these items. Sorry about that.
Tracy.
Thank you. I'm catching up, but I do recall that for this application, we had looked into it in detail and decided it needed a new environmental review, and we couldn't rely on the previous reviews. Although it would be good to know if all the conditions were satisfied, as you said, from the previous ones, just in terms of in terms of understanding the current situation. Also, in terms of EDC being in the loop, the Mayor's Office of Environmental Coordination said that when we were looking at this new project, that this project is not, it's a private developer, there's no city sponsorship involved. So I don't know if we would, how that links up with the RD, but if it's
Okay.
void or not, but.
Okay.
But the city doesn't manage the property anymore, so
Right.
originally it was involved.
Okay, well, so it depends on what the terms of the RD, so you're saying that because if it were a city managed property, then sort of the deal of the transfer was the RD, but I think the deal of the transfer is still the RD, right? I mean, in other words, normally the city hands it over to a private developer on condition that the developer do the following things, right? So, and the developer basically was intending to do the following things, but couldn't in terms of the EDC restriction, but in terms of the environmental restrictions, probably no reason why it couldn't do those things. Because I've actually worked on some of these kinds of cases where a private owner obtains, but the deal is we'll give it to you at whatever the price is, but only if you do those things. So of course, this is the law department, et cetera, involved, but it
Right,
probably-
that's mostly to explain why we needed a new environmental review. And if it is linked, I would like to learn more about the RD side of it too. Thanks.
Okay, thanks. All right. Okay, Commissioner Otley Brown.
So I just want to say I'm very sympathetic to this project because I feel like they're caught between EDC's desire to develop this building rather than see it lay fallow and the enemy of time, which basically enough time elapsed between EDC's vision and today, in which there is a whole different market out there for ambulatory care, for which this property, which if it was actually rehabbed 7 years ago, would have possibly been competitive, but given the increase in ambulatory care facilities in the area now is no longer a competitive project. And so I'm sympathetic to that and certainly feel that just allowing them the flexibility in their ability to lease would definitely go a long way to making this project a feasible project. So I'm actually very supportive of this project. Just have a few small questions. They talk about how they provided the extra parking. Would there be a parking requirement for this project in general? And I think that if they could just detail what that parking requirement would be, it would give us an idea of whether or not they're providing the as of right requirement for parking or if they're falling short. That would be helpful for us. As for the financials, I also have just a few questions for the site value. Their depreciation factor is based on the ORPS table. They just need to detail which ORPS table they used. It doesn't say, and usually ORPS tables are divided by type of building, so that would be helpful. For their community facility rents, they talk about how there were no community facility rents in the area, so they had to go to the mainland, so to speak, in Howard Beach to get their comparables. However, their statement talks about how there were new community facility buildings being built in the area. So my question is, why couldn't they draw comps from those new developments? Then for the office rents, they say that there are comps in Schedule F but my version of the report doesn't have a Schedule F. So I just had to go with what they said. If they inadvertently left out a Schedule F, it would be appreciative if they did submit it to us so I can just review the comps that they use. But it does make sense to me that office rents would be higher than community facility rents because you have a broader range of people that you could lease to, which would drive up demand and hence drive up price. As for their vacancy rates, even though they're making the argument that there's no way that they would be able to lease up this building if they were limited to ambulatory care facility, they're using a vacancy rate of 10% for both scenarios, which to me seems very conservative. And I feel like they can easily make the vacancy rate higher for the as of right in order to further illustrate their situation and how this current project, if it had to have as of right uses, would not be feasible. And I couldn't find out where they put the lease up time in the project. I just saw construction period, but not lease up time. And I feel like they could definitely use lease up time and vary it to further illustrate their unique hardship as well. So I feel like in addition to the fact that they didn't include their soft costs, their actual soft costs in their construction costs, the fact that they didn't vary vacancy rates or vary lease up time shows me a very conservative analysis. And so I find it convincing. In summary, this project analysis really comes down to income and leasing difficulties, all other things being equal. And given that they have spent a lot of time and many years trying to lease the property for the EDC approved use with no luck, I don't think it would be problematic to allow a more flexible option for use. So I think office and community facility uses can be closely related and in some cases even interchangeable if you're talking about professional medical offices. And so I personally am fine with this project. If they could just give me those few answers, it could be in a narrative if they don't have time, or they could just answer it right now in a hearing when they come before us. I would be fine with just going with that.
Okay. Just a question about the analysis of the vacancies. How can there be even a single occupancy of this? They haven't, for all of these years, they've been trying to rent to ambulatory. Wouldn't the vacancy rate be like 90%?
That's what I'm trying to tell them. It's like they had the vacancy rate for the as of right as 10%. And I'm like, if your whole argument is that you can't find anybody, definitely increase that vacancy rate for the as of right, because it certainly would make this even more convincing.
Right. And you would think that in terms of the way the ambulatory care market works, a doctor's not going to rent an office filled with architects and lawyers. They pack together. That's really how doctors' offices work, right? So you're going to have, for a community facility, unless the whole place is rented up, which you've proven you can't do, you can't say, we'll rent up a few rooms here and there and the rest is empty. That's how you turn off potential tenants. So anyway, that's just sort of reality.
Right, I agree. I think that what they were probably shooting for would be like to get a West Med to come in and lease the entire building and have a whole operation of all different specialties and everything like that. And that's difficult to do.
Yeah. Thank you. Commissioner Sheta.
Thank you so much. I find the application satisfactory. I believe it passes the A finding, the uniqueness finding. I believe the configuration of the building makes it very, very unique for the as of right use in the neighborhood within the zoning district. I do believe, based on the numbers that were submitted for the financials, that they do have a hardship in realizing reasonable return. The only question I have on that is my understanding is like most of the work is done, and I do understand that the numbers for the soft and the hard cost that were provided to us are based on actual spent figures. most of them. I'm not saying all of them. And I just need a confirmation to that. On the C finding, I don't believe that the grant requested or the waiver requested is gonna negatively impact the character of the neighborhood. They are not, I don't see that they are asking for like a bulk waiver. It's just, my understanding is that they want to get some sort of flexibility to like switch between the currently like permitted based on whatever variances and mayoral overrides they obtained before, the permitted community facility that exceeds the limitations, and a use which is offices, an office use. And I don't think that this ask is much. I believe it's reasonable. But I do have a question for them. If you want to give yourself flexibility, I did look at the drawings and I don't see any mention for the community use on the drawings, neither the below limit, the below 1,500 square foot, nor even whatever is beyond that. All the proposed drawings, hopefully I didn't miss anything on that, say office. And I'm afraid that if instead of like getting some more flexibility, they get some more restrictions. If we take
No,
the
no.
drones,
Let me clarify. The
Sure.
community facility, the use group 4 and the use group 3, those are allowed as of right.
with
They're
any
at-
size,
And well, they don't need, so this is the thing that's kind of interesting about the zoning resolution. It plays either way for doctor's offices. Doctor's offices can either be use group 4 or use group 6. So
Okay.
once allowed to have use group 6, they don't have to worry about doctor's offices being use group 4 because they can have any amount of use group 6 doctor's offices, right? But use group 4 is also lots of other kinds of community facilities. So if after this variance, some of the building is rented out as doctor's offices under use group 6, and some is rented out to law firms as use group 6, some of it could also be rented out to whatever, a school, something as a use group 3 or a use group 4. So that's actually just allowed as of right. So all of the use group 3s and 4s are permitted under this, along with the right to use use group 6B. Okay, so it doesn't limit their ability to fill the whole thing up with doctor's offices, but the doctor's offices would be use group 6B.
how about a hospital?
A hospital is a use group 3 or 4, I forget which one. And there's no limitation on the size of a hospital. The limitation is on the size of an ambulatory care facility.
Yeah.
That's what you got the 1,500 square foot limit in this district, okay?
And if we approve the drawings the way they are presented, they still gonna be able to have the more than 1,500 square foot ambulatory facility, right?
So it would simply not be called that. It would be called a doctor's office. And there's no
Okay.
limitation on size.
I
Well,
just
the
want
mayor, can I just say the mayoral override is still in play, and the mayoral override did allow for ambulatory medical care facilities over 1,500 square feet. So that can also be there in addition to the doctor's office under use group 6. So that was the whole purpose of the mayoral override.
Right, but
okay,
it's
I
not.
believe this
actually-
clarifies.
But it's actually unnecessary. I should explain a little bit about how the zoning resolution handles doctor's offices. The whole idea is that they wanted doctor's offices to be located in residence districts. They just wanted that, so that, you know, the classic is on Park Avenue, on the ground floor of Park Avenue. All of those ground floor spaces are doctor's offices in residence districts. But that use group 6 allows professional offices with no limitation. So if you're in a commercial district, you don't need to call them use group 4. You can call them use group 6. So there isn't actually any reason. And when you go to the buildings department, they ask you, you pick. And the only reason why you might go for a use group 4 is if there's what we call a zoning bonus for additional floor area for a community facility. That's the only reason you might do it, but in this situation, it's completely irrelevant. So no matter, I'm always concerned about the Department of Buildings being confused and giving them a hard time, whatever. If they wanted medical offices, they still can, even if the whole building is use group 6B, okay? So just to be clear about that. And so
Yeah, and if the mayoral override is gonna be there and it's not overwritten by whatever grant that we're gonna be making, I don't think there is an issue then. I just wanted to make sure that they are coming for a variance, they do not lose. They just get the flexibility that they are looking for.
right, okay, okay,
Thank you.
sure. Now I've lost track. Commissioner Shibeta.
Thank you, Chair. I too am sympathetic with this applicant. I found that it meets all 5 of the findings and have no further questions.
Okay, thank you. All right,
Let's move on.
another couple. Let's go. Okay, Tony.
Item number 21, 2021-75 BZY, 3815 9th Street, Brooklyn. And did everyone see the DOB letter?
Yes.
Okay, and the thing,
DOB proof of permit, right? That?
yes,
letter?
ma'am.
Okay. So we approve the service of initial application and of notice of hearing to officials. Community board waived its recommendation. This is an application under section 11-332A for a minor development that started when use group 5 transient hotels were permitted as of right under section 42-11. The zoning text amendment occurred on December 20th, 2018, at which point foundations had to have been complete under section 11-331 pursuant to a valid permit. However, under 42-111C, the vesting standard was modified to allow vesting based on building permits only if they were issued by 4/23/18. We have a letter from DOB stating that the permits were lawfully issued, but Biz shows the building website, building department website, shows that foundation permits were issued on August 31st, 2018, which is too late under section 42-111C. Hence, the 11-331 vesting provision has to apply in this case. The applicant provided a November 14th, 2018 as-built foundation survey and a December 4th, 18 footing and foundation sign-off letter. So the project vested in time pursuant to 11-331. So foundations complete prior to the zoning text amendment date of December 20th. The applicant, under section 11-332A, the applicant had 2 years or until December 20th, 2020 to obtain a certificate of occupancy. But because this time period coincided with the COVID state of emergency, the mayor issued an executive order that told the expiration of the term until October 21st, 2021. The applicant then had only 30 days to file for an extension of the time, which they did do within the 30 days. However, since the certificate of occupancy has not yet been obtained and the tolling period has expired, the BSA can look to whether as of December 20th, 2020, substantial construction had been completed and substantial expenditures made. We could look at that from that point of view. So there's an AIA requisition for payment for the period to October 31, 2020, which shows $13 million out of $18 million completed and stored to date, which represents 72% of the total project. But we don't have construction photos from that time period to kind of reinforce how much work was actually physically in place instead of only relying on that AIA payment requisition. Instead, we have progress photos from a year later, from October 21st, 2021, showing a basically completed building, and the AIA requisition for payment from that same time period, October 1st, 2021, shows 16.5 million out of 18 million completed and stored to date, which is 92% of the project. So if we allow for the mayor's executive order that told the 12/20/20 completion deadline, the 11/332 findings have been established. So that's just kind of going step by step through. There are, however, about shown on Biz, about $28,000 in ECB penalties due, along with a partial stop work order. Those penalties need to be paid, and the offending issue, just the offending issue with the stop work order cured. We received late last night proof of payment of $16,000 in penalties, but that's missing an additional, whatever that is, $10,000. So I'm not sure, it's actually 12,000. I'm not sure about that remaining balance or the cures, so applicants should discuss those at hearing. Okay, so those are my comments. Vice Chair Shanda.
So the applicant has met the elements of 11-332 and has met the substantial expenditure and substantial construction elements. With regards to the violation, and I wish this kind of explanation was provided by prior applicants before. If it did, this is the first time I'm reading this clear explanation that the applicant has provided regarding ECB and DOB penalties and how they do not become judgments. And I thought this was very helpful. It educated me a lot in terms of how we go about issuing penalties and how we, or are not issuing, how we require penalties to be paid. And so I think in this case, now that I have a better understanding of this, I would not want to pursue this and only ask them to pay those violations that has been judged upon, and those have to be addressed and not the pending ones.
And not the what ones?
Pending ones. So I think there's a distinction of various ones, and so it's the ones that have been decided upon are the ones make sense if they are outstanding, but the ones that have not been decided upon, I think we should be forcing the applicant to pay them. That's all.
Okay, I don't want to go into about that now. We need to just break for lunch and we need to. Okay, all right, Commissioner Ollie Brown. Sorry, we can't hear you for some reason.
I agree with the two of you. Can you hear me now?
Not very well. Can you go closer to your mic?
I can agree with the two of you. How about that? That the applicant has met the findings here. I just have one question, or one, I want to alert them to one error. Page 7 of their findings says 767 out of 730 days scheduled for construction have been completed, and it should be reversed to 730 out of 767. Because that dovetails with the 95% of the working days that are completed, not 105%. And that's my only comment.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Commissioner Sheta.
Thank you, Chair. I agree with the board members that the application has met the findings, and the only thing that I want to say is that submitted foundations and SOE drawings and other drawings, I did take them from the filing perspective. Especially we were not involved even in the initial visiting that was checked by the DOB, and I did look at them from that technical perspective. So just we took them for filing purposes, and I have no further comments to add. Thank you.
I just want to clarify also that because drawings are constantly amended, the date of approval of those drawings doesn't coincide with the initial permitting dates. So I'm only looking, I go on DOB's website, I look when the permit was issued initially to make sure that they hit the permit requirement in time. And I'm not looking at drawings that were approved a year later because they were approved with amendments. So it's nice to have them because you can see, but you don't know what was approved at the time that the permits were issued, and it's not really relevant to us. Unless there's someone contesting and saying, well, actually, there were no drawings submitted, they just got a permit. So we're not being asked for that. DOB says the permits were validly issued. And I think that meets the standard. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm talking about this from the liability perspective. I just wanted to clarify that we haven't reviewed them.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Shabeta?
Thank you, Chair. I found this application was complete. I found that it met the findings. This is vested. I do want to piggyback on a statement that was made by Vice Chair Shanda. The letter that we received last night detailed that there were 4 open matters, open violations that have yet to be adjudicated. And I agree with Commissioner Shanda that if it's still in the process of being adjudicated, it wouldn't be appropriate for the board to require that payment be made, in that there is a process of hearing that's going on at the moment. And even in that letter, you'll see that one of the penalties that was made was then reversed because it was made in error. We don't want to run into a situation where we would force someone to pay for something that they haven't been heard on yet, especially if they're moving towards the hearing process. And those are my only comments.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I'm just pointing out that on all of the prior applications we've been seeing for the last X years, applicants pay the fines, and if they're successful in an ECB hearing, they get a refund. But one of the reasons that we started doing this is because DOB was talking about how people never pay the violations, and then the people wait 7 years and then they're written off. And so that's depriving the city of a huge amount of income and it's also a way to make sure that the owners comply with law. And having been someone who actually prosecuted ECB violations, you're negotiating, but very often you have to pay the violation. That's the reason that we did it. It was actually DOB requesting that agencies not approve alternative additional approvals or whatever if there were outstanding violations at DOB, because DOB has no leverage short of a stop work order. So in this case, there is a stop work order on something, partial stop. So that's why we did that thing. So I'm just saying, in the interest of consistency, I like how do you treat these guys different than those guys? That's kind of what I'm saying. We have treating them that way.
I can appreciate that. I just think that that there's a process that's been made to address a person's rights or a property owner's rights with regard to a violation. To require that they pay a debt before it's found to be a debt, I think that we're not on very strong footing there.
So, but this is what we've been doing all along. So when you say we're not on very strong footing, how come we're not on strong footing today, but we were on strong footing before? That's what I'm trying.
And I'm not suggesting anything about how our past practices are. I'm suggesting that now that this has come to our attention, I'm making the statement as to whether or not we should be proceeding in this fashion.
Okay. So
I just want to state that DOB summonses that have not yet been subject to adjudication have no fine associated with them yet.
Really? How's that work? Chase, could you go through that again?
ECB or DOB summonses that have not yet been adjudicated have no associated fine. It's only when they go into default because they have not been adjudicated If they're in default, they have a fine associated. But if they're new or pending ECBs, they don't yet have a fine associated because they haven't been adjudicated.
So then let's just talk about that for a second. Because I've gone to lots of ECB hearings where there's the administrative law judge that basically often says, well, did you or didn't you? And then the negotiation on the fine, there's not a lot of negotiation on the fine. So my question is this: if ECB has assigned a fine because you didn't show up at the hearing, for example, does that fine get negotiated?
So the fines aren't negotiated. The penalties, so DOB is very specific that they're not issuing penalties. They issue summonses because you have not yet been adjudicated to be in violation yet. So they're not issuing violations, they're summonses. The administrative code has a codified fee schedule for whatever class or violation infraction it is. The default penalty, I believe, is 2.5 times the scheduled penalty if you are adjudicated to be in violation for that summons.
Okay, so, and if you're,
So if you pull it out of default, if you were able to successfully file a motion to take your ECBs out of default and then appear, yes, you could be adjudicated to then receive the actual imposed penalty, which is not the default penalty.
okay. So you could have some kind of an excuse that you shouldn't have been considered in default?
Yes.
Okay.
And I believe you can, it's as of right to take them out of default within 30 or 60 days.
Right, but if they're really old,
Yeah, there is a process.
okay. All right, interesting. Thank you, Chase. All right, let's
Move
go
on.
on.
Final case is item number 22, 2022-5 BZY 3804 11th Street, Queens. It's an extension of time.
We have proof of application and of notice of hearing to officials. Community board waived its recommendation. This is an application under section 11332A for a minor development that started when use group 5 transient hotels were permitted under section 42-11. The zoning text amendment occurred on December 20th, 2018, at which point foundations had to have been complete under section 11331 pursuant to a valid permit. However, under section 42-111C, the vesting standard was modified to allow vesting based on building or partial permits only if they were issued by April 23rd, 2018, and the project was completed to temporary CO by December 20th, 2021. We have a letter from DOB stating that the permits were lawfully issued. Biz shows that foundation permits, which are partial permits, were issued on October 5th, 2016, and new building permits were issued on May 30th, 2018. So the way I read section 42-111C, the project vested as of April 23rd, 2018, by virtue of the partial permit for the foundation, and had to have been completed to TCO by December 21st, 2021. An AIA requisition for payment dated 12/17/21 shows $10.3 million completed or stored to date out of a total project cost of $12.9 million, or 80% of the total project. Photos taken of the site on December 21st, 21, which was the deadline by which they're supposed to receive the TCO, show a nearly completed, fully clad building with windows installed above the first floor. Section 11332 allows BSA to extend the time to complete construction on a minor development for up to 2 years if substantial construction and substantial expenditures have been made. 80% of the project completion certainly meets that test. And I left out that the application was filed within 30 days of that 12/21/21 deadline. But there are approximately $12,000 in ECB violations due, and I didn't see any submission on that. subject. Yeah.
Friday, they submitted and I forwarded to everyone. They paid the 12,000, was it 600? Yeah.
Okay. All right, thank you, Tony. All right, Vice Chair Schneider.
I agree with you. The applicant has met all the findings. I have no additional comments. I'm satisfied.
Commissioner Otley Brown.
I agree that the applicant has met the findings and I have no further comments.
Okay, Commissioner Sheta.
Thank you, Chair. I share the same as my colleagues. And again, on this case, we have not reviewed the drawings for the SOE or the foundation. Thank you.
And Commissioner Shabeta.
Thank you, Chair. I believe the application meets the findings, and I have no further questions.
All right. Thank you, everyone.
Okay, this concludes the public review session for April 25th, 2022. I'm assuming we're going to take a break now.
Yes, 30-minute break. We will commence the public hearing at 2 p.m. Thank you, everybody. Okay, if everyone could come back, please.
We're live? Yeah, okay. We'll put the screen up. All right. Steve? Thank you. Good afternoon. This is the Board of Standards and Appeals public hearing for April 25th, 2022. The first item up is continued hearings, item number 17, 2019-179 BZ, 119 West 28th Street, Manhattan.
Name is full of there. I'm allowing her in. And Cohen also has her hand up. Anybody else on the team, please raise your hand.
Oh, yeah. We should have Barbara, Amy, Helen, and Amber.
I need last names. Sorry. Amy. Me? Okay.
Amy. Did you find it, or should I look for her last name?
Helen Wong.
Okay.
Okay. And Amber, I lost Amber. Okay. Here we go.
Helen Wong is part of your group?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay. What else is there? Amber. Okay, is that it?
I think so. Just looking. So we have Helen, Amy, Amber,
Barbara.
Barbara. Yep.
Okay, everyone on mute, please, that is on the team, and try and connect by checking on panelist, pressing panelist. Okay. Ms. Wong, Ms. Mai,
Yes.
Can you accept panelists?
panelist.
See you.
I did.
Oh, you did? There you go.
Oops.
We are.
Okay, everyone on mute, please. Ms. Wong. Thank you. Now you're still muted. All
Okay.
right. Okay, everyone raise their hands, raise their right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board, and to respond honestly to the board member questions?
I do.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Okay, Ms. Fullader, please proceed.
Thank you so much. Elise Holadair from Eric Palatnik PC on behalf of the applicant. With us today, we have Helen and Amy, who are from the architect's office. Barbara, you know very well, is the financial consultant, and Amber did the EAS. So we will go through each of your comments. So I think the first comment we can discuss maybe is the easiest, is the scissor stair permitted explanation from Helen and Amy.
Yes, actually, the scissors stair question, I guess I was just misunderstood your question. But anyway, we did.
Wait, I'm
look
sorry,
at-
Ms. Swan, could you identify yourself? Each person,
Sorry.
please identify themselves before they speak so we can, it's a recording.
Yes, this is Helen Wong, architect from 1+1, applicant for the project.
Go
So
ahead.
on the scissors stair part, that I guess we misunderstood the questions in the beginning. But yes, we did study with the scissors stair. We went back and forth between the two-set of stair and the scissors stair. We figured out actually this particular design on this particular floor plate, it works better with the two-set of stairs separate, on the side with have the elevator center in the middle. So it works better. Anything above the floors, the first floor and the second floor allow us to create that 2 unit in the front and the back. That gives us the flexibility, and on the 3rd floor above, and provide a nicer vestibule to kind of separate, the bedroom and the open floor plan in the front. That's the whole reason why we picked the stair tower instead of scissor.
Okay. Thank you.
Anything else?
Lots of other questions, but that was the one about there. Do you want to continue those, or Ms. Fullader, you want to manage the questions? Up to you.
Sorry, I was speaking, but I was on mute.
Oh, okay.
The next question, I think will answer all the other questions, and that's why I started with that, is about the setback and whether we can have it or not. In our submission, we tried to explain architecturally why we thought the 12-story would be a better option, but we understood your comments about the setback, and the architect can speak to that, but we tried to explain why we think marketability-wise and architecturally-wise, the 12-story was a better option. But we do understand your comments, and we know that there's a lot of other setbacks on the streets. So have Ellen who can speak further about that.
So my main issue, assuming the setback, is that one staircase that you're calling a permitted obstruction at the top floor, that's still a occupied floor. That is not a permitted obstruction because it's not a bulkhead. So that's the question.
Yes, we kind of put it up there, try to max out the FAR we can have for the access right building. So that's why on the alternative 14-story residential building, we left it, we understood the permitted obstacle. So at this point, we actually asked if we can get that waiver as well, put it in the 14-story, if it's possible.
So here's the thing, we don't know what we're waiving. You need to do the calculations. And for the penthouse level, for the rooftop, we don't know what we're waiving. You didn't do the permitted obstruction analysis, which talks about the height times the width times the aggregate street wall width and that kind of thing.
Okay.
And then in terms of the one that's on the occupied residential floor, I guess the question, that's more of a question in terms of the minimum variance and whether it's appropriate to allow that extra floor where your staircase is penetrating the sky exposure plane, right? So I need to look at it actually. 2019 179. But I think that even so, okay, there are no, well, yeah, okay, never mind. I guess that's to hear from others, but at the same time, I'm not sure whether there's a way to avoid it. You didn't even try to move it to like run the stairs a different way for that last floor to avoid penetrating the setback. You know, it seems like you could run it another way. Or unless you can, I mean, I don't know, I didn't try. You know what I mean?
I guess, yeah, if I eliminate the 14th floor on the entertainment area, I can just have it turn in the other direction to avoid the sky exposure plane, yes. But if we're going for the 14th story, I was asking if we can actually maximize the FAR using that as an entertaining area instead of staircase, turning it up in a different direction.
You still have the FAR. That that staircase is FAR, is floor area. Sorry.
I know. Well, I'm thinking about more usable area.
Right. The whole idea is you have a setback. You should honor the setback. You obviously can. It's not a physical impossibility to do it. This more goes into the want versus the need.
Yes. I suppose I can push the whole core further back to just avoid that little bit of the penetration into the sky's plane, exposed plane. Well, the alternative 14th story wasn't our initial plan, so I guess, you know, with this hearing we can I guess, you know, further study on this particular set instead of the 12th story.
I think that's what you're being asked to do, is analyze the return based on what we think is breathing room on terms of the financials, and use your building with a setback. Because don't forget, you're also getting a big benefit of having a 20-foot rear yard when every other residential building that's in a complying district, in a district where this would be permitted as of right, would require a 30-foot rear yard. So
We do acknowledge that. Thank you.
let's not be greedy.
I was gonna ask you for the little setback in the front on the 14th story, so I guess I'm not going for that direction.
Yeah, you just slide your core down just a little bit and you're done. It's not even a lot, right? What is it? It's 2'4", it's 2'6". We're talking about 2'6". Okay.
So if I can just jump in, I mean, basically between myself and Helen, this is Barbara Cohen, real estate and planning consultant. We'll work through the design and the sensitivity analysis to come up with appears to be the minimum variance. So.
Okay, good. Good.
Okay.
Great.
And then, Helen, do you have anything else to add? Because I think all the other questions are financial, correct?
I think I'm good. I guess we're just gonna, study the plan a little bit further, see how we can avoid that off the plane, explosive plane. Yeah. So otherwise, I'm good.
Okay, but so you know that no matter what, you still have height issue, probably penetrating the sky exposure plane on your actual bulkheads. So you need to make sure that if the bulkheads are penetrating, they are permitted obstruction by doing the calculations.
Yes, we did. We acknowledge that.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. So Barbara, would you like to speak to any questions, financial questions?
Yeah, I'm going to clarify a big one. I went back to the construction costs and the issue regarding the cellar. I acknowledge an error. It should have been a formula that represents the pro rata share of the cellar square footage, which then is multiplied by the cost divided by the overall above area building square foot. So costs will come down. As far as, I think there was a question about the inflation number. So when you, if you go to, I don't know if I should share the screen or not, but in the worksheets that are provided, you'll see there is a sheet called current cost multipliers, and there's several sections because the way the book is separated is into costs based on square footage or segregated costs where you pick piece by piece. But we concentrate on the cost sections. So in that current cost multipliers page, there is what they call calculator cost sections. And what they do is tell you what the adjustment factor is based on the sheet you're using to do your building type and occupancy. So if I think I'm just looking at my thing here, for example, if the office building section is dated up in the upper right-hand corner, November 2021, and you're building a class A or B, you would go to that page of the cost multipliers, and you'd say, okay, you go to the November 2021 column and then go down, and in the eastern section of the US, that first piece, and you then identify whether it's an A or B building, and then you would apply the multiplier. So in the office,
Can I just say, I think I just want to break in here,
Yeah.
save you a little
Sure.
time.
Yeah.
We're questioning why you would need to put an inflation multiplier in, not the how did you do it? It's
Oh.
more, what does it signify to you?
So so Marshall and Swift is saying that based on their data, as of November 21st, they are updating it to be the current of what they have provided in the CD form itself. So they're bringing their data up to date. So same thing, if you look back to the residential sheets, it's a earlier time, right? 2020, I have to jump back. What the residentials are. Residential, they're November 2020. So they're saying apply the inflation factor based on their data to bring it up to date. So it's always been an item to add on. I mean, these sheets and using the book and the CD that comes every month, we did this for many years when I worked with Robert Pauls. And so I'm fairly familiar in the building of the pieces. And I know you are as well, because we've been around for a while, but so it's a line item you got to put in, just like the geographic one, whether it's what the county is and what's Manhattan versus the Bronx. So those elements always go in, right?
Barbara, who's going?
Yes.
But it was just yesterday. Yes, Sunday, yesterday. I used the online tool from Marshall and Swift, and I didn't see any alert that an inflation factor is updated or something like that. One more thing. Do you have something in writing from Marshall and Swift that an inflation factor should be factored in? In addition to that, I have noticed that the inflation factor is different between different scenarios, meaning that if for the as of right, it's a number. I believe it's 1.05.
Yep.
And for the proposed, it's almost 1.2.
Correct.
And I'm not an economist. I did a study like very superficial, some like economics basics. And I look at it like a general consumer. Inflation for me means that prices are going up. And if I'm talking about something to eat, even not something to use it as a building material. If I want to buy an apple and I'm gonna buy it at $1, and then inflation happens, so it's $1.15. Why does it make difference for the guy who sells this to me, whether I'm gonna eat it or I'm gonna make it jam, for example? Why would the inflation factor be different between proposed and as of right if it's just higher prices?
Because the data is different. The date of the residential sheets are November 2020. So they say if you're using a cost section that's dated November 2020, use the following inflation factor. The office, the data there is dated 2021. So the inflation is a little less. But they're the ones determining those things because they're not updating every sheet, every section every month. Now, in the online, I'd have to call and have someone explain. I can look in the book, of which has a lot of supporting materials, maybe I can try to find an example, right, of how to build what I'm showing, right?
I mean, I think the difference stems from the fact that the online calculator is constantly updated, and the CD is almost dated information as soon as it gets loaded onto the CD and mailed off, and then you have to use these multipliers to bring it up to what the online calculator is automatically calculating. I think that's the issue, because when you use the online calculator, there's no option for inflation factor because you're using the most recent data because you're in their online system.
I'm
I
gonna
think that's
find,
the
I'm gonna find out, because I cannot believe that they're getting updated data for all the sections all the time. I just don't believe it. I think if anything, they're adding it in before, before you see it on the picture. But look, we'll call them,
What,
we'll find out.
And another way to show it would be to just, whatever category it is you choose, based on your CD, and you apply your inflation factor to get a new factor. So let's say $220 a square foot becomes $250 a square foot. Go into the online calculator and look at the exact same category and see what they have as a price per square foot. Because if they have the $250 a square foot that you're saying the inflation factor brings you up to, then we're in common understanding and we're okay. We understand that. But if you got a different number, and our number of the most recent data with no inflation factor is 225, then we'll know it's a situation where the online is more relevant because it's more constantly updating versus what you have.
I'll be happy to really get to the bottom of this, so we're talking the same thing, and you're.
Yeah, it
I
would just
don't
help
want
us all be on the same page.
Yeah, I mean, I don't like the online at all, for a lot of reasons, and so, but if I can certainly demonstrate they're all coming to more or less the same thing, then we'll be fine. Yeah. But I don't believe they're getting their data so fast. So they're doing something behind the scenes, and that's part of why I don't like it. But anyway,
anyone doesn't have a subscription to the online wouldn't like it, because every time you hit the button, you have to pay for it. I did read your response to that, and I totally agree with you. Thank you. And I got the point regarding the cutoff date for the inflation. I got that.
Yeah.
And for me, it makes sense.
and I'm also very happy to provide the CD. It comes as a PDF. I can send it in a minute, so
We
that
don't
you
need
have
it.
it.
We don't need it. But
Okay.
we need some sort of feedback that
That's fine.
if you move from the CD that's dated such and such to current date, the inflation factor is X. One more thing, I don't want to go for 2 hearings. I want to really get this project to the finish line as soon as we can.
Yeah.
And that's why I'm going to talk about the formula you just mentioned. Let's make it simple that way, that the cost should be split for the building into 2 sections. Let me finish and then comment on that. The first section is the basement, should be a standalone section, and the second section should be the above grade. If you want to present to us at the end an aggregate unit cost based on just the above grade, it's up to you. If you want to do it. But what we want to see is cost for the basement is X, footprint or floor area for, not floor area for the basement, but that square footage for the basement is Y, X times Y. This is component 1 of the cost of the building. Same thing for the above grade, and then add up. And this is the aggregate cost for the building. That's what we want to look at. And we don't want to go to formulas and start
No, but that's exactly what is the formula. It is the 1,975 square feet times the $59. It has to get translated into a number that's represented by a price per above grade square foot, because that's what all the other numbers represent. So you have apples and apples. So I can separate it out, but it's the same thing, really.
But at the end
Right,
of the
but
day,
I just want to break in. If you use the online calculator, it does it all for you. That's what we're trying to say. You avoid any mistakes. If you use the online calculator, you put in the square footage for the basement, what its use is, boom, it comes up with a price per square foot, calculates the total cost. You do the same thing for the superstructure, boom, it calculates the price per square foot, the total, takes the aggregate total and divides it by the above ground square footage, and it gives you a factor that you don't make an error with. That's what we're trying to push at, because ultimately, what we're trying to do is ensure that the costs are relevant in that they are lower than what you were showing us previously.
And that was an error. And that was an error. It's
We're
not
not-
it's not an issue of online versus online. And when you print out that online, good luck in figuring out what it really says. But let's put that aside. I admit the error. They'll get recalculated. I will look at the online. I will show you, it comes back to the same. So I don't think we'll have a problem in the next go round on this and then the following project. So that's clear. Okay.
Thank you.
You did mention that you didn't think the residential luxury was the right choice. The reason why I did that is, yes, there are 2 bedrooms, 2 baths, so there are additional baths, but also that it is a condo version. And so I have not added in the pro forma and added FF&E to reflect the higher quality finishes for a condo. So that's why I picked luxury there versus in other projects where it's a sort of standard rental. I picked the regular apartment choice. So that was the reason behind that.
Okay, so that
yeah.
wasn't very transparent on your part, because you're deviating from what the categories are for a reason not specified. And I'm not sure if using luxury high-rise alone, Class B, accounts for the extra price for the fixtures. So you're making an assumption that it doesn't, but you're not providing me with any proof that it doesn't. So it's just your assumption. So I'm saying,
No, I'm
knock
saying it
that down
does.
to average based on the categories and what we can tell from what's in black and white in print.
Okay, I was
Not
saying
what
that,
you're assuming on the outside, because what it ends up doing is you're driving up the construction costs, and it's based on your assumptions, and that's problematic. That's what we're trying to get away from.
so the reason I picked luxury was because it does incorporate that level of finish. If I go back to the original, I am going to add something in the FF&E.
No, I'm not saying don't. I'm not saying don't
Oh.
use luxury
Oh.
high-rise Class
Okay.
B.
Okay.
I'm saying don't use good, because if you read good, and the difference is $50 a square foot, difference between good and average. Go to good, go to the descriptors of good, and your project does not have an excess of 1 bedroom per bathroom. None of your apartments do. They have 1 bedroom per bathroom. Your 1-bedroom apartments have 1 bathroom. Your 2-bedroom apartments have 2 bathrooms. So
That's right.
therefore, the extra add-on between average and good is accounting for an extra bathroom with all of its beautiful fixtures that you don't have and you don't need. So that's what I'm saying. Stick with what's in black and white and don't make the assumptions to justify bumping your costs up further.
I'll go back and look at the definitions in Marshall and Swift and clarify further why I choose what I choose. And but it has to incorporate those things. But we'll do. The other thing, so the retail, which is, I have to say, you can call it retail, but so when I went back to do the look at the new designs and so on, I realized that the real space was really to the rear, right? And that the storefront display area, and that was really minimal, and that really the space was to the rear. And so I just had a rethink, and I wasn't playing games, but I thought, certainly given it, if we're calling it retail, which, that visibility is important to retail. And so I just had a rethought and adjusted it.
Right, but I just
but-
want to say that's problematic. And we've gone
Okay.
over this time and time again over the
No, I
past
know.
decade and plus that we've been together here, which is that
Um,
we're looking at a frozen in time application. And when I'm asking for adjustments, it's because what I see in that paper is not reflective of what I know for the time. And so I'm
Okay.
asking you to adjust
Okay.
something based on that time period, which in this case was, I don't even remember the date of the original.
Well, right, but I
I'm
guess
not-
I would have
I'm
done
not
it
in-
properly in the first place, I guess is what I'm
Right,
saying.
and if
Look,
you, right, but
you
if you come to the conclusion that you didn't do something perfectly in the first place, simply because I'm asking that you adjust another
no,
related factor that I feel is off, that's problematic, and that
okay.
points to a
It's-
question of credibility.
N-
When you put your paper together to submit it, it's the best work you've done. I'm sure you tell that to your applicant. This is it. This is the best version. But then to go back and go, because Commissioner Otley Brown and Commissioner Shetter are pushing down on the construction cost, and this may look like it's more than the minimal variance, I'm going to look at these indicators of income over again and decrease income, but that's what you're doing.
No,
And so
okay.
it
so-
just makes you question why. What are we doing? But the result is the income for the proposed is now depressed.
Well, because look, the cost, the underlying construction costs is the thing that's weighing this down, and that's going to get corrected. As far as the retail, you want it back to whatever the original report, it's fine. It's such a small amount of space. It's not a big to do. I don't have a problem, but I'm just saying that because I, thought about it further, is not a response to your, pulling it out as different from the original. I mean, it's like making a mistake and you come to make an error, but I'm not going to waste the time. It's not significant here.
Then
So,
put the one-bedroom condos back where they were as well.
so I will say about the plan that I was doing in this report, the size did change, and so I adjusted the price very little bit, and so that's why that changed. If a design issue changes, I think it's important to reflect assumptions in the report. So,
But your price per square foot went down. And that doesn't really speak to a smaller apartment size. Your price
no,
per
so-
square foot went down by $400 for each apartment. $400 a square foot. So you were originally
Yeah,
at
it was-
$1,844 a square foot for one of the apartments and $1,825 for, I believe, the front one. And they went down to $1,465 and $1,450 per square foot.
So, I mean, look, the size changed, so I adjusted it, but again,
But if the
if
size
the design
changed,
is the same, hold on, if the
Can I
size,
just- if the size changed and you were at the same cost factor of $1,844 a square foot, you would still have a lesser sales price for the apartment because you'd have less square feet that you're multiplying it from. But your factor went down as well by $400 a square foot, then times less square footage is way less.
I'll take another look at it. And if I go back to the original, if it's the same design, it's in the next design in the similar way, I'll put it back to whatever the original was. Again, I'm not, I have not had a chance to really jump back into every detail because 2 hearings back to back, but I will absolutely take another look.
Thank you.
So I think those were the real items that really kind of came forward. And so again, look, things will get corrected. The design will get adjusted, and we'll find the right balance between cost and income and what's appropriate for this scenario.
Commissioner Brown, do you mind if we get a copy and a spreadsheet copy of the income broken down by floor?
You get that in a stack, the stack.
I
Yeah,
got it in
stacking
PDF,
plan
and
has
when
that.
trying to convert it into Excel, it's giving me a hard time.
You
I'm not
could
sure what
request
the-
whatever you need. I
Right.
mean, if it's gonna help you, you can request it.
The reason I'm asking for this is I want to accelerate the process for, I wouldn't say negotiating, but for reaching a minimum variance. And the way I have seen it done, like since I joined this board, is actually it's done backwards. It's time, I believe, for this process to be done forward, meaning that if you have a 10-story building and you're looking for someone who's hiding on a specific floor, would you go to the 10th story and then start like looking from the 10s to the 9s to the 8s and so on? No, I would go to the first. If I find them, yes. If not, the second, and so on. The way that minimum variance should be judged or evaluated, we should start at that, like slightly above the as of right, and then if it doesn't work, go to the next. If it doesn't work, go to the next. And I
But can
believe you're
I-
the best who
wait.
can do it that way.
So, but wait a
That's the
second.
financial analyst.
Can I interrupt just a second? This case is different than the next case, right? The next case, we have so many waivers being requested that we're not sure exactly where, let me just finish. We're not sure exactly where it ends. This one, I think the direction is clear. It's a 6th floor, you set back the required amount of setback, you stay behind the sky exposure plane. Maybe you need a waiver for the permitted obstructions, and the financials need to support that project, because I don't think we're negotiating that it's going to be shorter or less floor area, because they're using the as of right amount of floor area. So they're not asking for a waiver on floor area. They're really only asking for a use waiver. And we're saying, well, but then stay within the bulk regulations for that district, right? So this isn't the one where we're like trying to whittle it down. Maybe that conversation is appropriate for the next case. I don't want to spend more time on this case because we have so many cases. So can we just
No, yep, and the truth is that's exactly the process you're describing is exactly the sensitivity analysis you do, and so it's being done.
Good, thank you.
Okay, good. So let's go to the public. Thank you, everyone. Let's go to the public.
So the case that we are currently discussing is 2019-179 BZ, 118 West 28th Street, Manhattan. It's a variance to develop a 12-story mixed-use building. If you wish to call in about this case, it's dial 646-558-8656. Enter the webinar ID number 999-7794-8621 #. You will then be instructed to enter the participant ID with number, which you can ignore and just press pound. Once you're in the Zoom room, you can press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute to be able to speak. If you are already in the Zoom room, please raise your Zoom hand.
Okay, so while we wait, how much time to respond to this? And so that we only have one more hearing, in other words, one and done idea, okay?
I think that first, which we didn't answer, is Amber, can you speak on how much more time you need for sign off?
Yeah, so right now we submitted, I believe, in February, the RAP, which we're waiting on DEP sign off on. But in terms, I know it was brought up, the noise and air quality. The noise and air quality sign off that was previously issued should still stand based on the last submission, and if minor revisions are required based on the hearing, it should also still stand. So really, we're just waiting for the RAP sign off from DEP to close out the seeker review.
So that's something to consider when our timing wise. And then how much time, Helen, do you think you need to do because we have an alternative plan, but to play with the stairs, figure out the permitted obstruction?
Maybe you're muted.
Helen?
Sorry, I was on mute. I think maybe 2 to 3 months, if that's okay.
That's fine. Yeah. So when you offer 2 to 3, I go for 3 because I don't want to have an adjournment unnecessarily. But you think, Amber, you think that's enough time for the turnaround on seeker review?
It should be for it to have DEP, because like I said, it was submitted in February. So I see Jella's hand raised, but I would expect that we would have sign off on the wrap by then for sure.
We know that DEP is slow though. Go ahead,
I
Jella.
do.
I think I think we will get this by then, yeah.
So you think 3 months is okay?
Yes.
All right, so I don't know if there's anybody with their hands up. So I don't see anybody in the waiting room with their hands up. Just making sure fire department doesn't want to speak on this. Doesn't sound like it. Okay, so I think that's okay. So I'm making a note of 3 months and hopefully, and of course, 3 months to submit, but then there's usually at least 3 weeks after that before the hearing. So to the extent it's environmental review, that comes in as soon as possible, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, great. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Item number 18, 2019-304BZ, 2019-305A, 180 East 132nd Street, the Bronx.
Okay. Okay, that's also,
No, this is Sheldon LaBelle's, it's probably saying.
so it's Elise. Oh, no, I see, it's Sheldon LaBelle, sorry. So Amanda's
Oh, it's
already.
Amanda, I'm sorry, Amanda.
Is already in. If any, and Kevin Williams is in.
Hi.
Hi. Anybody else who is supposed to be
Yeah.
in, raise your
Yeah,
hand.
Maurice, is Maurice?
Maurice, Richard. Then applicant team, Fariba, McCoy.
Okay, hold on a second. Okay.
Also, also from her office, Sean Woodruff.
Yeah.
SD Khan,
Uh-huh.
Marty Spitzer.
Okay.
Fariba or Sean, is Defu or Pratik also joining?
There's
I
a
see
Defu
Okay, Defu.
Khan, is that correct?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Is there a John Carbone or David Winslow?
No.
Okay, then that should be it.
Sounds like enough.
Okay, everyone, if you could join as panelists and unmute. Let's go. Etsy Khan is part of your team?
Yes.
Okay, please join as a panelist and unmute. Mr. Woodruff or Miss Woodruff, please unmute and join as a panelist. Ms. McCoo, please. That's Ms. Mai. If you're not part of this team, then please bounce out.
I'm gonna take Ms. Maya out.
Mr. Woodruff, please accept the panelist.
Sorry, he's actually in a different meeting, DOB meeting, so I'll be here. For
Okay, and what
McCoy.
about Marty Spitzer?
I'm on.
Okay, please accept this panelist and unmute. Can we move on without him? Yes, no, maybe so.
He's already a
Sayanati?
panelist. He's already a panelist.
Oh, he's
Yes,
already a
after-
panelist, but he's not unmuting and there's no picture.
Yes, sometimes they're on, but they're not actually present. Okay,
Okay.
we have names, and if anyone speaks who's not visible, we'll swear them in separately.
I'll just check off who wasn't, okay.
Okay.
All right, those of you who are visible, please raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
Yes.
I do.
Okay, Mr.
I do.
Ionati, I'm assuming you're the lead?
Yes, I think Richard will begin and then we'll go from there.
Sure.
Sorry,
So, thank you, Chair, Commissioners, Richard Lobel of Sheldon Lobel, PC. We had the benefit of listening to the board's comments at the review session and are prepared to respond. We're happy that we've forwarded the conversation, particularly with regards to FDNY and their conditional approval. We understand the nature of the board's comments. I think what we would start with is that Barbara Cohen, who's on the call with us, understands that certain of the numbers were misstated in the return. And so I think she's prepared to have that discussion with Commissioner Otley Brown, which will bring us to obviously different places in terms of reasonable return and what those calculations are. So at the outset, we acknowledge that there will be changes in that regard, and that will result in a change in the building design, inclusive of height and square footage, likely, given the fact that the return will necessarily change. We do still think that the basics with regards to the layout of the buildings is strong, particularly in light of the opportunity we now have after very lengthy discussions with FDNY, including Deputy Chief Inspector John Daly, who, the entire team at FDNY has been very gracious to us with regards to their time. We did kind of end up in this place with them. And so we're happy to move that conversation forward, particularly because from a character standpoint, given what we've submitted to the board, we do feel that, requesting a height waiver here and kind of the building layout as shown provides advantages over what's available as of right, which the board acknowledges doesn't really work. So with that, subject to the commissioners, I know that considering much of this hinges on the B finding and the E finding, to the extent the chair allows it, we would be happy to have Barbara kind of address some of the numbers which may be in error.
Okay, but just to go back a second, the as of right is limiting you because of height, right? And you're leaving 20,000 square feet on the table with the as of right. If we didn't, you wouldn't be leaving anything on the table from an as of right perspective if the amount of height waiver permitted were reduced, because you would, for example, if you didn't take advantage of the floor area in the M31 and only took advantage of what's pertinent to the site otherwise, then you wouldn't need to exceed the height so much of the as of right. You'd be closer to the as of right in terms of floor area. And then that's part of the question is so many waivers, one of which is floor area. Why do you need a floor area waiver? That's not actually your problem. Your problem is setbacks.
Well, I don't know if it's so many waivers. I know that the initial DOB objection had a wide range of waivers, but since that time, you're really basically reduced to the crux of the application, which is floor area, height, and use within the M3. I think part of the numbers, again, that Barbara can talk about is the fact that, you're limited in that use in the M31 and whether or not you can even use that piece, which I think forms part of the basis for the hardship here. The fact that you can't really have a viable M3 use, without the requested waivers on, for the remainder of the site. You end up with this isolated M3 portion.
But actually this M3 portion is only a rear yard. It's not being used for anything except subterranean, right? So in fact, you're not even taking advantage of it. It's only your 30-foot rear yard with nothing in it. So it's
right. I'm basically just lopping that in with site costs and the fact that you have what amounts to be an unusable portion of property. The fact that you still have that square footage which you can't use. But I think that what I think it amounts to is that at some point there's a conversation around what the B finding can support, and I think here that even after we acknowledge the fact that after the numbers are corrected, there will definitely be a reduction But, whether or not that reduction is to, and that's pending, we still need to submit on that. But I just think that number is probably something taller than what would be permitted as of right and not as tall as what is currently proposed.
Makes sense.
Okay.
Go.
Barbara?
Oops, there we go. Okay. So I'll just summarize because the prior case sort of went over the issue of the cost regarding the seller calculation. So yes, that will all get corrected and the proposed will get evaluated and modified accordingly to represent the minimum variance. I'm trying to remember. So the property sales, there was a comment about the M31 portion. I not sure I got all the, I
When
mean,
you
again,
calculated
it's
your
the
site-
utility, yeah.
So when you calculated your site value, you have MX land and land that has residential use as comparables. And you used it to value the entire site, including the M3-1.
I see.
M3-1 doesn't allow residential, and in this case,
Right.
one could certainly argue it's worthless.
Right.
It's worthless land by itself, so it shouldn't be valued as if it has a residential possibility.
Got it.
So
Okay.
either find new comps that are M3, or use the current comps and
And
readjust them for the M3, acknowledging the lack of the use ability of the subject site.
Got it. Okay, I sort of, I missed that. And I know there were comments regarding the stacking plan being complicated, but I think what's really important here is the recognition that there are certain units that are impacted by their proximity to the bridge. And so the stacking plan is intended to be able to do the pricing unit by unit. Okay. And so it is complicated. It's the, and I can try to, I don't know, try to explain more and how to sort of evaluate it.
No, I understand. I really do understand your philosophy with your stacking plan.
Right.
My whole comment was that after you finish your stacking plan, if you then take the total square footage at the bottom of your stacking plan, and you take the total income that you're going to get for that year, and you divide that total income by that total square footage, you should get an average monthly income, in this case per unit, that is somewhat resembling your comparable suggestions, and you're not. My original comments about your residential comparables was that you were not drawing from the newest buildings in the neighborhood, of which you have a plethora of them. Just west of the Willis Avenue Bridge, there are probably in excess of 20 new developments. So I said to you, I want to see comparables from that. You gave me one from that area, 2401 3rd Avenue, and one 276 Grand Concourse, a little further north. I said, fine, let's play with what you have here. You gave me averages for each unit type. Both averages from both buildings were much higher than your original comparables. But one can argue that these buildings were better comparables, these new buildings. And so when you set your monthly rents in your stacking plan, they're all much lower than your new comparables. And I don't understand why, because you gave me the new comparables that I asked for because I said to you they were more relevant. So then that means raise your income in your stacking plan is what I'm trying to say.
No, I
And
know
you
what you,
didn't.
I know what you're trying to achieve. I get it. And I but I think that, you do have to compare the asking rents for those other comps that you want me to base it on, but I should be basing it on its comparison to what we have. So in some of those, the building-wide amenities are significantly more than what we have.
Well, right, so then you have to, if you want to not have to use them at that price, you have to give me all of that backup to support it. And then I can say, okay, Ms. Cohen is correct. This one has, 5 Olympic swimming pools and, and a sauna and a Turkish hammam, but this one here is just like nothing. Okay, it's not comparable.
Okay.
You need to give me that information.
Okay, no, that's fine. Look, bolstering and clarifying, that's easy. Yes, I can do that. Okay, so I think that was sort of the crux of it, was about the comps, was about the land sale, and obviously the correction needed in the construction costs.
Right, and just remember, when you're using a stacking plan, ultimately, your averages should dovetail with your comparable averages at the end of the day. So if your average is $2,500 a square foot, everything in your stacking plan can't equate to a total of $2,300 a square foot. It should then, no matter what, come out to an average of $2,500 a square foot, because your stacking plan really isn't supposed to be justifying using something lower than your comparables. This stacking plan is saying the comparables is $2,500, and although I would price these apartments on the lower floors less and the apartments on the upper floors high, when you total it all up, you get to the $2,500 a square foot, or $2,500 monthly in this case, that your comparables are suggesting.
Right. I guess, when in doing the adjustment table itself, that you kind of have to come to a decision about, are you making the downward adjustments just to reflect those apartments that are burdened by, in the proposed, that are burdened by the proximity to the bridge, or do you sort of put that aside and not apply, a heavy downward adjustments? And so what happens if I did that, which is sort of what I did, the average in the adjusted the comp table is the higher, right? And then when you really get into the nitty gritty of the plan and the stacking plan in the individual units, it presents it as a lower average overall. So there's the sort of disconnect, but it's also sort of a bit of a struggle, because you don't want, you know what I mean? You don't want to put so much of a downward when it's really not for the whole project.
What happens is you've already adjusted downward your comps because your site is inferior to your comparables. You've done that when you've done your matrix, and now you're doing it yet again in the stacking plan. So it's almost a double down adjustment, because you're doing it at 2 different times.
All right, I'll take a look and make right where there's a disconnect. Okay.
Yeah, Ms. Cohen?
Yes.
Yeah, there's an adjustment for pile foundation. I don't recall that I've seen a geotech report, and I did ask for it last time. Have you seen that geotech report and says pile?
I think there was structural drawings. Maurice, I think you had taken a look at that.
It was based on some drawings, not a report, but structural drawings, yes.
So you don't have a geotech report, you mean?
I mean, I don't know as they did.
But he took those structurals, took the structural details and then translated it using the Marshall and Swift as a basis. As far as I don't know what we'd have to look back to see if there was a report. I know that obviously the soil is soupy, but because there's the water. So you have to use the piles.
Not every soil close to a water is soupy. It's not necessarily, but if you have a geotech report, please, for the second time, provide it. If not, I'm not sure how we can justify the piling adjustment.
Okay, we'll have to look who did the structural and see where they came up with that approach.
The structure is the same as the financials. The structural engineer cannot utilize piles unless there is a geotech report recommending
well,
the
that's
use
what-
of the piles.
Right, well, that's what I'm saying. Okay.
Okay. So we're going to cover so is there anything else you want to add, anyone? No? So I in the interest of not having this be one of those 7 hearing long cases, the goal is to reduce the scope of the waiver, right? There's a lot of things being asked. And my recommendation, because I think it'll go a lot faster, is to not assume the extra 10,000 square foot from the M31. Because actually it's not like you're moving the district boundary line. What you're asking for is additional floor area. So that's a separate waiver. It'd be one thing if you're asking for a use waiver so you can have that cellar continuation, which seems reasonable, I suppose. I don't know, maybe unnecessary, but anyway. But I think you might need it because of the parking and how that parking turns around. So the extension in the cellar is a use waiver, which is a different thing than a floor area waiver. So if you eliminated, for example, that 10,000 square feet that's associated with the M31, you're automatically dropping the height of the building down by X, whatever that is, right? And so now there's a beginning of a discussion there. Is that the minimum? I don't know the answer, but at least you started with one waiver that you just completely took out. That seems not necessary. So in terms of when we're talking about potential room for movement here. So it seems like if you make those kinds of modifications, then you're getting somewhere, and maybe by the next hearing, you're done. I don't know the answer, but as opposed to making no changes, and in the next hearing, we see the financials again, and then there's skepticism about the financials and no movement, and we see what happens with that. These cases go on forever needlessly because everyone agrees the site is a difficult site, and the question is just how difficult really is it? And that one seems to be the kind of most obvious to me. So let's go to the public though, see if there's anyone in the public who wants to speak.
Sure. The case that we're currently discussing is 2019-304BZ, also known as 2019-305A. The address is 180 East 132nd Street, the Bronx. This is a variance to permit development of a 15-story residential building. Should you wish to call in to discuss, please dial 646-558-8656. Enter webinar ID number 999-7794-8621 #. You will then press pound in the next iteration. Press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute to speak once you're in the Zoom room. If you're in the Zoom room already, please raise your Zoom hand. Once again, only for 2019-304BZ, 305A, 180 East 132nd Street, the Bronx.
Thank you. I'd actually like to speak to fire departments since we have them in the room. I don't know if we have anybody else yet who's raising their Zoom hand. But so my question, I had 2 questions for fire department. The first one was why, I don't know that we actually have we do, sorry. Why is it okay to be driving under that portion of the towers, whereas before fire department was really concerned about driving under a building?
Right. Well, currently in the New York City Fire Code, we do have a vertical clearance of 14 feet needs to be provided. Our trucks and engines are below that dimension of 14 feet. No member, of course, is permitted to ride in their apparatus during transport. So the Bureau of Operations reviewed this plan with the design team, and 14 feet is permitted as a vertical clearance.
Mm-hmm. Okay, but so is there some sort of a limitation on safety? I mean, what I think what we heard at the last hearing is that you were concerned that what if the building above is engaged and then you have apparatus underneath having to do that
Well,
way?
no, the apparatus would not be placed underneath the towers. Now, we do have an open area in the front, in the middle of the site between the two towers, and at the rear of the site. So that's where the apparatus, well, the engines would be parked near the hydrants, while our ladder trucks would be positioned in the middle, the rear, and in the front. So they can ladder the buildings on both sides of the two towers. The engines, of course, would be operating in a clear area where they would be able to hook into the 4 hydrants. Wait. No, I believe they're providing 6 private hydrants for our use, where the engine would hook into the hydrant, then from the engine into the Siamese connection, which are shown on the plan. And the operations and chief of operations were satisfied with the location of the hydrant and connections, and of course, where we would position all our apparatus, that they have no further objection on this application.
Right, okay, so I'm just trying to understand a little bit of sort of the technical aspect of it, because you do want trucks to be able to drive all the way around the site like a loop, right?
Correct, right, in which they have provided. So we have, if you're facing the lot, on the right side would be our entry. We can drive all the way down to the rear of the lot, make the turn, and then come out on the left side of the lot. They are going to provide gates at those 2 entrances that are siren operated. So the only way to open those gates is when the frequency of our sirens is connected to the gate, that once the frequency meets, the gates would lift up and we can drive through. No one else can operate those gates. It's
So
our use only.
all right, so that's interesting. I didn't realize that such a thing exists. But for example, if there's a repair crew that has to come in, like, let's just say there's some construction crew that has to come in and whatever, replace the window. And obviously they need to get their equipment in front of the windows, and your gates are blocking access for these repair trucks to put in the windows or the scaffolding or whatever, then what happens?
That I believe the building management would be able to operate to allow a delivery truck. You would have to ask permission from the property manager to open the gate, and they will be able to do that on site as well. They can open the gate, allow the crew to come in, drop off their supplies, then they would have to leave.
So this is where I was asking, this is a question for the architects as well. So if the management has control over the gates, I thought that only fire department and a siren has control over the gates. But if management has control over the gates and essentially can override this siren operation, then what if whenever management
it appears that
someone is,
Remediation building.
sorry, there's a bunch of people speaking. Okay. What if management can override the gate activity? Then let's just say, at a certain point, all the co-op board, or however this works, whatever, they say, it's so ridiculous. We have to walk 400 feet into the site in order to get to our elevator, and I have heavy packages and a stroller and whatever, and there's no way for me to get directly to the building, etc. Or the taxi, more importantly, let's say the taxi is not going to drive down into the parking garage. And so it's going to want to drive right up to the entrance. So in other words, it starts to become a drop-off zone. Right. And so my question really for the architects, I have to say, is what if the layout were a little different, where you have the lobby at grade level close to the street, and that you ride one elevator stop up to the second level, And at the second level is where you connect to your distant elevators so that drop off can be easily from the GCL 36th Street with an easy turnaround with a taxi or an Uber or whatever. And it would only therefore be people who are parking their cars in the parking garage that that would drive to the elevator banks underground. Because I get that they would drive, if they were driving a car, to the elevator banks underground, but a lot of people are not going to be driving their cars. And so that's the question. Who's the architect in this group?
I am Fariba McQueen. Hi. Okay, so in terms of the gates, they will be closed unless there's some kind of emergency and taxi cannot drive through. The point about the core being closer, as you can see on our first floor, I'm not sure if anybody can see it, but we have the gates, we have the exit passageway going through, and we have the ramp going down. So there's only like 8-foot space left that we can, put a core, and it doesn't fit. So that's actually one of the reasons that we are asking for a waiver for the street wall, because we have to put the towers further in because of the limitation of the frontage.
No, you're misunderstanding my question. Okay, let me try this again. The towers stay exactly where they are. My question has to do with my concern has to do with not maintaining these fire lanes clear.
I understand.
And one of the reasons they won't be maintained, because we all know how this goes in life, is that everyone is going to see, look how convenient this is. We can drive right up to the elevator and unload all our stuff right at the elevator, which is 200 feet down from the front property line. And what I'm suggesting is you create a lobby at the front of the building which happens in hotels all the time. It's a very common thing in a hotel where you enter at grade, you come into a small lobby, you take a one-stop elevator up, and it brings you to the second floor, which is really the actual lobby. And then you distribute across that corridor to get to your tower cores. And the reason for that is so that taxis, Ubers, all that stuff, or just a relative who's dropping you off before you go upstairs, right, can do that right from the street, and therefore isn't tempted to drive down, and there's less reason to drive down and block this very important fire access route.
Yes, I was explaining why we can't actually have a core there. First of all, we have an entrance for the parking. We have the 2 fire lanes, and the fire lanes will definitely be closed unless there's some kind of emergency. As you said, maybe a repair. I'm not even sure if they are permitted to come in, but they're not going to be able to get in. So there's really no option. I understand what you're talking about, the sky lobby, but unfortunately that, in my opinion, actually, first of all, it doesn't fit on the frontage. If you look at all the dimensions, there's no place to put an elevator and stair to the second floor. And the other thing is, you're taking an elevator at the entrance, you're going to the second floor, and then you have to get off and then go to another elevator. The cars can go down to the cellar at their own cars, right? They can drive through the cellar, and then they are close to the elevator and they can unload. The taxi cannot do that.
Right. That's what I'm talking about, the taxi. So
right.
And I'm trying to understand why you're saying there's no. You have a little. I'm sorry, I can't share my screen. Maybe someone can share their screen with the first floor plan, because I'm seeing this big white area adjacent to the entrance, a green area, and then the drive that goes down into that's going
Correct.
down.
Correct.
putting anything on top of it, right?
Correct. So if you can go to the first floor, right. So that white area, about 5 feet of it is going to be an exit passageway. That is where all the stairs are coming out, and that has to be completely clear. So therefore, not all of that white space is available for us to put an elevator or a lobby. We have to have, you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Mhm.
Right. Okay. I'm not really convinced by this argument that you're making, because also I don't think that there's anything to prevent in terms of fire egress as opposed to just access. There's nothing that prevents you from using a roadway for fire egress, but you also have a lot more, looks like about 10 feet clear between that passage route and the green space there that's next to it also. So there is enough room to create some sort of a sky lobby. But anyway.
It's only 8 feet. So between the 5 foot of the passageway, the where we have the ramp, we are only left with about 8 feet. So elevator will not work there, because I have to put an elevator and a stair and a corridor. It just doesn't fit.
Okay, anyway, I am obviously concerned about the future on the site. And yeah, okay. What can I say? I don't see any, I don't see any other people from the public who called in, but Vice Chair Shanda's hand is up.
This is a question for Ms. McCooey. Am I pronouncing it correctly?
Yes, correct.
It would be helpful as the design gets finalized if you could dimension the white area and clarify what that is for. The second question I have is, what is because of the property line, I do not know what's happening in that portion of the green area and the white area. Will that be a gate, or will that be a wall? And if there is a gate, how is that going to be operated? Would it be a key fob kind of entrance and such? The question I had, like, if there is if it's just 8 foot wide and you have a pedestrian entry gate with per fire code requirement, whatever 5 foot, there's no vehicle that can come in, right?
Correct.
So it's only someone gets dropped off. So if I'm taking the taxi to visit my friend there, I will get dropped off outside on the street, and I'll have to walk down that white paved road to get into the purple lobby.
Correct. And the green area is really the planted area to make that walk pleasant. But that is the walk to the lobby entrance where it is angled, as you can see, the double doors. That is the entrance to the buildings. There's no entrance.
Right. So just to kind of assure that that would be used only for pedestrian. So design the frontage in a manner that is only going to be pedestrian accessible, using nice fencing, wall, whatever, and gate that just that kind of manages the pedestrian traffic, but does not allow any vehicular traffic. I think that may address one of the concern you're hearing from.
Can you explain?
Understood.
More? I don't really. What area is it that you're saying should be more landscape? I didn't really understand.
No, I'm not referring to any landscaping. I'm just, so there is the ramp, then there is the greenway, then there is the white area. So I think the white area is where, if I'm taking the taxi there, I'm going to be dropped off and I'll be walking down that white area or the green area. I guess I won't want to turn that. If it's beautifully landscape, I won't walk on that landscape area. I would walk on that white area and then go to that lobby.
Right. Okay.
So if that white area is going to be accessed by a gate or something that is just 5 foot wide, and there isn't any curb that a vehicle would come into, then that kind of addresses that concern, given that the remaining 2 gates for the fire has to remain open, has to remain closed, I'm sorry, except for emergency purposes. And I'll tell you one thing, in our building, one of the things the building does allow, and that really is something for you guys to think about, but I don't think it's necessary because you have a frontage which is not that long of an issue, is sometimes they do allow taxi to go in to drop off and then go out the other way. But that requires a little bit of a management on your parking company to be able to do that, which gets complicated. I get it. So I won't advise it. Our building structure is slightly different the way it works. So maybe that's why it works in this case. But I think in this case, maybe if you can provide, for one, from what I'm hearing, if you provide that clarity as to how you're limiting any vehicular access into the site, except for the emergency entrance that would be controlled by fire department and building management only for emergency purposes, and you can put a note to that effect, I think I'm okay with it then.
Sure, I understand. No problem. We'll define it more with the pedestrian walk for sure.
Yeah,
and a gate.
I would recommend also a restrictive declaration that has all of the fire department criteria for to keep that lane clear. And also there's a requirement by fire department that that whole lane be built using DOT standards to maintain the weight of the apparatus. And so that also needs to be clarified in this restrictive deck. So this is a Richard Lobel question. Please prepare that restrictive deck so that we can make sure fire department's okay with terms in it. I see also Chief Daly's hand up again, unless he, and I see.
Yes, Madam Chair, in our letter of no objection, we asked for an access easement. So I guess that'd be the same as a restrictive declaration?
Yes, it's
Okay.
they're mixed together. So you'd have an access easement in the restrictive deck, right? So it would be this combination.
Okay, great. Okay, thank you.
Sure. Okay, Commissioner Sheta, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I haven't heard response to my comments, not the financials ones, but the ones regarding the environmental remediation cost. I hope they can respond to these in writing. I don't need a response for now, but if they're gonna be responded to in writing, I'm fine with that. Thank you.
Okay. Oh, but can you put that, I think that was Amanda who had her screen share. Could you show that again? Because it was revealing the other question that I have about the roadway in front. That's the GCL 36 question. So you see how, thank you. You see how the roadway there is stopping short even of the driveway, right? And you don't actually have full frontage. This is again, fire department. You don't actually have full street frontage for this building. It's short. So shouldn't the roadbed go all the way down to that? I'm not sure what that is, the district boundary line. What is the dash dot line? Is that a district boundary line? It should go all the way down to the property line.
Okay, the dash line, the curved dash line is actually the bridge above, and the road is going under the bridge.
Right. Okay, no, but
And
I
it
mean,
comes from 132nd Street. Sorry, go ahead.
but the roadway, which is not, this is another problem that I have with these drawings, you don't actually have a full site plan. That's why I referred to that C100 drawing, where you can understand much better how the road makes it to the site, because according to this drawing, there is no road to get to the site.
I understand, perfectly understood. We will definitely show it.
But I think that the road needs to go all the way down to the front, to line up with the, whatever that is, the western property line. Because otherwise it's pretty strange. The fire department will be driving over undeveloped land if it does if it enters this site or any emergency.
I understand what you're saying. We are going to show a site plan and show the access from 132nd Street and show the entire site. Actually, there was a survey, but I don't see it in our, there was another survey drawing that was showing it. I think actually it's drawing 15.
We have a survey, but it's not clear either. There's so much going on and none of it is clear about where the finished roadway is.
If I could just
Understood.
clarify.
Can I, sorry, can I ask the question?
There's too many people speaking at once, so we need to decide. So let's finish with Miss McCoy.
The curb here is what the survey shows, but actually the boundary of the easement and the roadway is this. Like that. So there is, you see the red, can you see the red that I just put on there?
Yes.
Yes. So the plan shows right now the existing curb, I think, Fariba, correct me if I'm wrong, but the access easement is actually the boundaries of the red, which lines up to the easement drawing that's in this plan as recorded and the survey that's in these plans on another sheet. So there is sufficient frontage. It's just the plan is showing the existing sidewalk and curb as it stands now, which will be expanded.
Okay, so you need to show it as an improved road and not like what this is. So we need to understand, this is the builder's pavement plan, essentially.
Correct. We'll provide that for sure.
Yeah, where's the sidewalk? Where are the curbs? Where are the curb cuts? Because the fire department is driving over not a curb cut at the moment, right? So, okay, please fix that.
No problem.
I thought my understanding was that fire department will be driving over the sidewalk on the western area because that's how it terminates. And that wasn't discussed at the last hearing. And I thought that was okay.
No, I don't think, well, no, we didn't say it was, the fire department will drive over whatever they have to do.
The fire department was okay. It didn't raise an issue because it's only going to be for fire department to access it. That's what I remember.
The point is that you don't have, this is a GCL 36 waiver. And the point is you don't have full frontage of the building on a street. And why? The street's there. Why not? And this is new street paving. So we don't have a deal. We don't have a builder's pavement plan that's fully developed. We don't actually know what's going on.
That I get.
I would really appreciate if you'd not push back on absolutely every single thing. It would be so much easier. We could move along. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. No problem. We'll show the access.
Yeah.
On pavement plan.
They need access with a curb cut. Right, they need access with the curb cut, which they don't have to the parking. You can see right there, there's no curb cut. And it goes on and on. Let's try to just fight about everything. Thank you. Okay. Okay, so I think that's it. We heard nobody from the public chose to speak. So I would like to then find out how much time to respond to all of these comments. We really do need information from DOT also.
If you could send a BPP as soon as possible, please.
Yes.
Even before maybe the other things, if it can be prepared just so that we could send it to DOT.
Mm-hmm.
Sure, we'll do that right away. No
Fariba,
problem.
how much time do you think you need, I guess, so with the BPP first and then the overall revised plan set, how much time do you think you need? And then, you know, Barbara and Maurice's work's gonna have to follow after that.
With the BPP, we'll work on it right away and probably next week we should be able to issue it. Are we going through the other comments?
Are there,
today?
I'm sorry, if there are more, go ahead. Yeah, that's what I was asking about.
No, I wasn't sure if you wanted to go through some of the comments that you had before.
Like, I'm sorry,
Um,
I need a hint.
We had discussed in between the review session and now some of your questions, Chair, about the setback creating side yard or court and compliance of the legal windows. I think Fariba is prepared to answer those now, or if you prefer in
in a cover letter or whichever you prefer.
No, I mean,
Yeah, yeah,
yeah,
go
you
ahead.
know the answer now. I'm concerned about how you know the answer already. So,
Well, okay, the court issue is an outer court, so it's actually the width is a lot more than 30 feet, so the depth can be whatever depth it is. So that's one thing. There was a question about the 16-foot height clearance. We have provided 18 feet to the top of the second floor, so we will show the 16-foot clear to maintain. The windows, we can provide you a window schedule because we actually calculated the light and air. It's definitely works. That's why we propose that, but we can provide you.
rather than a window schedule, that's a lot of windows. Just
Just that. Yeah.
Okay, just in the rooms to show you 10% of those windows that qualify, because the
Correct.
windows that face the side yard that are on the side lot line, they don't qualify, right?
Correct. Correct.
Okay. But so my big question is really about your side yard. I don't understand why, if you've got open area around, that you're not required to pull back 8 feet. That's we look at the rule about a side yard. It says if an open area is provided, it has to be a minimum of 8 feet. And the definition of a side yard is that it continues entirely along the side lot line. So,
Right, we are not providing side yard. We are providing open court, which is a outer court because it's open to the street.
let's just go back on that. Ms. Ionati, can you show the plan again at the level of the tower? Great. Well, actually, at the level of the tower where there's apartments, maybe a little higher up, or like another level where there's apartments. There we go.
Right here.
So right there, you've got the building touching the side lot line, right? But at the same time, you've got the building pulling back away from the side lot line. The second you do that, you're creating a side yard condition. And
well, it's a recess in the outer court.
Please let me finish. Don't speak on
Sure.
top.
No
Can't
problem.
really understand when everyone speaks at the same time on these Zoom hearings. So as soon as you pull back, you're creating a side yard condition. And the definition of side yard is once you pull back and create space between the side lot line and the building, it's a side yard. And the definition of a side yard is that it continues all the way along the side lot line. And so you can't have both a court and not a side, like an open court doesn't touch the property line. An open court pulls back from the property line and then recedes into the building. You're trying to overlay two things here. So I'm not sure that I really don't think this is allowed. And if it isn't allowed, you need a waiver. This is kind of my point, right? I'm not saying it's not okay. I'm saying if it's a problem and you don't have compliance with the side yard regulations, then you need a side yard waiver, in which event, if you don't already have the objection, we need the objection. Because the site is too skinny for you to not do what you're doing. But I don't see how you'll end up in DOB if you don't have this objection. You'll come back, you'll be sent back to us.
Okay, I understand what you're saying. And from definition, on the front side and the back side of the building, we have outer court. And then in the middle, we have an inner court. So both of those, we are meeting the definition of outer court and inner court. So the side yard, you're absolutely correct. It has to go all the way through. So this is really not a side yard. The building is touching the property lines, but what is provided is actually outer court because one side is a street and the other side is the rear yard. And in the middle, we have inner court.
Okay, so this is again, Mr. Lobel and a Ms. Iannotti thing. I'm really recommending that you not rely on that, that you make sure that you check with DOB, and if you don't have a waiver already, an objection on side yards, that you get one. Otherwise, I'm afraid DOB won't agree with your interpretation. Okay, either you decide you're gonna get one that's a lot faster, or you wait and you get the ZRD1 and all that stuff. You really don't want to do that because I think it's taking months to get the ZRD1s, and it takes no time at all to get another objection if you don't already have it. Okay.
No problem. Okay.
We appreciate it, Chair. Thank you.
Okay. Anything else? Did we leave anything else out? Did you want to go over anything?
No, I think those were the main points.
Okay.
I think we're good. Yeah.
So then, I don't think we decided how much time still.
No, right. Yeah. For Reba, how long do you think to then respond to all the comments and revise the proposed set? And then Barbara and Maurice, if you could add on the time you think it'll take to then revise your parts.
Okay, so in terms of the BPP, as I said, it's not going to take us very long, probably next week. The objections, we have to go to DOB, and I have to find out exactly what the process is, but I would think it's going to take a couple of weeks with an AI1, maybe.
They're not usually that difficult. When you write the objection yourself, you usually get it fast, but that's again, referring to your counsel or your client's counsel.
No problem.
Okay,
We'll
and then
definitely
also the
work on it right
revisions.
away.
Also,
I'm
the
sorry.
revisions then to the entire set, how long do you think?
In what other revisions are we talking about? I
I
don't think there were much revisions. There was a lot of
Yeah,
clarification.
their revisions have to do with reducing the scope of the weight.
Reducing the floor area and the height, that would require revisions to the zoning analysis, the side
Sure,
yard,
sure.
all of that.
Okay,
then
sure.
Ms.
Right.
Cope has to do her turnaround with that.
Right, right.
We have to,
So
we really
can
have
I
to work
just,
together with you and the client to figure out the best design that is the minimum variance based on corrected construction costs.
I just wanted to point out one thing, or with the M district, we are getting about 14,000 square feet. So that is a big, FAR that we might lose if we don't get that. And I'm sure, I don't know, I mean, I think we can find out that, the financials may not work well without the 14,000.
Well, I don't want to go back through this again.
Yeah, Chair. We'll clarify it for purposes of the applicant team. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
So, and I just want to say, if you can't figure out how much time, I'll write 2 months. And then when we send you out the recommendation for which hearing date, you can clarify that. If 2 months doesn't look like enough time, then you can change it. Okay?
Okay. Mhm.
That's great. Thank you.
Everyone. Okay, thanks very much for the big team showing up. That was helpful. And good. Okay, we can go on to the next one. I just want to check. We've been at this for 32 hours. Is that right? Yes. Can we take a 10-minute break? Come back at 3:50. Okay. Everybody all right with that? 3:50. Otherwise, we'll be sitting for a really long time. Okay.
Tony, are you able to hear me?
Yes?
Can you tell Fariba that she can go?
No.
Fariba, you can leave.
I just emailed her.
Okay, no problem. Thank you so much.
Of
Okay,
course.
take care. Bye.
Sorry, everyone, I got kicked out. Okay, let's start.
Okay, ready?
Yeah.
Okay, next item is item number 19, 2021-56 BZ, 341 39th Street, Brooklyn. This is a special permit for a school. Okay, is everybody here? Kevin?
Tony, are you
Richard?
able to admit Fan Baton?
Marjorie?
I'm working on it. Give me a second.
No. Whoever else is doing BSM admin.
So you have to raise your hand or I don't know who's working on it. So that's fans in.
I'm here now.
Matthew Fishner is also with your group?
Yeah, Stephen Kishler, Michael Rose, Kurt Riggs, and Hillary Prince.
Hillary Prince.
SD, you can hop off too.
I can't admit. I don't think I'm in control anymore.
Chase?
Can somebody make me host? Co-host?
Steve or Chase?
Thank you. Okay. So Hillary Prince is part of your team as well?
Yes, as well as Kurt Riggs and Michael Rose.
Okay.
Okay.
Everybody put a accept panelist, please. And unmute. Thank you. Mr. Riggs? Ms. Prince? Excuse me.
I think Hillary said she was going to say it's just an attendee, Hillary Prince.
Okay, so if we can proceed, Ms. Baton, can we proceed?
Yes, we can proceed.
Okay, everyone raise your right hands. To affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board, and to respond honestly to board member questions.
Yes, I do.
Okay, who's taking the lead? Please pronounce your name, state your name, and proceed.
Good afternoon, Fayan Baton from Shell and Lobel PC for the applicant. We attended today's review session and we're glad that the board finds that our previous submission was responsive to many of the board's concerns. I don't think there were many comments. Just to note, we did have a separate meeting with the fire department after the initial hearing, and the revised plans that were submitted as part of that hearing submission addressed the concerns raised, or we hope address the concerns that were raised at that meeting. So we hope to receive a letter of no objection from the fire department. I know that we have the architect and project team here to walk through the circulation if you'd still like us to do that.
Yeah, please, yeah.
Okay.
Because I didn't see the fire department sign off on this. I don't know if
I
there was.
don't think we have a physical letter yet.
Okay, so that's what I'm kind of, you say it's there, but we haven't seen it there. I mean, maybe fire department can speak to it when we get to the public hearing part. I mean,
We just had a meeting. We didn't receive a submission. We just.
Oh, I see. Okay. Okay. So yes, please, if the architect, who's the architect on this?
Michael Rose from Hill West.
Okay. So Mr. Rose, you could maybe share your screen and walk us through.
Hi, how are you? This is Mike Rose. I'm with Hill West Architects. Thank you again for the opportunity to quickly present and just respond to some of your comments. Quickly, I think what I'd like to do is just start with the elevation facing the street, show you how access works, just to clarify. As you can see, we have a major school entry, which happens on the street right here. And then adjacent to it is the building entry for the building tenants. There's also 3 major means of egress. And to be frank, after the discussion with the fire department, now there's 4.
Can you show us where they are?
Correct. So these 2 on the one on the left is an egress corridor that leads directly to enclosed stair, which connects to the 3 floors. It also connects to the rest of the high rise. The one on the right connects to the low rise building, and it egresses from effectively the cellar. But you can see, because there's quite a steep grade on the street, that it's sort of almost a mid level. You sort of at the east end of the property, you sort of go up. You're a little bit higher, to access this floor. So, and then, another point right behind this is actually glass, which, is directly located to that sort of main cafeteria circulation space of the school. All of the students, it's intended when they arrive at the school, will be funneled through the main entry. Let me go to the, sorry. So this is the main school entry on the ground floor. Again, thank you for your comments. We adjusted the plan sort of to respond to, sort of different set of eyes looking at it, that now this whole wing, what's called the east wing of the project, is sort of the administration entry security wing. So when you walk in, there is operations. You could refer to it as security operations, however you'd like to refer to it. And this will be sort of the zone that you would then have to get past to enter the building. I think you can see in a lot of these areas, we tried to show on here, and again, it's an illustrative plan, but we've tried to show how we're controlling a lot of the areas through security cameras, which is, part of a security system that will be set up for the school. You probably see it in probably every school these days. And I think another thing that, the school has responded to was identifying people who work for them who will, be there as security representatives whenever there's a transition between classes and, obviously arrival and dismissal during the day. So all of the school arrives at this main entry point. Once there, they're sort of funneled into their different areas. We've located all of the K through 2 on this level. So I think, to our understanding and the way that we've worked through the program, they do not certainly move as much as the older kids. So the idea was to locate them, and most of these schools is to locate them on the floor. They also would then have, access to one level down, which everyone from this floor sort of circulates through this staircase here, which gets you into the cafeteria and sort of, main public space, which is, I hate to refer to it as a cellar, but it's considered a cellar, I guess, in DOB rules. But you can see from the elevations, I think this is something I wanted to show too in the last, the multi-purpose room and cafeteria really has probably some of the nicest light on the project. It's facing sort of northwest. So it has full windows all on these floors, facing this, open area. And then to the south, you can see that it does have partial light for about half of it facing the street. And this is this sort of, circulation stair.
So you're saying that the cellar is actually at grade as to the rear?
Yeah, at the rear for sure, it is at grade, because it's this, it's actually, quite an interesting situation that it's this sort of unused piece of grass. You know, we've had other suggestions. Wouldn't it be great if we could get it back? But that's kind of beyond our purview. But it is a nice opportunity to have a quite immense open space that isn't being used at present.
Sorry, what did you mean by it? Wouldn't it be great if we could have it back? What back?
It's not our land. So
Oh, so it's not back. Wouldn't it be great if we could use it? It belongs to somebody else. Is that what you mean?
exactly. It belongs to the city.
Oh, okay.
Anyway, going forward, it is though a nice opportunity to get great light from the northwest, as I pointed out. And, you know, it's the same windows that go up through the building, but you can see how the school really has the bottom three, we'll call them 3 floors. And even though, you know, for DOB purposes, it's called a cellar, we certainly treat it as one of the main spaces, and it has direct access to the street. So when we get to, let's go down to the cellar quickly. You can see we're controlling most of these areas. This area back here, it's really a back of house corridor that's really only meant for egress. We did, I hope we assuaged the fire department. We met with them, some of their concerns about using egress corridors and how we should treat the egress corridors. And, you know, look, when the fire department speaks, we tend to, you know, not argue with them.
So I don't know what I actually don't know what you're referring to. What was the concern? What is it you're proposing?
So one of the concerns, and I think you had raised it in the original meeting, was how could we circulate in the existing 3 stairs if they are in fact egress stairs? We pointed out that, you know, this is a retrofit into an existing, you know, building built pre-1968. And so it's the nature of the circulation which exists. It had been altered to, you know, include this additional stair during the renovation, just to increase it. But there are 3 main stairwells in the building. So we only intend to use stair B and C. Stair A, which is the main building circulation, it will serve as an emergency egress if required, but it will be alarmed and not be, you know, utilized by any of the students, or nor will access from the main building be allowed to get back into our space without sounding an alarm. In both of these 2 stairwells, which we do intend to use for some circulation, certainly we'll use this private staircase when we can between what we're calling the cellar and 1. When we do need to use these stairwells, they are separated, which I'm sure you've seen in probably every pre-68 building in the city, by gates, which restrict people from going down unless it's an emergency condition.
So do you have a blow up of how the gates swing and so on, and at what level the gate will be located?
That is it's a good point, and I apologize. I don't have those developed at this point fully to sort of show you, but it is sort of a requirement for us for the school to have them in place before the school would be there, just for whatever security reason. So that is something we are working on.
Okay, because the reason that I'm asking is I've been in lots of very, very old buildings that have gates that are at the actual step. So there you are running down the stairs, and then there's a gate before you can continue to run down the stairs. And I frankly don't think those are allowed anymore. So I don't know what it is that what you have in mind when you worked out with fire department, where the gate's going to go. And we need to see that on the drawings, because that's part of the security proposal, right? So you have to show something. That's one of the reasons that I was asking. We have words to this effect, but not drawings to this effect. And
Understood.
I read drawings, you know.
Yeah, I will. My team and I will work on that to get that out in the next day to show you that diagram. So,
okay.
Further, so on the second floor.
Wait, before you do that, go back to the first.
Yeah.
What if we have a disabled staff member or disabled student or stuff that has to come upstairs that's too heavy to carry up a flight of stairs in those fire stairs?
So the way we've arranged for security in this building is access to this main lobby, which services both the fire service elevator. To be honest, I think they would actually both qualify as fire service elevators, to my understanding, because they're both 3,500 pound and could fit a stretcher, but we're treating this one because it services the cellar to the top of the building. Access to these is controlled by a card fob, as you've probably seen in most office buildings these days. And you would have to be with a staff member to utilize that elevator and to access either the cellar or the second floor with, for that partially able-bodied person.
So the card fob is on both the outside and the inside? Like, how does that work?
Correct. You would not be able to get off, again, like you see in the elevator, it would not open unless you had the card fob to activate it on that floor to get off.
What about getting onto it from the second floor? Yeah. So when you get, let's just say you're on the 5th floor, you get in the elevator and you want to go to 2. You can't because you need a fob in order for the 2 button to light up. Does that sound right?
You do, and I do think I think you're bringing up, say a legitimate understanding of most buildings that share elevators. So the solution I think that we've tried to identify that is most of these areas will be controlled by cameras. We can control it as much as we can.
No, stop. You just went to cameras. I'm still in the elevator with the card fob.
Okay.
I'm on 5. I push the button for 2.
You can't push 2 in most,
I can't push 2 because
you don't have a card fob for 2.
so that was the answer to my question. So in order to push 2, so I'm on cellar and I get in the elevator and I want to go to 2 and I'm with the school. I push 2. I can go to the second floor because?
You have a card fob.
Okay, so there's some sort of activated thing. So we need to know what that thing is. And you provide a cut sheet, what that thing is that activates it and changes what's going to happen to the elevator where there's because you need to install it. It's not just magic. I mean, in the really old elevators, there was a key and you turn the key and you can't get off that elevator unless you have a key to that floor.
Sure.
Right? But I don't know a card fob installed in an elevator that's existing. I don't know that that's a thing.
Yeah, I would have just said, it's so ubiquitous in most office buildings we've seen.
So if it's so ubiquitous, that means there are cut sheets and it's something that can be installed. So please provide that. Okay.
Agreed. Good point.
Okay.
So let's just, I think I've been talking too long, but let me just wrap it up with the second floor, which is for the older kids. So again, to get off of this, you would need a card fob. To get out of this door, you would set off an alarm.
Which door? Sorry, which door?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm in the center of my screen showing the door to stair A.
Okay. So in other words, I'm in the stair, I'm coming from the 1st floor and I want to go to the 2nd floor.
Right.
What happens?
Well, you would never be in this stair the way we're intending the school to function, go to the 2nd floor.
Okay, you would never be in the stair. Okay, so you'd be in one of those other stairs. So how
Stair
do I
B.
get stair B? Okay, go ahead.
Stair B and C
Yeah.
are
go to-
utilized by the school.
Yeah.
And I think one of the things they've also agreed is during circulation, they'll have people monitoring these stairs, but these stairs service the 1st and the 2nd floor. So they enable somebody to get from one to the other, going through those doors. Our intention, as you can see from, I think, this diagram, I apologize if it's a little confusing, but this was my unconfusing version of it, where we were trying to show the gates, which, again, what we've seen in these other buildings, we were limiting access from above these points unless you had the key to get through that door, or you would set off the alarm going through this gate in both stair B and C, which are the far right and the far left. So the intention for the circulation on these other floors for any tenant is to use the central corridor, which would not be able to access C without setting off the alarm.
Okay, so can you go back to the plan, please, on the 2nd floor?
Sure.
And blow it up. So when I get out of stair, whatever that is, stair C?
Stair C is stair right here, correct.
Yeah. So I get out of stair C and I want to go to that classroom all the way over on the left near stair B. For whatever reason, I didn't go to stair B.
I got out at stair C. How do I get to that classroom?
So this corridor is controlled by the school. Think of it as, an office floor where you you restrict access to the floor. And as I pointed out, access from these elevators is restricted by card fob, key fob, or card key fob. And then access from this is restricted. So there is no tenant or no public usage to get out of these elevators or this without setting off an alarm. And again, we've also shown it with cameras, and you would circulate through these two doors.
So you have to go into that. So, your labeling is what threw me off. You
apologize for
label
that.
these as shared public corridor, which is not what it is, right? It's a devoted, you say passenger elevator at second floor lobby with, this is the security one. If we go to your main set of drawings, it's described as the shared corridor. And that's what threw me off. I'm like, what do you mean a shared corridor? So you need to be sure to be clear that both sets of drawings they're not shared, right? So those stairs C and B are devoted from the second floor to the cellar to the school.
Yeah.
They're emergency egress only for the upper floors. So please correct your designation.
You make a good point. That's a good catch.
Okay. And then in terms of, so I think Mr. Williams has been on cases where we had similar shared school uses in office buildings where the security set of plans was very detailed. It showed exactly where the alarms are located, the cameras are located, all that. So it was very clear as you walked around what kind of things would happen in the event of a stranger trying to wander around, right? And it's not so clear in this set of security drawings. So if you could be clear about which doors are alarmed, where you need a key fob to get in or get out or whatever, who needs the key fob, right? Like in certain situations, it's the student who needs the key fob. And in others, it's it's the tenant who needs the key fob, I guess, right? To be able to get in the elevator, for example, right? So if you could clarify that and not assume that we just will take your word for it because this is record set, right?
No, good point. Thank you.
Okay. And by the way, the people who design the security systems, they know how to do this really, really easily, quickly. So I don't know if you're working with somebody like that, but that's what we've seen really good sets of drawings like that. Okay. All right. Anything else you wanted to add?
No, I think I've covered it. Team, is there anything else that I missed?
No. Thank you. Okay, so who's handling the air quality studies? Is that Mr. Williams?
Yes, Chair. So I can discuss the status of that. Kevin Williams, Equity Environmental Planning Consultant. So last time we discussed, we were going to do an in-field air quality monitoring in the rear of the building where the play area is at. And we've had this on a bunch of jobs, and it's been very difficult. The labs are like all the supply chain in the world is trickled down into laboratories and getting the Suma canister, which is the canister that takes in air toxins and determines whether or not there are exceedances. So it took like a week longer to get that, and then we had rain on one day. But listen, we've done the work. We're just waiting to get the analytics back. We did also do the PM 2.5 dust track monitoring, and that showed completely clear 15-minute intervals all day long, and we will submit that. So as soon as we get and I'm harassing my remediation partner who handles this to have him just harass the lab hourly. I would expect we will get the analytics this week, and we will have the report in. It takes just a moment to sort of summarize it and determine whether we have any exceedances. So I promise that as soon as we get it, we will turn it around immediately. But the good thing is dust track monitoring is in very good shape, below any exceedances. No alarms went off, and that will of course be included in the report. Amber, correct me on. So the only other thing with DEP is the never-ending like sort of determination of whether there's anything going on in the yard behind the building, which MTA doesn't seem to know. I've postulated to Jella that it's possible that DEP is because the location of the yard behind our site is very similar to the 38th Street site, which is uphill, on Fifth Avenue, which is a very large rail yard, very well-known rail yard. And I believe they're kind of mistaking it for that. So what Amber and I wanted to do is to arrange with Jella a call with DEP just to clarify that and take several last stabs at MTA to see if we can get them to be forthcoming. I have searched every capital plan, out there, and I cannot find anything planned for the rear yard behind the building, but we're desperately working on that, and we will try to close all the loops at the end of the week. But I believe, Amber, those were the only matters. Noise and standard air quality were already reviewed by DEP, and they're just like kind of waiting to close the loop.
That's correct. There was one comment related to the rail car acceptance facility in their air quality and noise review letter, and that was the only one that was not answered, and we haven't heard anything since back from DEP on the air quality and noise comments that we did respond to. So Jella, I know you're busy today, but I did put in an email to you just to see if we could get DEP on the phone and go through it.
Yeah, they issued comments in November. That's the last set of comments I think we have from DEP, no?
But we did send the analysis that Amber had submitted to us. Let me just check on the dates on it. Sorry, I don't remember it off the top of my head, but we did send that out. One moment. We also put them on there's a lot of outstanding reviews from DEP right now, but let me just give you the date on this one second. March 9th. So, yeah.
Okay, and then just a note that you need to add to the plans, a notation that a vapor barrier will be installed unless you get an approval to amend the drawings from DEP. And then we're also waiting for DOT, to wrap up DOT. The last set of comments we have from them is April 14th, so there probably hasn't been enough time for turnaround.
Yeah, Chair. So we, on that, we're hoping to get a faster response. Most of the comments were relatively benign, but we're dealing with a few like hyper technical matters related to COVID growth rates and that sort of thing. And so we have a call scheduled on Wednesday. They also, I think, made suggestions which wind up overestimating the vehicular traffic, which we think are easily resolved, just like one of those nuanced things that has to be gone over. So we're hoping, we have everything locked and loaded once we have that call to be able to get the response to comments back in. So what our best hope for case is that we have our call, we reach a mutual agreement on literally two matters, or actually I think queuing also, Amber, methodology was one of the things that we're discussing. So there are three technical matters that we need to resolve with them before we just submit something and have them come back. So we want to just stem that feedback loop so we can help get to an endpoint here. And one of the commissioners, Commissioner Shetta's points about the reversible lane. And I love stuff like that. I started out doing FHWA projects a long time ago where we did swappable lanes and hot lanes and peak hour lanes and that sort of thing. And I think that in New York City, that's a bridge too far. I actually think it might be merited here because you see you see typical sort of shifts in peak traffic west to eastbound here, which would warrant something like this. And then, the way that they've set up the local truck routes is, if trucks did need to move eastbound, you have two ends of the 3rd Avenue corridor that could accommodate those movements. But I just think DOT is reticent to make aggressive measures here, although we do have a call on Wednesday. And I think a concept like that really has broader implications for goods movement and local traffic. I mean, here I had a discussion with the commissioner on this, indicating that this is like a prime movement corridor to connect to Industry City. And, by single laning it or hot laning it or reversible laning it, would actually better afford the movement of people and children that are present on this corridor already. So, we'll discuss that concept. I don't see a lot of traction on it, though. I think they've isolated down on an approach that works. And it was one of the two options we submitted. And, I think we'll probably have to go with that. But I actually do really appreciate the consideration, of that, broader planning schemes. But, when it comes to this application, I think they'd like to keep it as close to as it currently functions.
Okay, thanks. Commissioner Shett, was that responsive to why your hand is up, or you had another comment?
That was partially, yes. I want to thank Mr. Williams for the very well-structured response in writing to our comments from the last hearing. I actually wanted to ask about the vapor barrier. Was that related? I mean, the request for that vapor barrier, is this related to any known underground hazardous materials?
Yeah, Commissioner Shetta. So we found we did, when we did the investigation, we did above slab, in building, and below slab. And there were like sort of very light contaminants that are present there. And we've done this on a lot of existing schools where you have to seal all voids and then, basically put like I think it's a 20 mil thick epoxy interior on the floor. So, but there was nothing nasty, just like very minor sort of exceedances, or DEP would not have, accepted that measure as being acceptable. So, yeah, I mean, surprisingly, actually, the void space below the slab was, very minor exceedances, but enough to sort of warrant the measure that we deployed.
So most likely it is related to, I would say probably groundwater or something like that, because this is already a waterfront area.
I mean, I think it's related to vapor that's off-gassing the soil. I would have to, Amber, I'd have to look at the details of the contaminants. I don't know if it's directly related to groundwater particularly. I think it's like typical urban fill still has like minor off-gassing, and we're just getting a little bit of those remnants that are present. But if there are other questions, I can pull up the report and just see what they are.
Do you know that the exceedances were low and the indoor air, the ambient air that was tested was okay? It was just the below the slab where we had those hits. So.
Yeah, and in addition, it's a common practice. I got it. You don't have to.
No.
You don't have to waste your time. Thank you.
We really don't have time to go through these. We can, if interested, we can open up the report ourselves. It's late and we have a lot of other cases. But I did want to ask about the lease rider that's making reference to safety protocols. I don't know what the protocols are. Please provide them. You don't have to tell us what they are right now. Please provide the safety protocols that will be attached.
All they are, Chair, just very briefly. I mean, all they are is it's not accessible during hours of arrival and departure. But we'll follow up and clarify specifically, what those mean and how it gets applied. Understood.
Okay, because when you give us a copy of a lease rider, it should be the complete rider, which if it's referring to another document, that should include that, okay? But my other question, which is really for someone who represents ownership as either council or an actual owner's rep, and not the school rep, but the owner rep, is how do you add a lease rider? I'm gonna mute other people because I have, oh, maybe that's Tracy, okay. I'm muting Tracy because there was a lot of background noise. How does a lease rider work for an existing tenant? I don't understand that part.
So this is Stephen Fischler. I'm one of the owners of the building. And our standard leases have language to tenants have to follow building protocols. The measures we're putting in place to prohibit access to the loading docks during drop-off and pickup hours are being added to our building policies and will be circulated to the existing tenants. And we've been having discussions with existing tenants as well, and they're aware of what's happening. So we believe it will be, and it has been well received to date.
Okay, so in other words, there's something built into your lease that allows you to make these kinds of.
Yes, we can change our building policies. So if the day of trash pickup changes or what have you, we can adjust policies for throughout the building.
Okay, so the intent is then every tenant, existing or new, gets a copy of this lease rider, right, upon occupancy of the school. Is that correct?
Every new tenant will get a copy of the lease rider. Every existing tenant will get updated building policies and procedures that they have to acknowledge and adhere to.
Okay, can you give us a copy of what an updated policy and procedure will look like? Because if you don't have a lot of new tenants, then
sure,
then it's sort of just words. So let's see what kinds of things you're going to be doing so that we can understand exactly what's going to happen with both existing and new tenants, okay?
Sure.
Okay. Good, thank you. All right, so let's go to the public.
Okay. The case we're currently discussing is 2021-56.
Tony, can't hear you. You need to move closer to your mic.
I'm sitting right here, it's weird. Okay, the case we're currently discussing, can you hear me now?
Terrible.
The case we're currently discussing is 2021 39th Street. Sorry, 2156 BZ, 349 39th Street, Brooklyn. If you wish to call on this case, it is 646-558-8656, and to webinar ID number 999-7794-8621 #. You will then be asked to enter the participant ID number, which you can ignore and just press pound. Once you're in the Zoom room, you can press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute. If you're already in the Zoom room, please raise your Zoom hand. Once again, the only case we're discussing is 2021-56 BZ.
Okay, thank you. So how much time to respond and also for the estimated turnaround for DEP and so on, and DOT?
Kevin or Amber? I don't know if they're still here.
The turnaround for DOT?
And DEP.
Because everything else I think we could do pretty quickly. It's just.
Yeah, I mean, I think that assuming we have the call with DOT this week and we can get another with DEP, I mean, the only outstanding right now for DEP is the rail car acceptance facility. So I would say maybe just, within 3 weeks probably to have everything.
Here's what I would say. I mean, and I'm sorry to cut you off, Amber. Yeah, the school is beyond desperate. We have more pressure on us than I think I've ever had on any other matter here. And that's not really, a part of the board's decision calculus necessarily. But the fact is, we will have our submission in on all matters by early next week at the latest, regardless of what factors DOT agrees with us, and then we will work with Jella to resolve this. And then, we'll have to request as expedited a review with DOT as possible. So, the fact is, we would like our hearing as quickly as possible, given that, because they're really up against the wall in terms of their construction schedule and the risk here. And the fact is, this DOT meeting on Wednesday is going to determine the path forward, and more than anything we've done for the last 12 months on this application. So I would say like 30 days, Chair, is when we would like to have a hearing.
So let's do it more like this, because your meeting with DOT is tomorrow,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah,
Why don't we
Wednesday.
hold off-
Wednesday.
Wednesday. Why don't we hold off in determining a submission date until after that meeting? Because if
Right.
everything is hinged on what they decide,
Yep.
then it might be a different date. And maybe you'll get some kind of let's say, I don't know about a commitment from DEP, but something or other from DEP by the end of the week or something, so that we can,
Right.
because if we put you on for a hearing 30 days from now and you don't have seeker cleared, all you end up doing is getting pushed another.
100%, Chair. I appreciate that. You're absolutely right. I think that's great. We'll coordinate with Jella. She'll be on that call, I believe, and we can give a rational request date.
Okay, good, great. All right. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you. Take care.
Thank you.
Okay. Next case, a new case is item number 2021 43BZ 90-01 Beach Channel Drive, Queens.
All right, please raise your hand if this is your case, because we can't tell by who's in the waiting room.
Allison. Allison's doing this. Hi, Allison, how are you?
Good, how are you? Can you hear me?
Good. Jack? Okay. Kurt Riggs, if you're no longer if you're not in this case, then please step out. Mr. Hoffman?
I'm just, yeah.
Okay. Anyone else, Allison?
No.
No, that's it, just you three?
Yep.
Okay, raise your right hands. Jack, unmute, please. Okay. Raise your right hands. You affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board, and to respond honestly to board member questions.
I do.
Okay, Allison, you will proceed.
Good afternoon, commissioners. Thank you very much for your comments earlier today on this application. The board had several specific questions we'd like to address, and I'm going to turn it over to Uri Kaufman for the owner to start off with addressing some of those questions.
Hello, my name is Uri Kaufman. I'm actually the developer of this project. I want to first thank the board for taking the time to hear our application. I just want to address a few of the points that were raised at the executive session earlier today. I watched them all. First of all, with respect to EDC, EDC wanted, and as a matter of policy, requires that BSA go first before any deed modification. If you think about it, it's actually a sensible policy from EDC's perspective. They first want to see that the civic associations support the application. In this case, they voted for it unanimously. They want to see the community board supports it. Of course, CB 14 also voted for it unanimously. They want to see the elected officials support it. They support unanimously. EDC just does not have the tools to gather that information. So by going through this process first, we can show them that, yes, we have all that approval. I've obviously kept EDC in the loop throughout, and I will continue to do so. And needless to say, we would not have gone to the trouble and expense of this application if we were not very, very, very confident that they will give us the deed mod once we are done with this process, and hopefully we get the variance. There was a question with
before you go on, can you, I don't want you to say the name in a public hearing, but can you share with our project manager through Ms. Carreri, I suppose, the contact person at EDC so that we can have an intergovernmental conversation with them just to verify your statement, nothing personal, but, interagency, right?
Absolutely.
Okay.
I can get those names of those two individuals over throughout Allison when we're done. No question. Thank you.
Okay, great. With the contact information, with phone numbers so that we can call them. Okay, thank you.
Correct, will do. The next issue was with respect to the construction. It has been built to vanilla box. There are no partitions inside, but that construction has been completely completed. The plumbing has been installed. The building has a TCO for vanilla box, so it's got all of its life safety and everything else. There's no remaining demolition to be done. There's no remediation left to be done. With respect to the remediation, it was very, very limited. Remember, this was a courthouse. It was not a factory. They weren't making hats in there. So the only hazmat that we had to deal with was lead and asbestos, which was pretty straightforward. Lastly, with respect to SHPO has approved everything we've done to date. SHPO does not care about use. So the fact that we're changing use from medical to regular office, that's just, they don't care about that. When we hopefully get a tenant, we will then bring that work to SHPO's attention. And then hopefully after they approve it, that's when we will do the work.
Okay, so in other words, if the layout of the offices is different to meet the need for the use group 6 offices, then that would be something that SHPO takes a look at. Is that correct?
That's correct. That's correct. In general, they're much, much less concerned about what goes on inside a building than what goes on outside a building. So it'd be pretty rare. There's a few instances I could give you if you really wanted, but in most cases, the inside of the building does not really play a big part of what they do.
Okay, well, that's actually not the case in certain buildings. We've had direct experience both here and with the Landmarks Commission where the SHPO and the parks, the National Park Service,
yeah.
They desperately care. But
there are some buildings, I agree, I completely. So for example, a hospital, they want to keep the corridor, same with a school. I don't disagree. There are instances, but in a building like this, it won't be an issue.
Okay. Okay. Yes.
I can keep going, addressing some more of the questions that we had on our list. Chair Perlmutter, you had a comment regarding the existing deed restriction as it relates to the medical uses, because that was mentioned in the community board's recommendation. We did provide a copy of the deed restriction in our December 31st submission. It was Exhibit D to our letter of response to the first notice of comments, and we're happy to resubmit it if it's not in the file. Go ahead.
We have it, but it's just that it wasn't well referenced in the, when we read the statement of facts, we read it like it's a novel. And when the novel says, turn to the, plate number 12 or exhibit number 3, we follow the instruction and we do that. But when we get a pile of stuff, we don't know what the pile of stuff is really for. So eventually maybe we'll start clicking around at the pile of stuff and then we'll say, oh, look, there's the deed restriction.
Yeah,
so
yeah,
it's much better if you say,
yeah, we maybe should have updated the statement of facts more clearly to reference it. If you don't mind, I'm just going to share it on the screen quick. It's not highly important to what we're currently requesting, but this portion of the deed restriction is where it references the permitted, the medical uses that were permitted under this approval. It's a long list. I have a hard time thinking of medical practices that aren't on this list. So, that condition in the community board's resolution isn't of huge concern to us, especially since we think it's unlikely any major medical tenants are going to actually lease this building.
Yeah, but they clarified in the email that they didn't mean to make it sound.
They're not limiting it to, they're not disapproving the proposed office use. They just, to the extent that a medical office, ended up leasing any space and was to be classified as, a use group 6 office, they wouldn't want it to be outside of this list of uses.
Oh, I can't even imagine what that would be, as you said.
Exactly. I think there, yeah. So moving on from that, unless there's anything further on that point. There was a question. Go
I
ahead.
guess I do have a question about that, because it's not that we necessarily adopt the community board's idea of restricting what kind of medical use, because there's probably a new invention of some sort of medical services that
Sure.
they didn't list. I guess my question is, in the discussions with EDC, was the concept just to remove that entire paragraph? Or, I mean, I don't even know what is the discussion with EDC, to remove the entire restriction entirely, to have therefore nothing with EDC? Or is it just to remove that one paragraph? Like what is the amendment?
My understanding is that they're going to have us modify that one paragraph to say that now community use and office, if it's use group 6B, I think, that would be permissible as well. They're just going to add language. They're not going to change any of the other language. They're just going to add language that now, in addition to these permitted uses, you can also do, office and community use.
So it's still going to say oncology and all of those things on that?
Correct.
Yeah, I mean, I assume they'll take the community board's recommendation into consideration. That, we'd obviously share that with EDC, so that will have to be a discussion with them. But yeah, we don't expect the deed restrictions to be lifted entirely here. There are a lot of other aspects of the deed restriction, of the restrictions, about when the building has to be occupied and such, that will have to remain in place.
Okay.
So I'm showing now the aerial image of the site. It's a little old because it doesn't actually show the addition in the back of the building. But this is intended to address Commissioner Otley Brown's question regarding parking and what would be required if this were a new building, and where we are providing parking. So to start with, the parking would be provided on both lots 76 and 78. I think there was a question in our site plan about lot 76. I think the labels were a little unclear there, but the 18 spaces on site that would be provided would be on both of those lots, which are along Beach 90th Street, adjacent to the building.
Wait, which number? It's 18 spaces though, right?
18 spaces, yes.
But there's this area that's not shown in this aerial, obviously. That's kind of like a white, I don't know what it is, if it's concrete, if it's landscaped. On the site plan, there's an area on lot, whatever that one is, the lot that's closest to the building.
Yeah, 76.
Yeah, and
it's a former house that was demolished, and it's already been covered with stone.
No, wait a second. Go to the proposed site plan.
This is the proposed site plan.
So maybe there was a rendering. I'm trying to remember. There was another drawing that showed, that showed the actual parking spaces. Where's that one?
I don't know.
So the one that shows the parking spaces shows parking only on the other part of the lot towards the south. And it doesn't show parking on the portion to the north on the lot 76.
Okay, we'll review everything and
go to BSA drawing 05 under proposed drawing revised 12/15/2021. I think that's the one Madam Chair is referring to.
Okay, let me make sure I have the right one open. You said the revised date was 12/15?
Yes, 12/15/2021. That's the heading. It says plans, proposed, revised drawings. Yeah. So if you go to BSA,
have an older one open. Sorry about that. Okay, here.
Yeah,
oh, that's odd. Yeah, I see.
So there's all that looks like it could be parking, or at the very least, it should be landscaped. Or to my comments about adjacency to the, is this built or not?
No, it is not yet been, it has not been paved.
Okay, so here's my question. So I don't know what's going on in that white spot between, but if the parking was, please don't interrupt. If you move the parking spaces up a little, just shift that whole thing up a little,
then you could have a landscaped area between your parking lot and the residents to the south, so that at least there, because parking lots are supposed to be shielded from the residential neighbors, unless there's some technical reason why that can happen, but I don't know what that would be.
So if I may speak to that,
Yeah.
we deliberately kept that open. By the way, this, just so you know, so we understand north. Oh, there you go. That's north. Okay. We deliberately left that white area available because we might be, it's a very unusual building. The basement floor is about 3 feet below grade. So we might be putting in a ramp there for handicap accessibility and an independent access to the lower level. We might be, we already have an elevator there, so we're definitely ADA compliant, but in the interest of a separate egress, especially if we do it for a school, there's at least a chance we would want to put a ramp there. And that's why that was left open. Also, if a miracle happened and we got a hospital to turn it into a large ambulatory medical facility, we would need room for things like backup generators and tanks for holding things like oxygen and whatnot. So we deliberately left that space available.
Okay, so understanding, because we're going for ultimate flexibility so that finally you find a tenant. What if we talk like this? In the event that it turns out to be something where the ramp is needed, that's filling up that whole white space, though it looks like really a lot, but anyway. And the parking ends up looking like that at the very least you install a high fence that protects the neighbors from the parking. But in the event that that's not happening, that you shift the parking up by 4 feet and plant dense shrubs along that property line so that, you know, it's a nicer relationship to the neighbor.
We're definitely okay with that.
Madam Chair, can I just say something? The building to the south of the side lot is actually Knights of Columbus building. It's a community facility.
Yeah, so that's what I wanted to just show on this aerial view. The building, directly to the south of the parking lots are Knights of Columbus community facility building that's right up against the lot line.
Oh, I see. So, and what about that? Both of those buildings, the little one and the big one?
Let's see.
The answer is yes.
Both of the building, but the structure along Beach 90th is Knights of Columbus, the whole thing.
Even that little addition part?
Yes.
Okay.
We were going to suggest, because the property to along Beach 91st Street, that's immediately south of the building, is a residential building. There's a garage, a parking garage in the back along the rear lot line that we didn't see a need to landscape, but based on your comments, we were going to suggest reconfiguring the parking plan to provide landscaping along this shared rear lot line where it's adjacent to this residential owner's yard.
Okay. All right. Understood. Thank you for clarifying that. Okay.
Great. And I also just wanted to address the actual parking requirement that would apply. So the commercial overlay district that's right nearby across the street is a C23 district. It's a pretty high parking requirement district. It would require 1 parking space per 400 square feet of office use for a new building, which would, be a pretty substantial amount of parking. It's not a district that we're seeing the city really create these days anymore. Whenever we do commercial overlays, city planning is doing a C14 or a C24, which have lower parking requirements. Both of those districts would have a 1 space per 1,000 square feet parking requirement, which here would require 27 spaces for this building if it were new. We are providing the 18 on-site, which we think is sufficient given the additional availability of on-street parking in the area. But we want to point out also that Uri made a lease with Knights of Columbus, you can see on the screen, the parking lot right to the south of the Knights of Columbus building. That's also owned by Knights of Columbus. And they really only need those parking spaces at nighttime and on the weekends. So there's a lease in place that's valid for another 5 years to use all of their 43 parking spaces during daytime hours, which brings the total, to 61 spaces, which we think is definitely more than sufficient. It was to cover the medical use, which would have had a much higher parking parking need. And, we hope to continue to be able to renew that lease, but we think at least for the time being, there's going to be plenty of parking available.
Okay, I have a question about how, when you calculated the parking based on the building, were you calculating based on only the addition or also on the whole floor area in the existing building?
I calculated based on the whole floor area. The cellar doesn't count as floor area here, so it's a little over 27,000 square feet. I'm sure it would obviously be lower. I think the addition is about maybe 14,000 square feet. So if it were just based on the addition, would bring it to about 14 required spaces. But
so I think actually, if this had not been the subject of an override and you were just adding to an existing pre-zoning building, you would only need to provide parking for the addition. So I think you should calculate it based on that.
Okay.
Even though there's a mayoral override and all that stuff, but based on that, you would never have had the parking for the courthouse unless there already was parking there. Right. So do it like that because the numbers come out better.
And also, if you haven't already, could you submit the copy of that lease with Knights of Columbus as well?
Absolutely. Yeah.
And just cite it in your statement of facts under your character finding?
Sure, I'll do.
Great.
So I think the next questions were also from Commissioner Otley Brown regarding the financials. I'll address the specific questions, and Jack is obviously available if I miss anything or if you have any further questions. The first point we just wanted to make was we wanted to address the comments about the vacancy rate used, and we definitely appreciate your careful review and consideration of that. And we absolutely agree. You're right that if we were considering only use group for ambulatory medical facilities as the occupants under an as of right scenario, the vacancy rate should absolutely be much higher, really 100%, based on our actual experiences with trying to lease for that use. We just to be clear, we didn't make a mistake. We were just trying to be conservative, so we weren't showing an as of right scenario that had zero income. So we basically assumed a scenario that would be as of right under zoning, but would require an EDC, some kind of change to the EDC restriction, basically assuming community facility office space, general, not for profit offices, something like that, not just medical. So that's where our 10% vacancy number came from for that. But again, we agree there's sort of the reality, which is really 100, much higher vacancy. And what we just thought would be kind of an appropriate as of right scenario for comparison. I think the next question was on the table used for the depreciation. We used the type 4 table with 100-year service life, which is what generally apply to commercial improvements. And we can make an update to the report just to specify that. The Schedule F was missing, and we can update the report to include that Schedule F in the assembled PDF in a follow-up submission. And I think the last point on the financials that was brought up was just a request to confirm that the soft and hard costs that we provided were based on actual spent costs, and they were. All of the numbers that we used were actual expenditures by the owner. And I think several of the commissioners mentioned that as we put in our statement of facts. There were some additional soft costs that had inadvertently been omitted originally, but since we were already showing a clear hardship, we didn't seek to, ask to update the numbers there.
Okay, anything else?
It's everything I have on my list. So if there's anything I'm missing, please let us know.
Good. Anything other commissioners have that they want to bring up? Can you take off your shared screen? So I can
Absolutely.
see everybody, thank you. All right, so let's go to the public.
Okay, the case that we are currently discussing is 2021 43BZ 90-01 Beach Channel Drive, Queens. This is a variance to permit the repurposing of the existing 3-story plus cellar building for commercial offices and community facility as of right. Should you wish to discuss, dial 646-558-8656, enter webinar ID number 999-7794, 8621#. You will then ask to enter the participant ID number, which you can ignore and just press pound. Once you're permitted into the Zoom room, press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute. If you are already in the Zoom room, please raise your Zoom hand. And once again, this is 2021 43BZ 90-01 Beach Channel Drive, Queens.
Okay, so just looking to see if there's only one person in the waiting room whose hand is not up. Okay, so just looking at, so in terms of the environmentals, there was a little discussion about that. I don't need to discuss it at the hearing, but I do need you to circle back with Tracy Benke to make sure that everything that needs to have been submitted has been submitted, so that we can make sure we close the environmental loop, because we have open seeker. And I think that is it. Okay, how much time do you need to do these things?
We think we can respond to these comments and hopefully wrap up the environmental easily within 3 weeks.
Okay, all right. All right. I don't know if there's any DEP review in this story. Is there?
DEP has provided a sign-off letter for us.
Okay, really? Wait a minute.
We have a sign-off letter for hazmat. And they did,
hazmat?
yeah, they did base it on the 2019 wrap and chasp, I believe. So, they're aware of the new action at BSA, and we sent them, everything, including the old negative declaration. I did discuss this with Tracy, taking a second look. In terms of air quality and noise, you have, I understand that you did build in some attenuation based on the 2014 negative declaration. You built it into the building. It seems like 31 outdoor to indoor transmission classification required for the facade facing Beach Channel Drive. A minimum composite window wall attenuation of 28 OITC for the facades on Beach 90th Street and Beach 91st Street. And we want to know if that attenuation that was built into the building with the renovation, if it's enough attenuation for today's condition. If you could submit something that indicates that using the data from 2014 for the noise attenuation is still relevant and that more attenuation isn't required for noise. And
Okay,
then
understood. Yeah. Okay, go ahead.
And then we will evaluate it and potentially not have DEP review because,
Might take a while to get back.
yeah, and you already have the attenuation built in. It's just that we need to know that it's still relevant. It's based on 2014 data. This is 2022. We need to make sure that that attenuation is appropriate for the today's conditions and your use.
Got it.
Okay, understood? Is that clear?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, good. Right. All right, so I'm not sure whether a month is enough for all of this, but we can talk about it. We'll let you know when the hearing date is, and if it turns out it's sounding too tight, we can adjust the hearing date, because based on the turnaround of the environmental, that may be too tight. I don't know. Okay.
Understood. And you think we'll need a second hearing for this, or could we close the record?
We can't, we're not allowed to close with open seeker.
Right, open seeker, yeah, understood.
Okay. But we are, the owner should know that we are very sympathetic to the plight of this building, and we really do want this to move along. And hopefully this use change will help you. I mean, it's a gorgeous building, and you would think people would want to be in it, but you know, can't speak for people. Okay.
Most insightful comment this morning was beware what you wish for. So thank you very much, and we'll keep having at it.
Right. Okay, good luck with this.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, the next case is 2021-75 BZY, 3815 9th Street, Queens.
So I think that's Mr. Travers. And
Yeah, Eugene Travers.
Yeah. Please
Eugene,
accept panelists. There you go.
Go ahead. You can start, Eugene. You don't have to be sworn in. It's an A case.
Thank you, Tony. A good afternoon, Chair Plumber, Commissioners. Eugene Travers with Kramer 11 for the applicant. I viewed the review session on the violations. The client has paid all open judgment penalties. I think our letter speaks for itself about the few remaining open violations that have not yet been adjudicated. Just a note about your statement, Chair Perlmutter, about DOB asking other agencies for help in collecting judgments. I would just point out that DOB holds all the cards here because they do not issue a CO until all violations are cleared. I know this to be fact based on my own personal experience. I'm also looking at a page on DOB's website that confirms that to be the case. So I think DOB is covered here. And I'll leave it at that for the moment if there's any other questions.
So I actually agree with you. That happens to be the case when you're trying to get a TCO. They will not issue it if you have open. I'm not if it's sure if it's every single one, but certainly what they consider to be hazardous violations, they will not give you the TCO without it. So this is a rare case. These types of vesting cases are the rare situation where we can rely on that. But a lot of the times the cases, you know, they're just extensions of time. There's no need to be going back to DOB. And we often see, unfortunately, what happens is the violation is never paid, and then it's 7 years, and then it vanishes, and that's just what people do. They just wait. And so even though the actual infraction is still existing, you know, the condition that it was dangerous still exists, and they just wait it out. So, but thank you, I appreciate that. Okay, I don't know if there were any other things. I don't think so.
Did you want, oh no.
What?
You okay with the photos or something, right? Where's my?
Yeah, no, I said, you know, you didn't have photos of this, but you had photos of that. So we'll work with the photos of that. That was it. And actually on these, what we did on that last case is, you know, you can look at the satellite and you see the building is standing there. So how is it standing there if it's not at least 70% complete? So then we just say, give us a satellite photo and we're good, right? And if we look at what the courts have allowed on substantial completion, it's sometimes very little money. This is a lot of money. This is millions and millions. So that I think for sure made those findings. So let's go to the public on this.
So the case we are currently discussing is 2021-75 BZY. This is an extension of time to complete construction. The address is 3815 9th Street, Queens. If you wish to discuss, dial 646-558-8656 and enter the webinar ID number 999-7794-8621 #. You will then ask to enter the participant's ID number, which you can ignore, and just press pound. Once you're in the Zoom room, press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute to speak. If you're already in the Zoom room, please raise your Zoom hand. This is only for 2021-75 BZY.
Okay. I doubt that anyone's going to be raising their hand on this one. It's just an extension of time to complete construction, which is almost complete. And there's no additional filings, and I'm saying this just to give time for people to call in if they can hear us. I also don't, there's no stop work order on this, is there, Mr. Travers?
I believe there's a partial on this one, which is going to be removed once those violations that have an upcoming hearing are, we hope, dismissed.
It has to do with the plastic tank lining or something like that.
The gravity tank, that's correct.
Okay, all right, so that's completely unrelated to not having an extension. The reason that I'm asking has a lot to do with the urgency of a vote. It's not that we couldn't put this on for the next hearing, but sometimes, time is huge money. It doesn't sound like this, though, is in that kind of situation, right?
Well, I mean, we do have lenders that are obviously eager to make sure this is wrapped up. It's hard to explain these processes to people who aren't familiar with them. So, to the extent you could, we just really appreciate that. But to answer your discrete question, that violation is not related to the partial stop work order.
Okay, so, all right, so we could put this on for decision for the next hearing, all right? And we don't do closed votes anymore because of production of the resolutions, okay? So, okay, thanks. So I'd like to make a motion to close.
Chair Perlmutter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
Aye.
Okay, this is closed. Next item is item number 22, 2022 5 BZY, 3804 11th Street, Queens.
Eugene Travers with Kramer 11 for the applicant. I also watched the review session for this application. I have nothing to add to the statements made by the commission. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, and in this case, all the violations were paid, so.
That's correct.
All right, let's go to the public.
So the case we are currently discussing is 2022-5 BZY for the address 3804 11th Street, Queens. This is an extension of time to complete construction. If you wish to discuss, dial 646-558-8656 and to webinar ID number 999-7794-8621 #. You will then ask to be entered the participant ID number, which you can ignore and just press pound. You will then press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute while you're in the Zoom room to speak. If you're already in the Zoom room, please raise your hand to speak. Zoom hand to speak, sorry. Once again, it is 2022 5 BZY.
Okay, just give it a couple of seconds to see if anyone wants to call in. If there was someone in the Zoom room who didn't put their hand up. Anyway, okay. So I'd like to make a motion to close.
Chair Perlmutter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
Aye.
Okay, application is closed for decision. Okay, thank you, Eugene.
Thank you all very much. Take care.
Okay, this concludes the public hearing for April 25th, 2020.